Chapter 1404, Li Qiye smiled and said after seeing Rian's beautiful appearance, a woman as beautiful as jade with an enchanting fragrance. A face for you alone to enjoy, isn't it time for you to show a little something as well? Rian's eyes rippled with a glimmer while she teased him. What does that mean? He laughed. Rian was very bold. She actively wrapped around his neck and kissed him on the lips. Though her action seemed amateurish, she was still bold and persistent and let caution to the wind. Li Qiye simply smiled and held her face while gently sucking on her lips. Rian's lady soul nearly left her body as she felt a numbing sensation throughout her body. It was as if she was melting. She went even deeper into his embrace, her pair of eyes showing how intoxicated and charmed she was. This scene felt like the coming of spring. She pouted, "Young noble, you must be a veteran in love." This appearance of hers was incredibly seductive. Li Qiye softly played with her nose without saying anything. Rian was a cheerful woman. Even though the parting was coming, she maintained a cheerful demeanor. "Sister, he'll be leaving soon, shouldn't you give him a farewell kiss as well? We may never meet again in the future after all." After leaving his embrace, Rian winked at Jianche. The elegant Jianche was not as bold as the bewitching Rian. She blushed and felt her face burning after hearing this. However, she also mustered courage out of nowhere and shyly offered her sweet lips for a soft kiss. Her entire body trembled for she was at a loss for what to do. In a split second, her complexion looked like the sunset in the sky. This demure look would intoxicate others as well. Rian chuckled and whispered next to his ear, "Don't worry, young noble, leave big sis to me. When you return, just get ready to take her in." Li Qiye laughed after hearing this demoness and replied, "Take care, okay? If it is meant to be, we shall meet again." With that, he left the ship and casually reached forward to form a portal before disappearing inside. The two women watched the whole process. After he disappeared, they felt a strange sense of loss and had a hard time calming down. Li Qiye went to Bones Island and the palace situated there. Bones was still lying around lazily and basking in the sun when he spoke. "It looks like you got unexpectedly rich this time." Even though the small shuttle was greatly damaged, Bones wasn't sad at all. He excitedly said, of course not, this is all thanks to your excellency's blessing. I only picked up some leftover soup in the Bone Sea to live on, that's all." Li Qiye laughed and lied down on the chair to say, "Okay, I'm not here to take your stuff so there's no need to be a sycophant. The items there aren't ordinary and are more than enough for you to eat for several generations." Bones let out a fake laugh before handing Li Qiye some nice wine. He stood there respectfully as if ready to listen to a lesson. That brat Bu Si might be able to do it in this generation. Li Kai casually said while sipping the wine, "Do you still want to find him and teach him a good lesson?" Bones took his time musing this question. Eventually, he sighed and answered, "Your Excellency, so much time has passed that it allowed me to open my eyes. Back then, the truth is that the two of us knew that only one would make it out. Even though that brat tricked me, it didn't matter too much since I would have done the same given the situation." Bones always gritted his teeth and talked about how he wanted to peel Bu Si's skin. Alas, the reality was that they used to be close brothers. "Since Bu Si was successful, the two of you may meet again." Li Qiye smiled and looked at the blue sky. In fact, despite their enmity, these were two existences that had lived for a long time. They were able to have different perspectives due to the changing of times. Bones eventually asked after a long silence, "Your Excellency, how much longer will it be?" Li Qiye looked at him and answered, "Soon. Even though I haven't been to the Divine Tree Ridge just yet, it won't be long according to my calculations. The Withered have been there for a long time so I believe their experiment is very close to success." "Is it the same with the Bone Sea?" Bones felt a bit frightened. Li Qiye couldn't help but smile. "Given your background, you should know this already since you can feel its changes better than anyone else." Bones smiled wryly and shook his head, that's only in the past. My connection with it grows weaker with every passing year. It isn't because I'm growing weaker but because the bone sea is becoming stronger to the point where I essentially can't sense anything. From this, we can assume that the bone sea is almost ready too. He became serious after stating this. In fact, he himself was an incredible being. Alas, even if he was stronger, he was nothing before the bone sea. Indeed. In my opinion, it's just a step away. Li Qiye slowly said, when I seized the trident, the bone sea was still able to show restraint. There is a great saying, a little impatience spoils the great plan. Even losing the trident is considered a trivial and endurable matter, so what is it planning? Bones was gripped by this speculation. He had spent a long time in the bone sea and many generations in this place. He understood the implications behind all of this. This won't just be a generation but an entire eon. Li Qiye took another sip, when it actually comes. I don't know about others, but you will definitely be able to see that day. I can't have that much time left. Bones forced a smile. Li Qiye looked at him in response. My personal guess is that it won't be this generation probably, but it will come in the next for sure. It must have had a breakthrough for the initiation, but who knows if it will be the bone sea, the maelstrom, or the divine tree ridge. Bones fell into deep thought. Regardless of his wish, that day was inevitable. However, to be able to see its arrival could either be good or bad for him. What are you worried about? Li Qiye smiled. I don't even need to see your treasures to know how much you have harvested this time. To be a bit harsh, you better work harder with all of these things to get a chance to leave this place. That is when the sky will open its doors for you. Maybe. Bones murmured and sighed, leaving here will definitely be nice. No, abandoning this damned place is better than anything else, there's no need to be anxious all day long. Do you want to leave? Li Qiye smiled while looking at him. Bones chuckled this time, Your Excellency, are you trying to recruit me? Am I suitable to run errands for you? Li Qiye laughed and shook his head, forget it. Without taking into account whether you can leave or not, even if you could, you still wouldn't be able to drop everything. Am I right? Bones turned silent. At his level, very few could talk to him on even footing. Li Qiye was naturally one of them. Bones wryly smiled, right, am I willing to leave? After being tricked by the brat, my biggest dream was to leave this hell hole. Alas, I have been here for so long that I don't know where else I can go. Even though this place has all sorts of annoyances, I still kinda like it. Perhaps it is because I was born here that I am destined to take root here. The place that gives me life and raised me. Li Qiye emotionally sighed as well. Indeed, many people love this place with all their heart. Countless unfathomable characters knew that a disaster would come one day to Heaven's spirit, yet they still chose to take root here. This is a profound love for this world. Bones smiled and commented, maybe I will die in this damned place one day. Being born and buried in the same location isn't such a miserable fate. It looked like he has accepted his fate. Chapter 1405, Li Qiye disagreed with Bones' sentiment, don't drown in despair and be so pessimistic. There is still hope in this world due to the numerous wise sages that took root here. Both tree fathers and sea gods have yet to give up. They have tried their best, but since that day still hasn't come, the world has yet to see their efforts. You mean, Bones' eyes flashed after hearing this. Li Qiye sentimentally added, if you can see that day, you will understand. There are a few things that no one really wants, but they have no choice other than to make a decision. This is true for these great existences. Despite making concessions, they still tried regardless of success. Some of them didn't give up on this world and their children. Bones went silent for a bit before answering, I'm afraid even sea gods and tree fathers might not be able to change anything. Hope alone is good enough. You have to start somewhere to build a castle from sand, this is not a bad start. If, one day, the world finally knows the truth, they might not sympathize with a few concessions. However, this is quite normal. After all, for generations, not anyone could go all out regardless of the cost. There are things in life that hold people back, forcing them to stop no matter what. He sighed at this point. Yes, how many can persevere like you without stopping? Bones became sentimental as well. Li Qiye chuckled and shook his head, I'm not selfless like that. In fact, those who chose to compromise are even greater because they didn't do it for themselves, everything was done for the sake of the future and their race. I never compromised because I am selfish. This is also the reason why some call me a murderous devil. Bones knew that for generations, those who blocked the path of the Dark Crow would be killed without mercy. Even humans weren't spared, let alone those from the other races. Savior and Guardian had been part of his description as well, but the title of being a devil or the dark hand behind the curtains was more widely accepted among those who knew him. Even though rivers of blood have run because of you, there is no denying your contribution to the Nine Worlds, so you have, in fact, been its guardian. Bones spoke from the heart. Li Qiye freely said, all of these titles are irrelevant. Walk your own path and ignore what others say. Bones smiled and said, quite open-minded, Your Excellency. Li Qiye looked at him in response, you don't have to flatter me. Let's be frank, what will you do in the future? Will you run and hide or stay and help Heaven's Spirit? Bones mused the question and wryly smiled, Your Excellency, I'm only an ant that can be crushed to death instantly, what use am I? I just need to be smart and run as far away as possible. An ant? Li Qiye burst out in laughter, Bones, where did this self-abasement come from? If you are an ant, then what about the rest of the cultivators? And the rest of the world? They aren't qualified to even be ants since you can kill all of them in an instant. Are you an ant compared to the rest of the living beings? Bones answered, even tree fathers and sea gods can't do anything. What difference can I make? The times have changed. Li Qiye sipped his wine, there is still hope. Although I might not be here when that day comes, I have left behind a treasure since I feel that this world is still worth saving. So you tell me, is there hope or not? He smiled at Bones at this point. Bones was pleasantly surprised after hearing this and stared at Li Qiye with widened eyes, Your Excellency, you are taking action to save it? No. Li Qiye gently shook his head, I can't stay in this world for too long. Unless something comes up, I'll be leaving the Nine Worlds and at that point, it will have nothing to do with me. However, I will lend a hand by leaving behind an ace. The future will depend on the three races and their effort. Heaven's Spirit's fate will be up to its own people and not my assistance. Bones was quite shaken with his emotions running rampant. Even though Li Qiye said that it wasn't a big deal, he knew full well that any preparations made by Li Qiye wouldn't be so simple. What now then? Li Qiye smiled at Bones. I don't know. Bones wryly smiled as well, I am very strong compared to the rest of the world, but I know that if the Bone Sea wants to crush me, it won't be difficult at all. A casual flip of the hand would be all it takes. I'm not saying you should participate in the battle. I guess you will be free when that day comes, just do as you please then. Running errands or sending messages won't be bad either. Bones didn't answer. He knew just what kind of existences he would be facing at that point as well as his own regrettable outcome. Li Qiye eventually said, of course, I won't force you. Everyone has their own life, path, and responsibilities. It will be your choice alone, I'm just here to tell you the news. With that, he stood up and left without saying anything else. Bones sat in his chair afterward and stared at the sky in a daze. After a long, long time, he murmured to himself, what should I do when the disaster comes? To leave or to stay, he was a bit lost at this moment. In his mind, anyone with the tiniest trace of sensibility would decide to run away as far as possible. However, some things couldn't be decided by reason. Was he willing to leave this land? It would be full of reluctance since he loved it. Li Qiye didn't force him to do anything and simply told him the news. In the past, he really would run away given the opportunity, but now, he wavered with hesitation. After leaving Bones Island, Li Qiye headed for the God-Halt continent in order to meet Su Yonghuang. Of course, this wasn't the only reason. He also needed to obtain something on that continent. As the largest continent, God-Halt could be said to be a miracle in heaven spirit. In this world, there were oceans everywhere and land was a rare sight, but God-Halt was different from the other places. Its full scope was still unknown to others. It had been said this continent alone could accommodate all existences in heaven spirit. It might be a little crowded, but the possibility was there. Land was worth as much as gold, so a place this large should have been lively and bustling with people everywhere. However, this was far from the truth. The population here was so scarce that it was pitiful. One could go for thousands of miles without seeing a single soul. Logically speaking, there should be countless mortals and cultivators. Alas, these people would rather stay on the sea or even at the seabed than to stay in God-Halt. Many weren't clear on why this was the case. Some said that there were devils living here. Others believed that this place shortened people's lives, and the life expectancy here was much shorter. Another belief was that this place was suppressed and not suitable for living beings. Perhaps there were other unknown reasons as well. Just like its name, even the gods stopped before this place, so who would want to live here? Of course, there were exceptions to everything. Some sects were still built on this continent. For example, the Undying Gate and the Spirit Abyss. Chapter 1406, Li Qiye opened a portal and crossed the void into God-Halt. The moment he stepped inside, he suddenly felt a boundless atmosphere suppressing him. There were very few living beings in this place since neither mortals or cultivators wanted anything to do with it. However, it would be mistaken to think that this land was barren. In fact, it wasn't desolate or barren at all. On the contrary, this vast place had treasures everywhere. A reasonable yet grand statement would be that the majority of elixirs and treasure grasses in heaven spirit came from God-Halt. Moreover, there were many ores and mines here as well. One could see tall trees and eagles flying in the air while deer scavenged the earth. It was clear that this place was full of life. Who could imagine that people would rather stay in the sea than this place? A surge of boundless majestic life force could be felt in the air. It seemed that since the beginning of time, God-Halt had never experienced destruction or development before, it has stayed the same all this time. This was a feeling unique to this place. Other locations might have the same vast aura with dense worldly energy, but it was different from God-Halt's primordial sensation. It really is a good location. Li Qiye murmured while walking through this continent, this place could nourish many things in this world, but it is abandoned for a variety of reasons. What a shame. Li Qiye wasn't the only one who thought so. This was a common belief across heaven spirit, but even those who chose to take root here would have to leave eventually. Even immortal emperors wouldn't want to establish their sect here outside of one exception, Immortal Emperor Busi. There were certain acceptable explanations for why cultivators didn't want to stay here. A force of suppression existed. Anyone who came would be subjected to this. A paragon visiting God-Halt would be dropped down to Heavenly King or an even weaker cultivation. The suppression people felt varied on a case-by-case basis. Some actually never experienced this suppression. Of course, this group of people was fewer than few. This suppression was precisely why cultivating here was much slower than the other places. For example, in the Jade Sea, one could take 10 years to cultivate one level, but it would require several decades or even centuries to replicate this task on God-Halt. Because of this, without solving this problem, no cultivator would want to stay here despite how great of a place it was. In fact, the moment Li Qiye set foot on the soil, a buzz could be heard. A faint light appeared around him alongside an unknown power that wished to pressure him. However, Li Qia's 13 palaces slightly pulsed and the light dissipated along with the pressure. For Li Qia, this continent had no effect on him. His 13 palaces could surpass everything. He took his time strolling through the continent. Along the way, one of his palaces reacted, so he opened it to release the group of immortal medicines. After the Yang Vine and Ginseng ancestor came out, they seemed extremely excited and jumped up in joy. The Yang Vine cheered, "What a nice place, immortal medicines like us would love to stay here." "That's right, I'm willing to take root here. If we can seize this place, it would be an amazing opportunity." The Ginseng ancestor agreed. Li Qia laughed and shook his head after hearing this. "This is indeed a treasure ground, a great creation of the world. Unfortunately, it isn't your turn to have it. We can take a step back and say you all take root here. One day, after growing to an unmatched level, you will find that all of this would have only been benefiting someone else. This place already has a master." His eyes turned profound as he gazed into the vast continent and the forest full of life. Who can actually try to seize it? After everyone matures here, you will only act as supplements for this land. Really? The soldier tree didn't believe this. All of them quickly took root in the mud, their bodies lit up as they used their own techniques. Strange. The soldier tree said, "I can't move this particular vein. It looks like it's already rooted. Indeed, I'm unable to absorb the worldly energy in mass. It appears that this land is sealed." The Yang Vine agreed. "What a bizarre place, it's different from all the others. My roots can't reach an end, this land is vast and fertile to an unimaginable extent. This doesn't look like soil and earth at all, it must be the remnants of something," the immortal injury peony chimed in. Shortly afterward, these medicines began debating with each other. If anyone could see such a large group of immortal medicines talking, their mouths would be wide open and their jaws would inadvertently drop to the ground. Even though these roots were all at the immortal level and were quite strong, they had no method against Godhalt. The Yang Vine concluded, "Even a true immortal medicine is helpless before this place, let alone me. Unless we plan on staying here for a long time and take root for an entire eon, no one can really get this land." The other medicines busily nodded their heads in agreement. The Ginseng ancestor couldn't help but ask, "Young noble, what is going on here?" Li Qia showed a carefree smile, "Nothing else can really happen because this land already has a master. Like I said earlier, growing here will only benefit someone else. Judging by the vastness of this place with veins that span tens of thousands of miles like dragons, even a true immortal medicine can't seize it all." The soldier tree measured the earth and was startled. "Anyone who can control this place should be similar to us, a type of plant. Just how horrifying is this existence capable of controlling this earth? It has to be far above a true immortal medicine, but I have never heard of a plant like that before." It continued to speculate in a daze and felt quite frightened. "Just because you haven't heard of it doesn't mean it doesn't exist." Li Qia chuckled, "The world is vast and full of wonders. There are things far beyond your imagination." Having said that, he stared towards the horizon and slowly said, "From the point of view plants or alchemy rather, true immortal medicines are considered the highest form of existence, the top of the pyramid. However, in a broader sense, this isn't quite right, there's something above even true immortal medicines." "What is it then?" The Ginseng ancestor was quite curious. Li Qia smiled, "With regards to both spirit medicines and plants, they do exist. True immortal medicines might be at the apex of the 9 worlds, but this isn't the case outside of these realms." The dragon silkworm soulgrass asked, "And the existence here is one of them?" "The existence here isn't a spirit plant, it's only the ruler of this place." Li Qia said, "It is extremely ancient and impossible to trace." With that, he stared into the distance. Godhalt's deepest location contained too many secrets unknown to the rest of the world. The Ginseng ancestor reckoned, "From our point of view, if such a powerful existence exists, if we could seize its creation, then we can actually reach immortality. Immortality is too difficult. Li Qiye said, but if one could really obtain it, it would allow them to live for a very long time. Alas, it is impossible even for immortal emperors. Li Qiye would have gone for the grand creations in this place long ago if it was possible. Chapter 1407, While Li Qiye had just entered Godhalt, an explosive piece of news spread across Heaven's Spirit. The celestial pavilion has entered the world with the lunar grasp fairy coming out. This news hastily spread and the entire world couldn't react in time. Really? Many big shots were stunned and in disbelief. I think so, the pavilion itself sent this message. Someone quickly tried to confirm and received a credible response. People immediately went to visit the celestial pavilion. The lunar grasp fairy has actually come into being. I saw it with my own eyes. A great character swore after returning. In fact, it wasn't just one or two great characters that confirmed this information. People swore the moment they visited the pavilion, they saw a woman standing beneath the full moon. She stood there as if she was on top of the world as an incredible immortal. Even though they couldn't see her appearance clearly, many were still shocked all the same. Some even said that god kings were bowing in the distance with great reverence. Lunar grasp fairy, many people were lost in a daze. Even some slumbering old monsters woke from fear. Heaven's Spirit was full of incredible masters and this generation was destined to be a brilliant one. Some ancestors and even older monsters couldn't contain the temptation to come into being. However, after hearing the emergence of the fairy, these ancestors quivered along with the old monsters. They crawled back into their coffins and discarded all thoughts of coming out. Even lunar grasp is coming out. A dust-laden ancestor murmured in a daze with a long mental lapse. Cultivators in the present and even those from several generations ago don't understand the significance of the name lunar grasp. However, the ancestors that had shared this world with her understood full well. The reclusive fairy had come out to the dismay of the slumbering ancestors. Not good, something grand will happen in this generation. An ancestor didn't dare to think further after shuddering. He holed himself up instead of running out this time. What kind of generation is this? What is special about this one? The influential characters didn't understand why the fairy chose to come out. One of them said, first Meng Jintian and now lunar grasp. Will more era evaders come out? It makes sense why Jintian came out. He only appeared during Immortal Emperor Ta Kong's era, so he wants the heavens will this time. It's different for the fairy though. I simply don't understand it. She has been away from the world for a long time but she came out without any prior signs. Someone was quite puzzled. The lunar grasp fairy isn't considered an era evader, she is just more reclusive in nature. If she was an evader, she would have come out long ago for the heavens will since no one would be able to stop her. So why this generation? I don't understand at all. An elderly ancestor with great knowledge was frustrated. Some of these sealed ancestors realized that there must be a reason, and it wasn't the heavens' will. The secret in this matter was completely unknown, others couldn't figure it out at all. How are young ones like us going to live? Jintian coming out has already left us in despair, but the lunar grasp fairy too. Should we just go kill ourselves? Young geniuses cried to the sky after hearing this news. If the fairy came out for the heavens' will, who will be unbeatable and become the next emperor? Jintian or the lunar grasp fairy? Some grew excited and began to speculate. He'll meet his match. It won't be easy for him at all with her around. I'm sure he won't be sleeping too soundly from now on. Others gloated about Jintian's misfortune. Of course, not everyone shared this thought, especially the ancestors who knew about the fairy's strength. They shook their heads and lamented, if lunar grasp is out for the throne, Jintian won't be able to do anything. Even emperor assailants aren't willing to oppose her. Her old rival was Empress Hongtian. The storm of her coming raged across Heaven's Spirit, resulting in an uproar with countless people discussing this matter. Even Zhentian, who was in closed cultivation, turned silent after hearing this news. In the end, he came out early and ordered, "Prepare some gifts for a trip to Godhalt. It is time for us to visit the spirit abyss." Despite all the commotion, Li Qiye didn't hear the news. He was still walking through Godhalt one step at a time as if he was enjoying the beauty of this continent. A long time later, he finally stopped and turned around. "Come out or I'll force you out myself." A shadow flashed and a person appeared not far from Li Qiye. It was Sima Yujian, the famous assassin. She appeared out of nowhere and showed her bloodthirst. She was still as calm as ever with an aura that made others shudder uncontrollably in fear. He glanced at her and flatly said, "So? Still haven't given up? I spared your life last time for a reason, but I won't be so merciful this time around." She glared at him and coldly said, "I'm not here because of you. It is only a coincidence." This was indeed the case since she had another mission on Godhalt. However, after arriving, she found Li Qiye here. An assassin shouldn't have a curious mind, and she was indifferent to everything else besides killing. Alas, his sudden entrance piqued her interest, so she couldn't help but follow and find out what he was up to. "After the failure last time, I thought you would be in closed cultivation. I didn't expect for you to run out again." Li Qiye smiled. She retorted, "An assassin does not craft their art behind closed doors." She also didn't know why she chose to entertain him. Ever since embarking on this journey, she had never answered anyone. Nevertheless, she committed a taboo of the assassination doctrine. Not only did she track him for no reason, she also chose to answer him. In fact, there were some questions looming in her mind. However, due to her proud personality and occupation, she wouldn't ask Li Qiye for advice. Li Qiye nodded, "That's true. An assassin should accumulate experience from a baptism of blood and death in order to improve." With that, he looked at her and smiled, "Since you are here to train, who is your target if not me? Who is paying the high price?" No comment. She coldly refused to answer. Li Qiye accepted this attitude since an assassin naturally wouldn't reveal such sensitive information. He smiled and said, "If I wanted to, I can find the answer even if you don't tell me. It all depends on my whim." Such words made Yujian raise her eyes. She didn't doubt Li Qiye's abilities. In fact, she was fully aware of his superiority. The spirit abyss. In the end, she finally revealed her goal. She made it easier for both of them instead of making him investigate because she understood that he would be able to find the right answer and that might negatively affect her mission. "It's not that I'm underestimating you." Li Qiye gently shook his head, "But if you are aware of the gravity of the situation, you should know that this is not a wise move at all. Your Tao of assassination hasn't reached perfection just yet. If you were qualified to have the coiling dragon sword, then I'm sure you would succeed even if the target is inside the spirit abyss. But you right now? You are only going to meet your demise, there is zero chance of success. The abyss is not only strong, it also makes it so that you will have nowhere to hide. A single misstep and you will certainly end up dead." Chapter 1408, she didn't overreact to his analysis and coldly replied, "An assassin is never afraid of death." Li Qiye disagreed, "Wrong. What are the rules of an assassin? The first is to stay alive, the second is to complete the mission. Only by staying alive would you be able to complete your mission." He slowly continued, "Any assassin must make ample preparation before a mission. For example, knowing the target's identity, strength, habits, weaknesses, and so on and so forth. By knowing the enemy, you will emerge victorious 100 times in 100 battles. It is meaningless to sacrifice oneself to complete a mission. That would render you a puppet, a tool for murder. You would be unable to go further on the Tao of assassination." He turned dignified and said in a serious manner, "I won't comment on the other assassin groups, but in my eyes, this Tao is a type of cultivation, a study, or even a strategy. It is not only about killing the target regardless of the price. The most important aspect about this Tao is whether the user can carry out the overall strategy while evaluating whether it is worth doing. This is the rule of the God-slaying Knight Corps and the reason for its glorious exploits. Yu Jian's expression changed after hearing this. Not only was this person familiar with assassins, the scary part was him revealing her lineage. In Heaven's spirit, no one knew their name anymore. Li Qia's knowledge has shaken her completely. How could he not be familiar with it? He was the one who created this organization. I have made ample preparations. She was as cold as ice. A qualified assassin would never be stirred by others. I don't care who you are trying to take down from the spirit abyss, but I can assure you that you don't understand it well enough. I don't know who is in charge of the Corps right now either, but your information regarding the abyss is lacking. Entering it means that you can easily expose your whereabouts. Assassinating their members in their home isn't wise either. This abyss holds unbelievable power in God-halt, outsiders simply can't understand this. Li Qie well-meaningly advised her. She stared at him coldly and left without saying anything. Despite knowing how strong the abyss was, she has accepted this mission, so she must complete it without hesitation even if it was impossible. Plus, not only did she not know him, he was also her previous target. How could she give up on the mission just because of him? Take this drop of blood with you. He called her back and took out his own blood, then flatly said, "You can find me or communicate with me through it if you are in danger." Yu Jin maintained her indifferent attitude while staring at him. He didn't seem to mind and put the drop of blood into a small bottle before placing it in her hand. Why? She uttered emotionlessly, not knowing why this person was suddenly being so nice to her. Of course, she wouldn't think that it was out of infatuation. Li Qie had no lack of women, and furthermore, who would like an assassin? Of course, she didn't think that he was seeking a favor either. An assassin was readily available as long as there was payment. He insipidly replied, "Because of the God-slaying Knight Corps, that's all." If others dared to assassinate him, he would have killed them long ago, not to mention lending them a hand. However, he was more lenient towards Yu Jin. She had inherited the skills of the Knight Corps and only lacked experience and polishing. If she could gain both, she would be able to utilize the Knight Corps' skills to the fullest. In the past, this regiment gained many illustrious exploits for Li Qie while hiding in the shadows. The future generations didn't know that they had an indelible contribution in bringing light back to the Nine Worlds. They retired after the end of the ancient Ming era. They never asked for anything, and the members either retired to live a mortal life or died from old age. Some hid in the mountains to never appear in the world again. Thus, if the situation permits, he would help Yu Jin, who was a successor of the Knight Corps. She emotionlessly looked at him one last time before leaving. However, she stopped and told him a piece of information: the Lunargrasp fairy of the Celestial Pavilion has come into being. She will surely be a great opponent for you. She flew and left afterward. Yu Jin thought that these two would compete for the heaven's will. Anyone would be wary of a terrifying existence like Lunargrasp. After receiving the message, Li Qie turned silent as his eyes glazed over while staring into the distance. He eventually murmured, "The inevitable will come, no one can escape." With that, he began his journey once more. His destination was the Divine Tree Ridge. However, his goal was not for treasures this time, he was only going to observe. Step by step, he walked towards the ridge as if he needed to walk across the entire continent first. Unfortunately for him, he didn't get far before becoming the victim of a robbery. In fact, this was a very strange event. In the cultivation world, robbery was quite rare. It was even more incredible when it took place near the Divine Tree Ridge. Everyone knew that the God-halt continent was sparsely populated. Finding a fat sheep to rob along the way had a lower probability than randomly finding gold on the street. Only an idiot would carry out this operation at God-halt. Alas, there was indeed such a stupid person in this world. Bang! In front of his path, a figure suddenly jumped down from a tree and blocked him. It was a tall Tyrant with branches growing from its body. On the main trunk were two huge eyes that looked like they belonged on an ox. I opened this road and planted the trees here. If you want to pass, you must pay the toll. The Tyrant shouted with the cliché line of a common robber. After saying these lines, it looked at Li Qie and said, "Li, you, hand the fee over." Li Qie smiled and looked at the Tyrant from top to bottom. "You, hurry up and leave your money behind." The Tyrant shouted again since Li Qie didn't answer. He continued smiling as he said, "Okay little girl, don't try to trick me." "Little girl? What little girl?" The Tyrant looked at him in a daze with a confused expression. "Little Yi Xiao Xiao, you may be hiding your true form, but it can't fool my eyes." Li Qie shook his head. "Humph, you're not fun at all." The Tyrant snorted and shook its body to transform. It was the young lady from the Golden Isle, Yi Xiao Xiao. Li Qie didn't know what to say to this 14-year-old girl. "Hey, how did you see through me? It can't be a wild guess, right? I robbed some cultivators already and they couldn't recognize me." She was very unhappy with him, evident by her glare. Li Qie chuckled in response, "Nothing in this world can elude my eyes." "Ugh, so narcissistic and shameless, always bragging. In my opinion, you were definitely guessing, my concealment art is peerless in this world, no one can see through it." She had a disdainful look on her face. He leisurely smiled and said, "It's good that you are here, it will save me a lot of effort." In fact, he planned on bringing her to Godhalt eventually, but it wasn't a pressing matter. Therefore, her being here already couldn't be more convenient. Chapter 1409, What do you mean by that? Yi Xiao Xiao held her little waist and fiercely asked, "Don't tell me you're plotting something devious against me." "Plotting?" Li Qie couldn't help but smile and leisurely answered, "Who was it that cried and begged to marry me? Like you said, I am your husband, so do you think I will plot against you? I can do whatever I want already." "Bah! Bah!" Xiao Xiao spoke with disdain, "Don't daydream so much, who would want to marry you? Please, I don't like you at all. I'm only doing this to make Jianshi and the others mad." "Humph, trying to steal my man? Don't even think about it." Despite her tender age, this little girl had a fiery temper and would dare to back her words up in a lawless manner. That's good, that's good. I'm really lucky that we aren't married." Li Qie acted completely relieved while patting his chest, "Would be incredibly miserable if you kept on crying and begging. Look at you, no figure at all and no hint of gentleness. As for the allure of a woman, where? If I marry such a deficient girl, the remaining half of my life would be very sad." Having said that, he intentionally looked her up and down before clicking his tongue as if saying that her figure wasn't worth a single coin. She was aware that he was deliberately teasing her, but her temper couldn't let this go. She rushed over and arched her slightly visible cleavage while glaring at him. "Look, tell me, what's wrong with me? Please, I am the prettiest girl in the Jade Sea and loved by the people. Even flowers bloom at my sight," she was speaking while poking his chest. Her hot temperament was made clear as day from the first glance. The truth was that Yi Xiao Xiao was indeed very pretty. Even though calling her the #1 beauty in the Jade Sea might be an exaggeration, she still grew up quite well with a pair of clear, moist eyes and a flawless nose. Her young age didn't prevent a valley forming between her breasts. No matter how one looked at it, she was an incredible looker and enough to be praised as kingdom-toppling even if she wasn't going to be the most beautiful. Li Qie didn't mind her outburst and rubbed his chin while quipping, "I'm a person who likes girls with big breasts. Of course, a gentle nature is a win as well. Freak. Pervert. Watch how I'll deal with you to rid the world of your evil." The livid girl turned red and unleashed a barrage of punches and kicks at him. She detested hearing people talk about her modest chest the most. Okay, little girl, I'm just playing with you. Li Chia smiled and stopped her while shaking his head. Why did you come here? Why should I tell you? She gave him an annoyed side glance. Never mind, I don't want to know anyway. Li Chia shrugged with a smile. I'll make sure you know then. She wanted to go against him. I was on the way to the Dragon Demon Sea, but just a bunch of sea monsters aren't fun at all, so Godhalt seemed better. Sure enough, I found that there are many interesting things here. Li Chia joked, are you sure you didn't get lost and run to the wrong place? Her fair face suddenly revealed the truth as she angrily exclaimed, Bah! You're the one who's lost. Li Chia guessed correctly. Xiao Xiao heard that the Bone Sea was very lively, so she initially ran there to play. Alas, she didn't expect to enter the wrong coordinates into the portal, so she was directly teleported to Godhalt. She didn't seem to mind going to the wrong place and decided to have her fun on this continent by robbing people. Many cultivators fell victim to her, especially the disciples from the Spirit Abyss. She looked at him and asked, why are you here? Didn't you go show off at the Dragon Demon Sea? I heard you were being accompanied by beauties all day long. Why willingly run to Godhalt, a place where even birds don't want to lay eggs at? Oh. Jealous? He leisurely looked at her and grinned. She retorted with contempt, Bah! Stop being so narcissistic all the time, who would be jealous of you? Having grown accustomed to her fiery temper, he continued to smile. Out with it already, why are you here? Is a treasure about to appear at Godhalt? I heard there were some at the Bone Sea too, did you obtain any? She unleashed a barrage of questions. First of all, my name is not EY. Second of all, I don't know if treasures are coming out or not. She glared at him in response, if your name is not EY, what should I call you then? Li Chia laughed and replied, I suppose I don't mind you calling me husband since I've been dabbling in romance recently. Letting you have this honor is still acceptable. Bah, have you no shame? She stomped on his foot before changing her mood right away with a coquettish blink, I won't call you EY from now on. You will be Ego King instead, since all you do is act all domineering and narcissistic. Li Chia chuckled. He didn't mind what Xiao Xiao addressed him with since he only wanted to tease her. He looked into the distance and asked, is Godhalt fun? Of course, there's so much fun going on here. Her eyes twinkled as she spoke with some excitement and a hint of mystery. It was lucky that I didn't go to the Bone Sea, I would have missed out on many interesting things. You find it particularly fun because you aren't being suppressed. He commented with a smile after noticing her expressive demeanor. How do you know? She was shaken and looked at him in astonishment. You found yourself just fine, so you chose to go crazy and rob people in order to have some fun. In your mind, you can even defeat a god king in Godhalt. How does it feel being the king of bandits? He amusingly stared at the startled girl. She looked at him up and down before skeptically asking, you weren't spying on me, right? In fact, she was very puzzled the moment she arrived here. Everyone said that outsiders would be suppressed on this continent, but she was completely untouched. Moreover, she was even able to summon extremely magical and powerful trees that she couldn't in the past. After discovering this secret, Xiao Xiao grew quite excited and stayed behind to be a robber since she felt that no one here could be stronger than her. She could easily capture a god monarch alive before emptying them completely. Just like that, she became addicted to this lifestyle and didn't even spare the disciples from the Spirit Abyss. Little girl, you are being too paranoid, why would I need to spy on you? Li Chia pinched her pink cheeks and smiled, I could calculate a trivial matter like this with a single glance. Calculate? This is something that relates to my bloodline and you know about it for sure, that's why you were able to figure this out. She gave him a nasty look. He smirked at the girl without answering. However, he agreed in his mind. This was indeed related to her bloodline that contained a great secret. She stared at him and fiercely demanded, come on, what is my bloodline? In fact, her bloodline had always been a mystery. The Golden Isle had 2 tree fathers, so they understood their race very well. Alas, even the most knowledgeable ancestors failed to figure out her bloodline. Wuxia leisurely smiled and said, "You really want to know? Fine, follow me and be obedient, then you can find out." "Bah! You're trying to trick me, aren't you? I won't fall for it." She snorted and gave him the side eye. Wuxia swung his sleeve. "There's nothing I can do if you think that way, but if you believe me, I will bring you to a secret location at the Divine Tree Ridge. There, you might be able to comprehend the mysteries of your bloodline to its full extent." She remained skeptical. "Really?" He replied, "Do I need to lie to you? Remember, I could have taken you in back at the Golden Isle and your father would have been more than happy about the marriage." Chapter 14:10, Yi Xiaoxiao answered with derision, "Please, Ego King, stop thinking so highly of yourself all the time. I would rather marry a random dog or cat before you." He laughed and said, "Fine, go marry a dog then. You have a problem." She angrily gritted her teeth before stomping on his foot once more while fiercely glaring at him. Wuxia held her back with one hand and said, "Okay, little girl, play nice now. We'll go to the Divine Tree Ridge." "Let's go then, you think I'm afraid?" She hummed before escaping from his clutch. "All right, let's go." He continued forward. "What are we going to do there?" She hurriedly followed him like an inquisitive child. He smiled and replied, a little observing. Her eyes lit up right away. "Is a treasure coming out?" "Ego King, there's no way you would go to the ridge for no reason." "Who says so? I can't go there to enjoy the sceneries." He smiled mysteriously. "Bah, I will never trust your lies." She snorted and seemed to glue herself to him. Wherever he went, she would be right behind him since she wished to see his goal for going to the ridge. He smiled and continued towards his destination with Xiao Xiao right behind him. The Divine Tree Ridge was one of the 12 burial grounds, one on the same level as the Bone Sea in Heaven Spirit. However, it wasn't as dangerous as its counterpart. Some even said that outside of the Buddhist funeral plateau, the ridge was the least dangerous location. In fact, all of these burial grounds were dangerous. The ridge might appear to be safe, but that was only a veil. It was dangerous just like any of the others. The duo quickly arrived and felt the air blowing into their faces change. Newcomers would come to find that the vast aura of Godhalt came from the Divine Tree Ridge. This aura was as boundless as an ocean. More importantly, an abundance of life force could be found here. People would feel as if they were bathing in its energy at any corner of the ridge, resulting in an indescribably pleasant sensation. Regardless of how tired, weak, or old one might be, everything would be different while standing on this land. Fatigue would be swept away, the weak would become stronger, and the old would feel younger. If people didn't know that this was a burial ground, who would actually think so after coming here? Xiao Xiao stood on a peak and took a deep, relaxing breath. Her body was immersed in this life force as if she was bathing in an ocean. It was comfortable and full of vitality. Wuxia simply smiled and looked over at the village below the peak. His eyes turned quite profound. If anyone could see the place these two were standing on, they would certainly be astonished. This was a huge mountain range with rolling peaks full of lush vegetation and life. Of course, a huge mountain range with many peaks would look ordinary even when it was on a great scale. Alas, it was different here at the Divine Tree Ridge because this large mountain range was not situated on the ground but rather pinned itself to the ground. Just imagine, a mountain range that stretched for thousands or even tens of thousands of miles was lying upside down. The peaks were inserted into the ground while the base aimed straight for the sky in an unimaginable fashion. Moreover, there was more than just one mountain range like this that spanned across the Divine Tree Ridge. With this perspective in mind, the mountain ranges here looked like branches from a great tree taking root in the earth. Such a spectacular scene was out of this world and could only be found at the Divine Tree Ridge. Any cultivator who comes here would be astounded by this sight. For millions of years, people have explored the reason for this geographical layout, but no one could come up with a concrete answer. Of course, there were numerous speculations. One stated that the ridge itself was created by the fusion of a gigantic tree and the earth which resulted in this magical scene. Some didn't agree with this belief. Their version was that in an untraceable era, there was a war between immortals. In the great firmament, an immortal uprooted one mountain range after another and used them as spears against his enemies. From then on, these peaks were pinned into this place. Either way, it was impossible to draw an exact conclusion since no one could give a definitive answer. In Heaven Spirit, people said that there were three great races, the charming spirits, Tyrants, and sea demons. However, some believed that there were four, the last one being the withered. Of course, not everyone agreed with this statement. They considered the withered to not be living existences, so they couldn't be a race. The withered was a race only found in the Divine Tree Ridge and also the only one that could inhabit this land. It was unthinkable that people were living in one of the burial grounds. Of course, that was why people also considered them to be corpses. The duo went to the village beneath the previous peak. It was a fair-sized village with only around 100 people. Smoke from cooking pots was flying with chickens and dogs making their noises, a life of simplicity. Such an ordinary village could be found everywhere in Heaven Spirit. If it wasn't inhabited by the withered, then the only distinguishing factor between this particular village and the other villages would be their architecture. All the buildings here had a rough feeling. They were all made with pragmatism in mind and lacked any sort of decoration. It harkened back to the prehistoric days. All kinds of creatures back in the distant era also did the same. It was as if the withered shared the same lifestyle. They didn't understand or appreciate art and beauty, everything had to be practical in nature. What kind of race is the withered? Xiao Xiao became curious. He glanced at her and asked, "You have been here for so long but you haven't seen their transformation yet?" She asked with confusion, "What do you mean by transformation?" He smiled and replied, "That's a shame. Their transformation is a very interesting process. If we have a chance, we'll definitely go so you can see it." "What is this process? Just tell me already." She was unsatisfied and glared at him. Even though she has been here for a while, the majority of her time was spent on satiating her robbing addiction, so how could she care about other things? "I'll take you there when a chance presents itself." He smiled and continued to go down. Xiao Xiao wasn't happy, but there was nothing she could do other than to continue following him. They didn't get too far before they were stopped. It was a young cultivator and obviously a charming spirit. However, he emitted a faint radiance that differentiated him from ordinary charming spirits. It made him look somewhat saintly. "The two of you, stop!" He immediately shouted at them with an aggressive and arrogant tone. This darkened Xiao Xiao's expression. She was the golden daughter of the Isle. Normally, no one would dare to talk to her like this. Meanwhile, Li Qie grinned, the prey has come to his doorstep. Those who understood him would start quivering after seeing this smile since it meant that someone was about to be really unlucky. Unfortunately, this charming spirit didn't have a clue and maintained his overbearing attitude. "Have the two of you seen a Tyrant that looks like a monster? He is about this tall with a pair of ox eyes." He gestured to express the monster's appearance. Random dog or cat is the phrase. It also means random people or nobodies and carries contempt. The reason why I kept it in this form is so that the next sentence will make sense. Chapter 14:11. Xiao Xiao wanted to laugh at this charming spirit's description because it was her bandit appearance. Of course, she managed to restrain herself. She solemnly asked, "What about this Tyrant?" The charming spirit immediately turned serious and coldly uttered, "You don't need to ask more. If you see it, report its location to our spirit abyss at once for a reward. His attitude made the whole thing sound very forceful and unlike a type of reward. This was understandable. Who was the strongest in Godhalt? It was his lineage, the spirit abyss. More amazingly, the disciples from the spirit abyss were completely unsuppressed in Godhalt. Thus, this was their world. As for the reason why they were spared from the suppression, this remained a secret even until now. The spirit abyss would never tell an outsider. One could only speculate that this might have something to do with their bloodline. There were many charming spirit lineages in Heaven Spirit. However, not too many people would dare to claim that they had the oldest bloodline other than the spirit abyss. They even believed that they were the origin of the entire race. Of course, the majority of the other charming spirit lineages rejected this notion. They would never agree that the spirit abyss was the source of their race. Alas, numerous charming spirits did accept that the abyss was the oldest lineage. Perhaps this was the reason why Godhalt didn't suppress them and allowed their disciples to be unbridled across this land. No matter how strong one might be, there was no escaping the suppression, so they might require help from the abyss. The spirit abyss might have limited influence in the other parts of the world, but they were the tyrants in Godhalt because of this. All the other sects and experts would have to give them some sensibility. Of course, Yi Xiaoxiao didn't think so. As the favorite daughter of the Golden Isle, she simply couldn't lower her head to a disciple from the abyss. She was amused at the start, but after seeing the disciple's outrageous attitude, her expression dimmed as she coldly uttered, "Why must we report to your spirit abyss?" She had robbed a few disciples from the abyss, infuriating the entire sect. Who would dare to rob them in Godhalt? If dragons were here, they must coil, if tigers arrived, they must lie down. But now, someone dared to loom over their heads like this? How could the abyss not be angered? From then on, the master of the abyss gave the order for all disciples outside to search for this Tyrant. Moreover, any visiting cultivator upon finding the location of this person must report to the abyss as well for considerable rewards. Why? This disciple's expression turned fierce as he declared, "Those who do not report are accomplices and will be subjected to our punishment." This disciple didn't know Yi Xiaoxiao, but that wasn't important. They had grown used to being the boss at Godhalt, so it didn't matter who was visiting. All of these newcomers must tuck their tails obediently at Godhalt. Such a big tone. Xiaoxiao felt angry. This young lady has never been afraid of anyone, so she sneered, "Your abyss thinks it can punish whoever they want. You got it. In Godhalt, we make the decisions. Whoever doesn't listen is our enemy." The disciple didn't give an inch and fiercely spoke with a cold glare, "It looks like the two of you must be that Trent's accomplices. Will you submit or do I have to force you?" Yi Xiaoxiao found this astonishing. She had met many unreasonable people, but this disciple was simply outrageous. "Who says we are that Trent's accomplices?" she retorted with an angry expression. The disciple acted imperiously and glared at her, "Little girl, this must be your first time at Godhalt. Here, our abyss orders are unquestionable. If I say you are their accomplice, then it's a fact." How tyrannical. She snorted with rising rage. On the other hand, Li Qie was still nonchalant while standing there. He leisurely smiled and said, "Little girl, didn't you say you wanted to see how a wither transforms?" This disciple had been in Godhalt for a long time, so he immediately understood the implications. With a greatly changed expression, he ruthlessly said, "You ignorant fool, you actually dare to run your mouth? I will enjoy teaching you two a lesson. Let's start by breaking your legs." Having said that, he grasped towards Li Qie. This disciple was full of contempt towards these two and treated them as if they were nothing. In his eyes, Li Qie couldn't be any more ordinary while Xiaoxiao was only a little girl that couldn't reach the apex. In fact, even if these two were strong, they would be under the suppression of Godhalt, allowing the abyss disciples to slay them easily. However, Time seemed to have skipped several seconds after this disciple attacked. He didn't even touch Li Qia's sleeve before being held by the neck in the air. He couldn't move at all and had trouble breathing as his face reddened. Li Qia insipidly said, "I was going to bring the brat to see a wizard's transformation, but this is perfect since you have come along." The disciple didn't expect to have kicked an iron wall. He became both angry and frightened, yet he still resoundingly spoke, if you two dare to touch a hair of mine, our spirit abyss will definitely not let this go. Don't even think about leaving Godhalt alive, crack." He had yet to finish his spiel before his neck was wrung by Li Qia, breathing his last breath. His eyes widened in disbelief. Not even in his dreams did he think that someone would actually dare to kill an abyss disciple on Godhalt and oppose their sect. Spirit abyss? Li Qia chuckled, "It is better to start acting smart or prepare to take out your full arsenal to even stand a chance at fighting me." This disciple died a blind death. He simply didn't know the type of existence he had just provoked. "Okay, ready to watch the transformation?" Li Qia smiled. "Of course. How do they do it?" Xiao Xiao didn't mind offending the spirit abyss either. Due to the disciple's attitude, she would have taught him a lesson if Li Qia didn't. "This place is very close to the Wizard's village, so I'm sure there are seeds around." Li Qia looked around, then casually threw a corpse on the ground and smiled, "Wait and watch, something fun will come soon." He pulled Xiao Xiao to one side. The instant the body touched the ground, one could hear a strange noise. "It looks like there are a lot of seeds here." He waited with amusement while speaking to Xiao Xiao, "Watch carefully, especially the corpse's forehead." She held her breath and carefully observed the mentioned location. Pop! A very faint sound came about, like a bean maturing with its shell cracked. A seed jumped out of the bean but made virtually no sound. One wouldn't be able to hear it if they weren't carefully waiting for it. This seed jumped straight into the spot between the eyebrows of the corpse. It was incredibly small, like a sesame seed, which was why a keen observation was necessary. In a split second, this seed drilled into the forehead and disappeared. After noticing the lack of change as time passed, Xiao Xiao asked, "This is it?" He whispered, "Shu, be patient." The body actually moved a bit after he spoke. In the beginning, the fingers were slightly twitching. Next, the entire body trembled like someone having an epileptic seizure. The twitching became even more violently, as if this was a grievously ill person. Xiao Xiao found this a bit difficult to believe. If it wasn't for her seeing Li Qia crush the person to death earlier, she would have thought that he was still savable at this moment. In the end, the body arched up high and shaped itself like a bow with the chest pointing upward. Chapter 14:12. Others would fear that this body would break its spine from the current arching posture. Crack. Next was a burst of cracking sounds. However, it wasn't the eerie breaking of bones, it sounded like they were loosening by the joints. After a wave of loosening clicks like the frying of beans, the body that was lying on the ground actually started crawling. Yi Xiao Xiao almost screamed after seeing this dead body suddenly start to crawl. The more timid crowd would definitely be scared out of their minds. This wasn't a corpse monster but a type of resurrection. The dead disciple from the abyss actually came back to life. His eyes opened and looked just like a living person. Xiao Xiao admitted, "This is a little scary." Even though she had heard stories about the withered, this was her first time seeing the transformation process. Did it actually come back to life? She asked Li Qia next to her, not daring to believe this scene. "Look at his eyes." He answered, "This will tell you the answer. The eyes are the windows to the soul, a reflection of the mind." With this reminder, Xiao Xiao carefully looked at this withered's eyes. In the beginning, she failed to notice anything, but it was only a matter of time before the incongruent signs were made clear. Its pupils were different, a leafy green shade was combined with a dry yellow, resulting in a strange scene. More importantly, one would find that these eyes were like ashes with no signs of vitality, as if there was no hope or life. Is it still dead? Yi Xiaoxiao felt that although this disciple had turned into a withered, it still didn't look like a living person. That would depend on how you define life and death. Li Qiye smiled and elaborated, for the disciple himself, he's definitely dead. However, the new withered is alive. Even though its eyes are void of any life, the longer it roots itself in this body, it will be able to light up the body's vitality and the eyes will be filled with life again. He added, "Look, don't you see a little bit of life and hope there right now?" Xiao glanced over again. Sure enough, behind the ashen eyes was a sliver of life. This spark of vitality seemed insignificant, like a small tree in the middle of a desert. However, it was able to light up the eyes and brought about hope. At this time, the withered was sitting on the ground and seemed to be both confused and curious. It looked around everywhere as if it had just come to this world. Li Qiye told Xiao, "It's beginning to change." At this time, a sizzling voice came about. The withered's body began to turn into wood at certain body parts. Perhaps it was a process to grow. For example, bark seemed to be growing in several locations on its arms. At the same time, branches forked out of the muscles. It was quite bizarre to see a tree grow from a living being. Some would feel creeped out by this strange, parasitic process. Yi Xiaoxiao had to ask, could it be that those who die at the divine tree ridge turn into these withered? You can put it that way. If it isn't a very dangerous location, then one will only turn into withered after death. However, if it is indeed a dangerous place, then this might not necessarily be the case. For example, if you are slightly injured and your blood drips onto a seed, then this seed will begin a hunt as if it was your shadow. It could dig into your forehead at any moment and turn you into a withered. In the even more perilous places deeper in the ridge, these seeds could attempt to transform you even if your body is perfectly fine and quite strong. At a particular level, they could steal your body at any given time. He finished with a grin on his face. Forcibly drill into the forehead. She felt a tingling sensation on the back of her neck. He quipped, "Oh. Are you scared now? It's not too late to run back home if you are." "Humph, stop using your dog eyes to look down on others, who says I'm afraid?" She immediately glared at him, "I'm not afraid of the heaven or the earth." Li Qiye laughed. His appearance truly infuriated her, prompting a barrage of punches. She stopped a bit after and turned to look at the confused withered. "Just what is this seed? Why does it take over people's bodies?" Li Qiye explained, "There are many different theories about these seeds. Of course, the specifics aren't important. The crux of the issue is that it wishes to reproduce and survive from generation to generation." Reproduce? Isn't this incredibly simple? It can grow just like trees, doesn't that count too? Don't trees use seeds to pass on their progeny? He smiled and explained, "That's not the same. A tree is still only a tree in the end. In a stricter sense, it can't be considered a creature. At the very least, it can't have intelligence like us. These seeds want to have their own minds and become a race, they don't want to be mere plants scattered all over the world." She inquired again, "A race? Aren't trees capable of becoming a race as well? After cultivating, they could become different branches of the demon race." Li Qiye shook his head, "That would still be different. Their origin doomed them from becoming something like the demon race, so they need to become a new race completely. Their start was only an experiment, a type of change. Yes, these seeds are all part of a single experiment. Just what the heck are they then? They couldn't come out of nowhere, what is their true source?" She was full of curiosity. He smiled and winked, "I'm afraid no one can answer this question. Of course, as for your origin, maybe I will take you to solve its mystery." She glared at him and asked with suspicion, "You're not plotting against me, are you?" Despite her words, she wasn't vigilant or cautious towards him since she didn't feel that he would harm her. "Why do you keep on thinking this? If I wanted to plot against you, I would have married you and, at that time, wouldn't I be able to do whatever I want as your husband? He revealed a sinister and implicating expression. Pervert, go die. She gritted her teeth and shouted, I'll cripple you completely. Li Qie laughed after seeing her fierce appearance. At this time, the withered got up. He seemed that he still wasn't used to this body, so he staggered and fell to the ground. However, he crawled up again. He looked just like a toddler learning how to walk for the first time while tumbling about. However, he was learning very fast. It didn't take long before he adapted to their body. Even though his walking motion was still tilted and unnatural like a puppet, his pace gradually grew steady. The duo was following right after this withered as he headed for the village at the base of the mountain. Xiao Xiao curiously asked, why is it going to that village? Li Qie slowly explained, what is necessary in order to become a race? In addition to breeding, it also needs a group with their own home and civilization just like us. Otherwise, how could they become an intelligent race? The lack of civilization makes them no different from beasts. While looking at the clumsy withered, she asked, can they reproduce? It isn't that easy to become a race. What are they right now? Only the dead, really. Do you think the dead can become a real race? This is fundamentally impossible, but they still have a chance. Chapter 14:13, Yi Xiaoxiao asked, what do you mean? Li Qie slowly explained, strictly speaking, no one can create a race out of thin air. Not only is this something heaven-defying, the race will also suffer an ultimate suppression. However, things are different at the Divine Tree Ridge. Why is that? The withered might wish to start their own race, but they aren't appearing out of thin air. They require the seeds to capture the dead and use them as the base. By taking root in these corpses, they begin to create a life that belongs to them alone. Thus, these seeds can only be considered a side branch in the strictest sense. Part of their origin is related to regular trees. Because of this, they're not truly created from scratch. He paused for a bit, however, this is related to an entirely new experiment for a new race. For example, while on the verge of death, if you separate your limbs and add them to a different body and these limbs start anew and reproduce, this body can be considered a new copy of you and might use you as a reference in the future. She wondered, so in a sense, these withered are a type of puppets made from parts. One could still trace back and find their origin. Li Qie shook his head, yes and no. Even though these seeds have an origin, it didn't manipulate them. This was simply a test to see if they could live again and perhaps form a race and civilization. Their origin is only using them as a reference. As for how these withered got here in the first place, it's still highly debatable. Then will they become a race? This was the question to ask. A seed multiplying into a race was a wondrous matter. Will they be able to have their own home and civilization like the charming spirits, sea demons, and Tyrants? Li Qie watched the withered walk around and slowly said, it's difficult to say. If they can become a race, then they must successfully pass down their offspring for 3 generations or else it can't be considered a success. At least, in theory. 3 generations? What do you mean? She didn't understand. He mused a bit before answering, the first generation is the beginning, like these withered ahead. The seeds enter the body and turn them into the withered. She asked, when about the second generation then? He slowly explained, the second generation is the offspring of 2 first-generation withered and requires a very long process. First, these withered must gestate life in their own bodies. Only then would they be able to have their own life and blood and pass them on to the next generation. However, it is extremely rare to find someone who has died and is willing to reignite their flame for a progeny. His eyes turned profound at this point. She asked, they can still use a living person though, is it not possible to just take over someone alive? It's not the same. Li Qie smiled and shook his head, what you are talking about is a parasitic development, they won't have their own bodies and bloodline. The seed in a living body would be resisted by the host. Even if a withered wants to reproduce, the host's bloodline and instincts will easily kill them. Because of this, even when they drill into a living being, they must kill them first in order to transform. For example, if this kind of takeover was easy, countless god kings and immortal emperors could live on. Each cultivator has a different true fate. Even if someone else replaces your true fate with theirs, your body would still resist them. A human has 3 souls and 7 spirits by nature, such a thing can't be taken over on a whim. Because of this, do you still think a seed can truly take over a body? They must kill the host. In plain words, they treat the corpse's body as a fertilizer so that they can grow up. These are the fundamentals. You still haven't talked about the second generation. Yi Xiaoxiao was still confused. Li Qiye elaborated, this is a type of existence that is virtually impossible to see. The first generation might be able to ignite their own life force, but in the end, they still can't escape their shell that was initially a corpse. In a sense, they are still dead or someone on the verge of death. Such a status renders it nearly impossible to give birth to a new life. This probability is low enough to be ignored completely and, given the circumstances, the second generation won't be an intelligent being. From then on, they will be called tree corpses, a different type of existence. Tree corpse, she repeated the name and took a deep breath. Li Qiye nodded, yes, tree corpses are the failed offspring of the withered. However, they are very powerful. Meeting them will put you in great peril. Remember, they do not have intelligence and are just moving corpses. So what if these tree corpses give birth? He solemnly said, if the second generation can do so successfully, they will produce an existence with flesh. It means that they will have their own soul, this is the biggest difference between them and their parents. The second generation is probably the first form of a race. Of course, all of the prerequisites must be met. Then is the third generation the successful final product? Li Qiye replied, if a third generation can appear, then yes, they will be an entirely new race with their own unique characteristics. They will have escaped the constraints of the bloodline of the withered. Thus, they would be able to walk free and leave the divine tree ridge. You mean, the withered can only live at the ridge? She realized something. That's right, have you ever seen a withered anywhere else in the world? Of course not. Li Qiye smilingly said, think about it, with just some seeds and corpses, how could they survive for thousands of years? They aren't just parasites in host bodies. To a large extent, they still rely on their origin. If they leave this place, they wouldn't be able to survive for long or pass down their offspring. He chuckled at this point and said, in order to become a new bloodline, one must escape the restraints of the previous. If they can't leave the ridge, they will never become a real race. She was slightly surprised and eventually asked, has any withered gotten out before? It is still unheard of for now. In fact, for millions of years, very few second-generation withered have shown up. Li Qiye shook his head. She said, so they have no chance of being successful. Not necessarily. They can be improved until it is just right. New withered are being improved every successive generation. Li Qiye's gaze turned profound. At this time, the withered had reached the village below. Many villagers came out right away. These villagers maintained the appearances of the hosts when they were still alive. The only aspect that was different were the parts that had turned into wood or the branches growing from their flesh. Xiao wondered, what are they doing? Li Qiye slowly replied, welcoming the new member who will be admitted into the family. The new withered was a little lost and overwhelmed. However, his instinct drove him towards the villagers. A tall and mighty old man with a perfect body outside of a woodified spot between the eyebrows came out. It was difficult to tell how he was different from another person in the other locations. That person must be from the extreme Yang school, an elder-level character. Xiao Xiao took note of the uniform and waist ornaments. It seemed to be the village head as it led the rest to welcome the new withered. Be careful, they have merit laws. He smiled at her. They know how to cultivate. This took her by surprise. They have digested the traces of the host and inherited a few things from them. Li Qie explained, for example, the cultivation and memories of when they were still alive. Of course, not all of them can inherit these things, and even if they do, it would only be a fragment of the whole. The village head held the new withered's hands with a happy smile. It was difficult to imagine that these withered used to be corpses. They didn't look much different from the other races since they also had emotions. It was a bizarre and very frightening spectacle. Chapter 14:14, Li Qie walked up when this village head wanted to bring the withered into the village. The villagers were alarmed after seeing an outsider approach and didn't hide their hostility at all. He smiled and said, "Gentlemen, I am sorry to disturb your fun event, but I have to do something. My apologies." They maintained their unfriendly stares at Li Qie. Li Qie didn't mind at all and reached for the new withered. This withered naturally tried to dodge from instinct and actually used the stepping technique of the spirit abyss. However, the application was very clumsy and had 1,000 openings. How could it dodge Li Qie? It was captured right away. Roar! The village head shouted and attacked Li Qie with the wrath of a lion. Its speed was amazing and tore through the wind. This was a great technique from the extreme Yang school. I want to catch you too. He smiled and immediately suppressed the village head with a single palm. Despite the extraordinary move, it was still no match for Li Qie and was subdued. Roar! The rest of the villagers screamed and had furious expressions. All of them launched themselves at him. Li Qie didn't give them a second glance and casually pointed forward. In the blink of an eye, space quarantine emerged. They looked like they were very close to him, but their space was isolated and couldn't close the distance. Clank! In a split second, Li Qie used laws to pin both the new withered and the village head to a tree. He summoned the myriad heavenly cauldron and created a knife made out of fire that he then used to cut up the two withered. What are you doing? The dissection was so grotesque that Yi Xiao Xiao couldn't bear to watch any longer. This didn't mean that she was a coward. In fact, she had been trained in this regard before as a member of the Golden Isle. She definitely had no fear of death or murder, let alone the sight of blood. However, Li Qie's mastery of the knife left her in fear. Not only was each cut accurate, they were exquisite and refined. It looked like he had dissected living beings of other races before. With the knife in his hand, he gave off the sensation that he was a great butcher. His mastery of the knife was perfect and would instill chills in any spectator that were to watch, letting them catch a whiff of the carnage. In fact, Xiao Xiao's instinct was on point. Throughout the long years, Li Qie has indeed done things like this, especially on the ancient Ming. He experimented on the ancient Ming with the immortal skeleton inch by inch. He quickly opened their skulls with his perfect technique. He started slicing from the forehead, and when he reached the skull, no harm was done to the muscles. What was even more terrifying was that after a section of their skulls were cut off, they were still alive without showing any hint of pain. They were still blinking like before. Li Qie carefully looked at the insides. After a while, he smiled and told Xiao Xiao, "Do you see what is missing here?" Xiao Xiao didn't want to look at all. Even though blood didn't even come out from this dissection, its stench was still present in her mind. She had to take a look after being asked and resulted in her taking a deep breath. Both the village head and the new withered had something growing inside their skulls. It was a plant that looked like a ginseng with roots. The most bizarre part was that this ginseng had eyes just like a person. Such a creature was taking root inside the brain of these two as if its roots also grew to the joints of the body. What is this? She felt nauseous after seeing the ginseng. You can consider it the soul of a withered, something similar to our true fate. Li Chia chuckled, the body is only a physical entity, the most important aspect to us is the true fate. What's the difference between them? She didn't have a strong understanding of this particular subject. In fact, few people were privy to this knowledge. Li Chia only knew because he had always been paying attention to the withered. Each time he came here, he would dissect these withered for a bit. There is a big difference. In my eyes, a remarkable improvement has been made in the last 1 or 2 generations. Li Chia smiled and explained, look, the village head's soul clearly grew all the way to every part of the body from instinct. Meanwhile, this new withered is different. Even though it is still trying to grow to the rest of the body, it is mainly situated in the brain, very similar to our 3 souls and 7 spirits. Their souls are improving and can eventually become something like ours. After this explanation, Xiao Xiao finally saw the difference between the two. What's the significance behind this? She asked while looking at the ginsengs growing in their heads. It means that success is near. Li Chia spoke with certainty, if they can become like us with 3 souls and 7 spirits, a true fate, then it would be a perfect transformation. He gazed towards the distance and continued, I don't know whether they can be successful or not and I might not be able to see it, but that day will surely come. What day? She was puzzled. He smiled in response, heaven spirit's disaster or blessing, hard to say. What kind of disaster? She grew curious as she never heard about this in the past. He shook his head, you don't need to know. You will follow me in the future, so you won't see it either. Bah, who wants to go with you? She grumpily glared at him. Li Chia leisurely smiled and created a fiery string from his cauldron in order to stitch up the open skulls. His actions so far have incited the wrath of the villagers. They howled and wanted to attack him, but Li Chia's space quarantine rendered them unable to do so. Even if he was only an inch away from them, their attacks could only hit thin air. After the stitching job was finished, not even a mark could be seen on the skulls. It was as if nothing had happened. You deviant, don't tell me you do this quite often. She couldn't help but ask after seeing his skillful method. You're right, the number of those I have dissected might not reach 1 million, but it would be at least 800,000. He grinned. Ugh. She made a disgusted face and exclaimed, stay away from me, I'm sure you must have a perverted mindset. Li Chia laughed and let go of the new withered and village head, sorry for the trouble, forgive me. I'll be taking my leave now. Xiao Xiao had no words for his current attitude. Being respectful after opening their skulls, this was simply too unreasonable. Li Chia coolly left before the withered could react. Even though Xiao Xiao told him to stay away, she quickly gave chase after him. The villagers were extremely excited to see that the duo was fine despite their vacant stares and quickly took them inside the village. Xiao Xiao and Li Chia walked on. Along the way, they saw many villages and even small towns. They were all created and occupied by the withered. Moreover, these beings more or less inherited some memories, instincts, and even merit laws from their hosts. Because of this, powerful withered presided over the positions of the village heads and town lords. As they moved forward, Xiao Xiao even saw an extremely powerful town lord with the power of a virtuous paragon. This was because the host used to be an amazing god monarch. After seeing this withered, she commented, many experts died in the Divine Tree Ridge. I heard even god kings died here. If all of them become withered and gather, wouldn't that be quite a frightening force? The strength of their former bodies isn't why they're scary. Them being able to rely on the ridge itself is the most powerful force. Li Chia flatly responded, in fact, the withered aren't evil, they just want to survive. Even though they don't mingle with other creatures and even deny cultivators from integrating with them, they do not attack people under ordinary circumstances. The scary beings are the tree corpses. They are even stronger than the withered and have greater numbers as well. Tree corpses. Aren't they the offspring of the withered? How come this failed generation doesn't live together with their parents? She was a bit stunned. No, they do not live together. Li Qie gently shook his head. If a withered is a near dead, then the tree corpses are truly dead beings. The dead and the near dead won't live together, so the tree corpses stay together far away from the withered. She asked, how come we haven't seen any yet? No rush, we'll see them soon. He chuckled, at that point, you will see many, many tree corpses. If you go close to them, they will attack you first. Chapter 14-15, the duo continued their journey at a relaxed pace. Li Qie seemed to be measuring the area during the trip. What was even stranger was that he looked to be refining this place. Each of his steps aimed to leave behind an imprint. He also took his time observing every village and town that had the withered. After having to stop by each village and city, she eventually asked, Ego King, why are you researching? What is your goal? What goal? I'm just researching. Li Qie casually smiled. In fact, the withered are great references. From nothing to something, they are seeds that will give birth to a race. Even though they have all kinds of deficiencies and shortcomings, there is a lot of value in studying them. And then? She was still puzzled. In fact, most cultivators wouldn't care about this issue even if they knew that the withered started from seedlings. The majority of them would worry about how to obtain treasures or how to cultivate certain merit laws. Thus, who would care about this trivial matter of the withered and their origin? It's nothing. Li Qie smiled, just an interesting and valuable reference for the start of a race. What experience they need, how to change, this information is all priceless. They start by borrowing a body, so there is a huge issue right away. However, after transforming and changing, they become something unimaginable. Such a shift requires millions of years that cannot be exchanged. He became solemn as he went on. Humans and Tyrants don't have the same strange origin as the withered. After all, the withered weren't blessed by the heavens like the other races, especially the charming spirits. The other races were born and relied on the world. In contrast, the withered are not protected by the world and not loved, so they have no choice but to be born with this strange method. Nevertheless, from birth to forming groups, a gradual process of becoming a race, this is all interesting and worth exploring. He sighed at this point. It sounds like you are trying to create a race. Her demeanor shifted while looking at him. Despite her tender age, she was still from a tree father's lineage and understood the significance of this unbelievable task. Like Li Qie had said in the past, creating life is the business of the high heavens. If he could accomplish this task, it would be simply terrifying. Not even immortal emperors have accomplished this. Who says I want to create a race? Li Qie gently shook his head. I only want to understand the world a bit more. As a frog at the bottom of a well, I want to understand what the damned heavens is thinking by exploring the creation of the withered. Such casual words would cause others to be astonished. Her knowledge far exceeded ordinary cultivators, so she realized something after hearing this. Understanding the thoughts of the damned heavens. Such a nonchalant remark was more than enough to shock others. Just think about it, how many cultivators would try to do so? This has exceeded their scope of comprehension. Only characters that have reached the emperor level would ponder about this issue. Trying to understand the heavens. What are you thinking? Do you want to replace it? Her eyes widened in disbelief. Who says that I want to replace it? Li Qie smiled. What's so good about being the villainous heavens? An ultimate state of indifference is nothing pleasant. However, some tasks need to be explored and accomplished in the end. No one could see through Li Qie's unfathomable eyes at this time. There were many towns and villages along the way. However, they were antagonistic towards outsiders and refused to allow any integration. Of course, there were exceptions, such as the Divine Tree Citadel. This city accepted everyone, even outsiders. It permitted all-inclusive trading as well. At the same time, this was the largest establishment of the Withered and one of the largest cities in all of Godhalt. It was built at the intersection of two mountain ranges. If one could see the city with their own eyes, they would definitely be shocked by the spectacle. This place had two mountains pierced into the earth and crossed each other all the way to the sky. The city itself was built in this intersection by the Withered, so it was hanging spectacularly in the air. Yi Xiaoxiao grew excited at the sight of the city and cultivators coming and going, so the Divine Tree Citadel is built here. I had always thought that it would be on the ground. Li Qiye smiled and brought her to climb along the mountain range. There were a few Withered heading for the city along the way as well. Xiaoxiao asked Li Qiye, why do the Withered here interact with outsiders and even trade with them? Up until now, she had always asked Li Qiye whenever a question came up. She found that he knew much more than the ancestors of her sect. He smiled. This is a process that a race must go through to advance from a low to high-level civilization. Village to town to a great city. For these Withered, the small villages are for recently transformed Withered. Once they are independent, they can head to a town or even a big city like this one. How can one become a true race without trading and interacting with others? For example, even if they could stay independent like the charming spirit and human sects, they would still choose to communicate with others. This is a necessity in order to grow stronger. She nodded repeatedly while listening to Li Qiye. After all, she was still too young and, despite her vast knowledge, she couldn't grasp all of it and the topic he was commenting on. Eventually, they arrived outside of the city gates. There was a great tree protecting this citadel. It towered all the way into the sky with four extremely old roots supporting the base. Each root guarded one of the entrances. When looking upward, an old face could be seen on the tree. It looked very benevolent and had a long, gray beard. Its features were friendly just like a neighboring grandpa. At this moment, its eyes were closed as if sleeping. She felt inquisitive and asked, "What is that? Another Withered?" Yes and no. It can be said to be a Withered but also something else entirely. It is the city lord of this place as well as the divine guardian of the Withered. He smiled. They have a divine guardian too? She was surprised by this revelation. It's unique. The other Withered all transformed from corpses. Before becoming a divine guardian, it was already famous and was referred to by others as the Terminus Divine Ancestor. Its prestige once deterred the rest of the world. Terminus Divine Ancestor. Despite not knowing this Withered ahead, she was all too familiar with the name Terminus after hearing it many times in the past. She asked with astonishment, "Isn't this one of the most powerful geniuses during the generation of the Golden Bamboo Ancestor?" She knew this name very well because Terminus used to be the strongest rival of her own ancestor, the Golden Bamboo Ancestor. Even though Terminus couldn't become a tree father in the end, their illustrious achievements still shone across the 9 worlds. Since she grew up in the Golden Isle, she had heard of the progenitors' tales, hence her familiarity with the name Terminus. Yes, that's the Terminus Divine Ancestor, your progenitor's rival. Li Qiye smiled. After failing to become a tree father, he voluntarily merged with a seed here at the ridge. The most incredible part of this whole thing was that he stayed alive after fusing with one. Ultimately, he took root here and became the guardian of the Withered and this city. Chapter 14:16. It has been a long time since someone has mentioned that name. The moment Li Qiye finished speaking, the old face on the tree opened its eyes and smiled. Yi Xiaoxiao stared at this strangely fitting face on the tree and curiously asked, "What is the feeling of the seeds taking root inside you? Do you feel like a puppet?" "No, I'm not a puppet." He kindly smiled like a grandpa next door, "I'm only another experiment." As for the feeling, it feels pretty good, like leaves returning to the earth. People will have to die in the end, but as for where and how, the choice is different for each individual. So you chose to stay in this place? Xiao Xiao curiously perused the ancestor. For Tyrants, only the tree fathers would be able to take root in the earth. However, Terminus' current status was quite strange. He accomplished this magical task without being a tree father. Yes. Despite being a famous character, he was still talkative like an old man. There is nothing bad about this place. At the very least, it gives me the feeling of being at home. People will inevitably feel nostalgic. Li Qiye only smiled after hearing this. Of course, the situation wasn't as simple as the ancestor made it out to be. There were other reasons for him to make this choice. Young lass, you must be the descendant of the golden bamboo ancestor. I didn't expect to see a friend's descendant after so many years. The ancestor carefully looked at Yi Xiaoxiao before smiling. A friend's descendant? Xiaoxiao blinked doubtfully and asked, it should be a rival's descendant. You won't attack me because of this, right? The ancestor loudly laughed in response, lass, there are some things that are different from how the descendants imagine them to be. Yes, your ancestor and I used to be rivals for the tree father's position. However, you juniors might not know that we were also good friends who were together all the time. He sentimentally sighed after saying this. Despite the passing of the years, he still remembered the world he had left as he continued to nearly forget about many things. When this topic was brought up today, he recalled his youthful passion in the past, his heroic and fiery demeanor that soared to the sky. Xiaoxiao charmingly smiled, really? I don't need to lie to you. Terminus spoke while staring at her before being astounded, lass, your bloodline, what about my bloodline? She felt a bit happy after noticing that she might have found some clues and hurriedly asked, do you know my bloodline's origin? The ancestors from the Golden Isle had always been confused about the origin of her bloodline. They knew that it was very precious, but they couldn't pinpoint the exact reason. But now, Terminus was able to see some clues, making her quite elated. Perhaps he could dispel the mysteries of her blood. He looked at her for a while before slowly answering, your bloodline is extremely ancient. If your ancestors were still alive, they would be very excited. After hearing his insightful response, she quickly asked, what bloodline is it and how is it useful? He looked at her and pondered for a bit before replying, I'm not too certain of your bloodline since I have never seen such an ancient one, but I know there is a place like that indeed exists, but it depends on who brings her along. Li Qiye leisurely spoke before Terminus could finish. This prompted the old tree to take another look at Li Qiye with a glint of surprise in his eyes. Anyone else aware of Terminus' identity would be scared out of their mind if they had to meet this gaze. However, Li Qiye was completely unperturbed and stood there with a smile on his face. After taking a good look at him, Terminus' eyes suddenly changed. He stopped looking and fell into silence. Yi Xiaoxiao, on the other hand, felt excited again and asked the ancestor, what place? Terminus awkwardly laughed, well, I have only heard about this legend. Alas, I am rooted here and cannot leave so I can't take you there. The young noble next to you, I'm sure that he can take you there instead. She couldn't help but glance at Li Qiye then back at Terminus after hearing this strange response. She then showed a fiery glare while placing both hands on her slender waist and said, Ego King, did you do something bad again? Humph. You must have done something behind my back. Li Qiye only leisurely responded, something bad? I didn't do anything suspicious at all. Humph, you're still denying it. Earlier, he clearly wanted to tell me about a place, but now he's all quiet. Who else but you could have caused the mischief? Tell the truth right now, what are you trying to do? She gave him an ugly stare. Despite her young age, she was far from being stupid and understood that there was a reason for the sudden change in Terminus' attitude. Li Qiye nonchalantly smiled, whatever you think then, but just know that you are wrongfully accusing a good person. Who is the Terminus divine ancestor? He took root here and isn't afraid of anyone. Will he actually change his tone just because of a junior like me? I can't believe that you are suspecting a kind-hearted man like me. Is there no justice in this world? Although Xiaoxiao felt that Li Qiye was up to no good, she carefully thought about it again and felt that her suspicion was without base. Terminus was the rival of her progenitor and couldn't possibly be afraid of a young junior like Wuxia. He noticed her hesitation and laughed while patting her shoulder. Okay, little girl, you are viewing my kindness as malice. If you think I have ulterior motives, then you can stay and talk to the ancestor. Sigh, my feelings are so hurt. Having said that, he turned around to leave. Alright, Ego King. I know I'm wrong, why are you in such a hurry to leave? She thought that she was wrongfully accusing him and quickly gave chase. He stopped and looked at her with a grin on his face before pinching her nose, changing after knowing that you are wrong, good kid. She gave him the side glance and a kick as well before assuming her usual powerful posture. Bah, don't take a mile after I give you an inch. Ego King, I'll follow you around, but you need to bring me to the place you mentioned earlier. She was talking about the place Terminus brought up. In fact, she had no clue as to where or what it was, but her intuition told her that it was very important to her. Wuxia chuckled, of course, why else would I be taking you to the ridge? However, we're not in a rush right now. I'll take you when the time is right. After gaining some ground, Xiao Xiao felt quite content and proud. She smugly raised her delicate chin towards Wuxia and said, "Humph, that's more like it." Her arrogant demeanor amused him. We should go in now. Grandpa, see you later. Xiao Xiao waved towards Terminus. Despite her fiery temperament, she still had a cute side. Terminus revealed a kind smile and took down a green branch to give to Xiao Xiao. You can come to the Divine Tree Ridge and play whenever you want. Also, if there's any trouble, just let me know. Okay. She didn't think much of it and casually accepted the branch. She naturally didn't know of its importance. As the divine guardian of the withered and this city, his branch would allow for Xiao Xiao to travel unhindered. It guaranteed her safety in many locations in this burial ground. Wuxia only chuckled and brought her inside the city. Terminus couldn't help but ask before these two left, "Young noble, how long will you be staying here?" Wuxia leisurely responded, "Well, I haven't thought about that just yet. I'm here to see a person, I wonder if they are still in this world. If possible, I would like you to help me arrange a meeting. If I am satisfied, I will leave immediately." Terminus shut his mouth again after hearing this. Wuxia laughed and finally walked into the city with Xiao Xiao. Meanwhile, Terminus watched the two and murmured, "Such a magnificent bloodline, it looks like the Golden Geezer has his successor." He sighed with emotion after saying this. Chapter 14-17. Even though he wasn't completely sure of Yi Xiao Xiao's bloodline, he could still tell that it was absolutely marvelous. If it was any other occasion, he would definitely try to guide her. Alas, today wasn't his day because he understood that she had been chosen by someone else. Even if he was stronger, he still wouldn't dare to try and steal her away. Terminus was an existence untouchable by even immortal emperors since he was rooted at the Divine Tree Ridge. However, he was aware that the most terrifying existence in this world wasn't an immortal emperor. Their wrath didn't make all others tremble. He knew a bit about the darkness. This was a horrifying secret only privy to characters of his level. The more one was exposed to this type of secret, the more they understood about the inviolable taboo of this world. Because of this, despite knowing full well of her great bloodline, he still didn't dare to teach her. Terminus murmured, "I hope Heaven's spirit will be peaceful for a bit longer. A few people better start praying. Sigh, those who are blind might face a genocide." In fact, he hoped that a few things would end quickly. Although the Divine Tree Ridge was one of the 12 burial grounds, it wasn't a threat to everyone. A few people would consider these burial grounds to be a treasure trove. For example, the legendary Dark Hand. Xiao Xiao was full of curiosity from the novelty of visiting the citadel for the first time. She looked around constantly and found that this city hanging in the sky wasn't much different from the other cities in Heaven's spirit. Even though the buildings and mansions here weren't exquisite, they were much better than the rough structures back at the villages. Moreover, the numerous withered here weren't too different from the other races. They lived ordinary lives in this city. However, the withered here were actually very skilled at conducting business. One wouldn't be able to tell that they were a new race at all compared to the other races. The withered at the Divine Tree Citadel seem much smarter than the ones back at the villages. They can do anything. Xiao Xiao carefully observed them. Their speech was also excellent relative to the other races. The duo had been to many villages before, but the withered there simply didn't speak. Even if they could, only simple sentences came out. The ones here spoke in a very pleasant manner without any impediment. Li Qie answered, "It's pretty normal. The rebirth and transformation require some time for adaptation, and how long depends on the individual's talents. For example, when we are born, none of us could talk. The next development is a personal one based on the latent potential which could yield different results." They casually strolled through the many stores at the Citadel. The owners were all withered, selling all types of goods. The most common commodities were spirit pills and grasses. Xiao Xiao noticed this and asked, "Why are alchemy ingredients the most popular here? Is it because the Divine Tree Ridge has them in abundance?" "That's one of the reasons." He smiled. "There is another one, the withered are gifted at finding these materials, quite an extraordinary talent indeed. Moreover, there are also many tree corpses here." "What do the tree corpses have to do with this?" She was puzzled. The tree corpses travel in packs and like to live near alchemy ingredients. Their numbers are often proportionate, so that's why there are corpse nests and lairs around here. He paused a moment before continuing. Despite the tree corpses being failed creations, the withered are still their parents, so they can easily find these tree corpses. From this, it is easy to understand why the withered can also find alchemy ingredients at the ridge better than anyone else. So that's the case. It dawned on Xiao Xiao right away after hearing the explanation. Of course, alchemy ingredients weren't the only items for trade at the Citadel. Some withered even sold weapons, but they were in the minority. Can the withered cultivate? This question came up since Xiao Xiao saw some stores specialized in selling merit laws. It's hard to say. Li Qie understood why she thought so. In fact, each generation, these withered are improving themselves, so the question regarding cultivation is still quite mystifying. They transformed by borrowing someone else's corpse, so the seals and traces of their host are still there. For example, they can remember a few merit laws and techniques. He continued the explanation as they walked around the different shops. These merit laws are collected in different manners. Some are from old memories, so despite the quantity, most are imperfect and incomplete. They might be useful for the withered, but if cultivators try to train with them, it will inadvertently lead to chi deviation. Xiao Xiao was slightly dazzled by how big the citadel was. She found it much more interesting than the other places. In fact, Li Qie and Xiao Xiao weren't the only two cultivators present in the city, there were other cultivators around. Some came from the spirit abyss while others from all other the world. There was no lack of experts. Outside of coming to satiate their curiosity, they also wanted to buy some alchemy ingredients. As a burial ground, the ridge was full of medicines and grasses. Some even believed that this place had immortal medicines. Without a doubt, the market for alchemy was among the best across all of Heaven Spirit. Although the withered weren't especially powerful and lacked resources compared to imperial lineages and sea god inheritances, no one dared to cause trouble in the citadel. Everyone obeyed the rules for trading. After all, Terminus was the divine protector in this place. To cause trouble here was equivalent to courting death. It was such an unwise move that even the spirit abyss would behave despite being able to do whatever they wanted in the rest of Godhalt. Li Qie purposefully observed the city. Because of this, they didn't only wander around but also looked for a place to stay so that he could peruse the withered. In fact, across the long years, whenever he came to Heaven Spirit, he would visit the Divine Tree Ridge in order to make a comprehensive record of his analysis. He found them worth researching, unlike the other cultivators. Originally, creation was a matter left for the high heavens, but due to all sorts of reasons, the Divine Tree Ridge caused a new race to come into being. Even though this race had all kinds of flaws and wasn't protected by the heaven and earth like humans or charming spirits, they continued to live on and have survived for generations. So far, they still haven't fully developed a third-generation withered and couldn't escape the constraints of their bloodline, thus being unable to leave the ridge. However, in each of his records, Li Qiye found immense changes with an inclination towards improvement. With ample time, a third generation would eventually appear. On that monumental day, an entirely new race would be born. They would no longer be withered but something entirely new that wouldn't be inferior to the other races. It was completely unfathomable that something like this could happen without the involvement of the heavens. Therefore, these records of the withered would help Li Qiye understand the mysteries of life. Moreover, he knew one more thing. If the third generation could successfully appear, a shift will occur within the ridge that shatters the balance of heaven's spirit, helping it gain an advantage over the maelstrom and the bone sea. Xiao Xiao noticed that he had been studying in the last few days, so she smiled and asked, "Don't tell me you want to capture a withered for research." Chapter 14:18, Li Qiye smiled and shook his head towards Yi Xiao Xiao. "There's not much value in capturing one for research right now. They are a gregarious race, so I must study them as a whole." She cried, "Why are you so interested in these withered? It's not like you can create a new race. And even if you could, it takes a long time for them to multiply. For instance, these withered took many generations, you simply can't wait until that day." Li Qiye only smiled without answering. She was too young to understand his purpose. Plus, there was no need for her to face this problem. They walked around for several more days while Li Qiye carried on his research of the withered instead of worrying about alchemy or treasures. Today, they stopped at a wizard's restaurant to rest. There were a few cultivators from all over the world in groups of 3 or 5 chatting it up. Li Qiye sat by a window and had fun watching the waiters, bartenders, and manager being quite busy. In fact, there was nothing worth watching here. Such a common restaurant could be found anywhere in heaven's spirit, nothing stood out in particular about this restaurant. In spite of this, he relished this observation session as if there was something going on in the background. A cultivator suddenly ran in and told the members at a table, "Let's go." First brother and the others found a corpse lair. These cultivators quickly paid and left. The other people here suddenly grew excited as well. A corpse lair. One of the excited cultivators blurted, "There must be valuable alchemy ingredients there. We'll go too." He also paid and left with his crew. In just a short moment, the cultivators here left one after another. The majority of the visitors came for materials, so when someone finds a lair, it meant that there must be incredible spirit ingredients there. Xiao Xiao naturally felt excited and quickly asked Li Qiye, "Should we go take a look too?" She had never seen a tree corpse or a lair before, so her inquisitive nature went into full play. "Fine, let's go then." Li Qiye smiled and paid the bill. The lair was found in a valley not far from the citadel. It was quite deep with old vines and pillaring trees resulting in a verdant scene. No one had a panoramic view of the valley due to the abundance of vegetation blocking their sight. Many cultivators were already here when the duo arrived. They stood right at the entrance while gazing inside. Many groups of tree corpses were entering as well, coming from some unknown direction. They looked like different groups going to a party since it was clear that they didn't come from the same place. Tree corpses weren't that different from the first generation withered. The majority had human forms with some wooden parts. Of course, there was a clear distinction. A tree corpse's wooden parts were natural, unlike the withered that have undergone a change from flesh to wood. For example, a withered's wooden arm looked very stiff, as if it had been embedded and not something that was a part of its body. This wasn't the case for tree corpses. Their wooden arms looked just like growing branches, full of life and very natural. Xiao Xiao thought of a particular question and asked Li Qiye while watching the groups of corpses enter the valley, what are the differences between tree corpses and second-generation withered? Nothing in terms of appearance. Li Qiye answered, tree corpses might be dead, but from another perspective, they aren't really corpses. Their bodies still have a hint of life in them. Of course, it is easy to distinguish a second-generation withered and a tree corpse. Look at their eyes, the ones without life belong to the tree corpses. With his reminder, she carefully looked and found that the eyes of the tree corpses were different. They were hollow as if nothing was there, a pair of eyes engulfed by death energy. Logically speaking, only corpses would have this type of energy. She murmured while watching, they don't have a soul. She had never seen a second-generation withered before. After all, the probability of meeting one was exceeding low in the Divine Tree Ridge. Moreover, rumor has it that these second-generation withered were heavily protected, so outsiders couldn't see them. Yes, they don't have a soul. Li Qiye nodded, people say that the eyes are windows to the mind. One just needs to look at the eyes to see if a soul is present. For example, why is it that animated skeletons have red eyes? That's their soul flame. Tree corpses might have a body that isn't too different from the other races. The issue is that they do not have souls. Without souls, there is no need to talk about bloodlines and reproduction, they are only moving corpses. She had to ask, why are they born with a body but no soul? Li Qiye smiled, they owe both success and failure to the first-generation withered. These first-generation withered are born from corpses due to the seeds taking root in the brain that eventually turns into a soul. Despite possessing this type of soul, they still can't be considered a complete form of life, they're merely a near-dead existence. Because of this, the odds of producing offspring with souls are negligible. She contemplated and had a better understanding of how the withered handle birth and transformations. It made it clear just how difficult it was to start a new race. The same phrase applies, life creation is the business of the heavens. It is impossible to create life just by creating a body. Like many cultivators, a body can be rebuilt, but if the true fate is destroyed, that will be certain death. One would have nothing without their true fate since it is impossible to rebuild because they're not the heavens. There is no way to reshape the true fate because this is something that belongs to the realm of life creation. Li Qiye had a rare, solemn expression. Yi Xiaoxiao quietly listened while nodding her head. It was a bit too early for her to think about this topic. Normally, only characters of the immortal emperor level would muse this question. Strange. Li Qiye murmured while looking at the corpse groups entering the valley. Her wits returned from contemplation and she curiously asked, what's the matter? He stared at the valley and replied, this place probably isn't a lair. Why? Don't tree corpses like to gather? There are many running here at the moment, so this should be their lair, right? Li Qiye gently shook his head, no, tree corpses are different from the withered. They are the favorite children of the Divine Tree Ridge and can take root anywhere here even without souls. They are infinitely connected to the ridge, so they can stay in their lair forever without coming out, unless someone attacks them. Once a lair is formed, the members could stay there until death. This is one of the reasons why lairs are so difficult to find. Under normal circumstances, tree corpses won't leave their lairs unless the lairs are destroyed or are under heavy attack. But now, this many are coming to this valley, this is indeed a bit strange. He began to speculate after seeing this. Chapter 14:19, maybe another lair was destroyed and the lucky survivors are moving to this one. Xiao Xiao speculated after hearing him. He smiled and shook his head, a corpse lair can't be found so easily. Plus, it is virtually impossible for one to be breached, let alone destroyed. Unless it is a powerful legion of an emperor, even an ordinary imperial lineage wouldn't be able to attack a large number of lairs in the Divine Tree Ridge. With a flash in her eyes, she thought of another possibility and excitedly spoke, "Didn't you say corpses like to be around alchemy ingredients? Maybe there is an immortal medicine inside this valley. You wish." He played with her little nose and said, "Even if the ridge has immortal medicines, they don't want to live with the corpses. Plus, even when it is a willing cohabitation, these medicines would be occupied by extremely powerful tree corpses, the others can't have any part in it. Then why are there so many running here?" She felt disappointed after Wuxia poured a bucket of cold water over her idea. "Wait and see. Look, people are attacking right now. Let's watch to see how they will die." He chuckled while looking at the valley. In fact, many cultivators that were waiting outside were very curious about the large number of tree corpses gathering here. Some had the same idea as Yi Xiao and blurted, "There might be an immortal medicine in there that is attracting all of these corpses." Immortal medicine. Everyone became spirited after realizing this possibility. Next, their eyes lit up with unrestrainable excitement and even greed. Saliva was on the verge of dripping down. One cultivator swallowed and said, "There's a high chance for an immortal medicine to be here. Why else would all of these corpses come here? If it really is an immortal medicine, then we're about to be rich. Kill our way in." A different group reacted faster and immediately took action to beat the others inside. Kill. The others saw that group take the initiative and didn't want to be outdone. They roared and rushed in as well. Kill them all. The ambushing cultivators outside of the valley chose a direct attack and issued battle cries. Everyone scrambled inside, unwilling to be the last one in. An immortal medicine was too tempting for any cultivator. They would be instantly rich and on the rise after obtaining one. Whoosh! 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 Long roots suddenly shot out from the ground like snakes. Some also flew out like arrows. The tree corpses have finally attacked. These were formidable attacks with a power that shouldn't be underestimated. As Wuxia had said before, even though tree corpses were soulless, they were the favorite children at the divine tree ridge and had been granted protection. Despite the lack of cultivation, they were still instinctively powerful. Ah! A burst of screams resounded shortly after. Some cultivators were pierced by the vines and dragged into the ground with seeds entering their foreheads. Kill them. A few people noticed that their companions were being invaded by the seeds and were about to transform into withered. They shouted in horror and quickly destroyed the corpses. Ah! Many seeds the size of sesame seeds sprung out from the ground. Some cultivators' blood fell onto these seeds, causing them to immediately shoot for the forehead. The cultivators couldn't dodge in time and were immediately infected. One cultivator fell to the ground and convulsed as cracking sounds came from all over his body. At the same time, his scream before death echoed across the valley, instilling fear into all the shuddering listeners. This is horrible. Xiao was startled to see a living cultivator being infected then killed. Wuxia didn't find this surprising at all and insipidly explained, "Locations with a lot of tree corpses will have more seeds. These seeds will be much stronger and ferocious. On the other hand, the seeds near the locations of the withered won't attack people. They would wait until you are dead before drilling into your forehead." Whoosh! 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 The sizzling of fire came about. A tree corpse actually spewed out a blazing flame towards the cultivator. Some of them used fire while others preferred ice for an assault. Some cultivators were frozen completely. Xiao was a bit dumbfounded to see this and asked Wuxia, "Didn't you say the tree corpses don't cultivate? Aren't they using merit laws right now?" "No, this is just part of their nature." Wuxia shook his head, "They were born with these types of fire and ice." "How can that be?" She was stunned again. If a cultivator could be born with these natural gifts, wouldn't they be exceedingly powerful in the future? This is all thanks to their parents. Wuxia elaborated, the marks of the living cultivators still remain after the transformation process of the first generation. For example, when the corpse was alive, they might have cultivated an ice art. Because of this, when the first generation took over, they would pass on the mark of this cultivator to the second generation, allowing them to have this innate gift of ice. So it's like that. She murmured, doesn't that mean a successful second generation capable of cultivating would be immensely powerful? He flatly responded, definitely, but it is also bad in a sense. All in all, the cons outweigh the pros. There's no need to be envious, such innate gifts aren't necessarily a good thing. Why not? She found this surprising. It is precisely because the first generation carries the mark of the host that the second generation can't be successful. He explained, even a successful second generation with a soul and natural gift of ice has a negative prospect. This is because these are marks that belong to a different race, not the withered. To a certain extent, it reduces the intelligence of these second generations. He paused for a bit before continuing, at the same time, due to these foreign marks, even if the second generation could cultivate, they would be alienated from the Tao. Their foundation at the start is too convoluted and needlessly complicated, making it easy for them to suffer qi deviation. Li Qiye had studied the withered from one generation to another. He had absolute authority in this field, no one in the 9 worlds understood this race more than him. But there are the same as interracial marriages in heaven spirit. Yi Xiaoxiao asked, there are no problems there. Sometimes, the bloodlines would become even more powerful. For example, charming spirits and humans would allow for an easier reproduction of the spirit's bloodline. That's a different scenario. Li Qiye shook his head, the marriage between those two races is a type of bloodline fusion. Meanwhile, the first generation relies on corpses to come into being. They can't fuse with marks from other races. Because of this, the remnant marks do not belong to them, so they can't integrate it into their own blood. Ah, I see. Her understanding of the withered grew deeper after this explanation. Ah! More screams echoed across the valley. At this time, the battle has come to an end. This group of cultivators overestimated their abilities and were wiped out before being able to penetrate the valley. All of them were turned into first-generation withered after death. Let's go inside now. Li Qiye chuckled after seeing this scene and said, we'll take a look at what they are doing. In the blink of an eye, the duo went inside and was immediately met with aggression from the tree corpses. Xiao couldn't help but say, should I prepare or something? It would be bad if a seed drills into my forehead. She felt nauseous after recalling the scene of a living person turning into a withered. Li Qiye laughed and replied, don't worry, even the most powerful seed wouldn't dare to touch you since you have the supreme bloodline. You are completely untouchable at the divine tree ridge. Your blood will absolutely crush them. Chapter 1420, Xiao stared at him and demanded, what is my bloodline? You surely know the answer, just tell me already. Li Qiye only responded with a smile, it's not that I don't want to tell you, but the time isn't ripe. After a couple more days, I'll take you to a place. At that time, you will find out your bloodline even if I don't say anything. A few things can't be expressed with words, you will need to feel it. Having said that, he pointed at his heart. Only with that will you be able to know what your bloodline is as well as its true mysteries. Otherwise, you won't be able to understand what your bloodline is carrying even if I speak 1,000 or 10,000 phrases. It is all useless. He spoke with sincerity and didn't lie to her at all. Humph, whatever. She glared at him and stepped on his foot again. Li Qiye cheerfully spoke, okay, little girl, get ready, we're going in. With that, he grabbed her tiny hand and rushed into the valley with incredible speed. The soaring immortal physique had no equal in terms of speed. Even Xiao couldn't react in time. Whoosh! Buzz! His intrusion was met with attacks from all the tree corpses. Some roots flew like arrows while others used their signature fire and ice elements. However, Li Qiye's speed was countless times faster than them as he invaded the valley. Not to mention harming him, they couldn't even touch his sleeve. In one moment, Xiao Xiao could still see herself standing outside of the valley, but in the next, the scene changed completely. It only took the blink of an eye due to a speed that surpassed time and everything else. Deep in the valley was a small flat ground with a boulder in the middle surrounded by many tree corpses. The ones that were able to sit here were clearly older than the other corpses and much more powerful as well. There were more than 10 of them sitting near this seemingly common stone that looked like a table in this flat area. Perhaps the tree corpses didn't know what a table was and used this boulder as one by chance. It was quite strange. They weren't protecting any alchemy ingredients at all. Judging by their expressions, this seemed to be a debate. This was quite an unbelievable scene because they didn't have souls or intelligence and only relied on their instinct the majority of the time. Moreover, this looked like a high-level meeting as well. Even Li Qiye found this surprising. While looking at the dozen corpses, Xiao Xiao curiously asked, "What are they doing?" He looked as well and murmured, "Until now, I have only been researching with a great emphasis on the withered while overlooking the tree corpses. Along the years, they have undergone changes as well and have obtained a certain level of intelligence." This scene made one thing clear: the tree corpses weren't soulless creatures like before. Regardless of what this meeting was about, they have evolved as well. Until now, Li Qiye thought that only the withered had a chance to become a new race. His research was lacking for the tree corpses because of their inferior characteristics. A soulless creature had no chance to develop intelligence. In terms of turning into a new race, the withered were 100 times more likely compared to these corpses. According to his study, if the second generation withered can't successfully produce a third generation, they wouldn't be able to become a new race. If that was the case, it was simply impossible for these corpses. The dead can't become a new race. Thus, this scene took him by surprise. He didn't expect for some corpses to have a little intelligence. Although it looked quite limited, this was still a good start. The corpses stood up and stared at the intruding duo. Li Qiye noticed and smiled, "A bit interesting, do you want to fight?" They were far stronger than the ones outside. Moreover, the rest of the corpses surrounded this area completely and seemed to be ready to pounce at any moment. Anyone else would be scared out of their minds under this perilous situation. However, Li Qiye was still calm and could speak normally. In a short amount of time, countless gazes were on them. Xiao Xiao felt a bit frightened from all the unwanted attention. This wasn't due to her being timid, it was because this scene was too bizarre and creepy. It was one thing to be stared at by the living, but staring at her were countless eyes from the dead. It was a completely different sensation. Their hollow eyes carried a ghastly energy. There was nothing but death. Whoosh! 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 Right when Xiao Xiao thought that these corpses were about to attack them, they dug into the ground and disappeared from sight. What's wrong with them? She found this astonishing and didn't know why they didn't attack. They fled. He chuckled and walked towards the boulder that they were sitting around. Fled. This took her by surprise. Why did they flee? Are they afraid of us? However, she felt that this wasn't plausible since they attacked all the other cultivators that entered the valley. Soulless they might be, their instincts are quite keen. They know who they can and can't mess with. Li Qiye understood what she was thinking and smiled. He was suddenly attracted by something on the boulder and carefully observed it as if it was a supreme artifact. What is it? She found it strange to see his focus and quickly looked over as well. There was nothing on the boulder outside of a few shallow traces. These traces had been carved by a small stone. Moreover, they were quite new, so it was apparent that the corpses from earlier drew them. It was completely indiscernible and abstract. They weren't Dao runes or magical runes and were very few in number, as if the corpses just drew them randomly. Yi Xiaoxiao failed to understand them while Li Qiye relished this moment as if it was an earth-shattering mystery. He circled around the boulder, seemingly turning a deaf ear to Xiaoxiao. She found his current expression incredible. These faint marks were nothing, a drawing from a child would be much more interesting in comparison. Just what is it? After a good while, she couldn't help but ask again while Li Qiye was still immersed in his observation. He eventually regained his wits. However, he didn't turn his gaze away from the marks as he replied, "They're writings." Writings? The corpse's writings? She was a bit startled to hear this. You can put it that way. He continued to study them carefully. In fact, it is still a bit early to call them text. However, in addition to instinctive expressions, these corpses have another way of communicating. These words are still very simplistic. This is only the inception and it still hasn't fully formed yet, but maybe a real system will come out from this. The withered also had writings. However, their system came from the other races in the 9 worlds. They studied and used the common texts like the others. Alas, it was different for the tree corpses. They started from scratch, and so did this particular writing system. These shallow markings on the rock were the corpses trying to express something. What is written here? She simply couldn't decipher the intent. Li Qiye gently shook his head, I don't know. This type of text is still in its early stages, it's not even finished yet. I'm afraid no one can truly understand what they are trying to say. Chapter 14:21, she wondered, isn't it just scribbles then? Maybe it doesn't have any meaning. Li Qiye grinned and replied, no, at the very least, it shows that the tree corpses are evolving and beginning to gain intelligence. In addition to this text, they also have another method to express themselves. Otherwise, not many corpses would gather here to negotiate. She felt puzzled, then what method did they use to arrange this meeting? He replied, it must be another type of innate skill that allows them to call the other members to gather. No matter what, they are evolving and showing great improvements outside of their innate skills, such as this type of text. It looks like the stronger ones have a better chance of changing. I might have been neglecting them all along. What were they deliberating then? The dead actually discussing something? It must be earth-shattering. Xiaoxiao was now very interested in the tree corpses as well. In the last few days of following Li Qiye and watching the withered then the tree corpses, she felt as if she was watching the birth of a race. I don't know, but you are right. If creatures like this have gathered for a meeting, it means that something big has happened in their own world. Li Qiye gently shook his head. Then let's go and see. Her curiosity was piqued. This was even more enjoyable to her than finding treasures. Yes, they'll keep gathering. We just need to find more layers, then we'll see them again and maybe we can even figure out what they are talking about. Li Qiye agreed with her idea. He had other things he wanted to do at the Divine Tree Ridge, but this matter of the tree corpses happened unexpectedly and garnered his attention. Thus, he put everything else to the side and decided to focus on this first. How do we find the other layers? She was very eager and wanted nothing more than to continue their search. With me around, do you think we won't be able to find them? Li Qiye smiled and held her tiny hand before disappearing in a flash. In the next few days, the duo went to several large lairs. They were extremely secretive and well concealed. The entrances were dangerous, so even if one knew about the locations, they wouldn't necessarily be able to enter. However, this didn't trouble Li Qiye. He intruded these places with ease and stealth. He opened his cryptic space and hid inside with Yi Xiaoxiao, not allowing any corpses to detect them. Not to mention these creatures, even a character like a sea god would have problems detecting them. His main purpose was to find what they wanted to do, so stealth was necessary. After entering the last few layers, he finally found something. The strongest tree corpses could always be found together in a meeting. Although they didn't have a language for communication, they could use their innate instincts to talk to each other. Sometimes, they would draw some signs on the ground. This was the beginning of their own system of writing. All of this contributed to his eventual understanding of their goal. What do they want? Xiao Xiao was also watching, but she didn't know their intentions. He finally arrived at a reliable conclusion and slowly replied, a group of them will relocate. Relocate? To where? And why do they want to move? This girl was like a curious baby and kept on asking questions. You'll know soon enough. Li Qiye smiled and left with her. They went to an extremely deep valley. Not only was the entrance secretive, it was also full of peril. When cultivators came here, seeds would crazily attack and try to drill into their foreheads even before the sight of blood. They went in deeper and found that a large number of corpses have gathered here. Moreover, these ones were considerably mightier than before. After careful observation, Xiao Xiao noticed that she had seen some of them in the previous meetings. There was no doubt that the corpses eligible for this meeting were among the strongest of the world of tree corpses. At this time, these corpses were walking deeper into the valley. She found this scene quite strange. They were carrying weird items. One had a chair made from 2 tree trunks, another had branches woven together to barely form a bed, and one more was holding a chiseled rock that resembled a chair. The weirdest part was a cumbersome item carried by more than 10 of them. It looked like a small room made from trees put together. All of these things were simple and rough like the work of some little children. Surely, the tree corpses were the ones who made these items. They know how to make items now. She found this quite amusing. Despite the simplistic and rugged nature of these items, they were still the culmination of the tree corpses' effort. Their transformation is exceedingly slow, but maybe they still have a chance. Li Qiye spoke with a tinge of emotion after witnessing this scene. She wondered, what are they going to do with these things? Will they be using them? However, she rejected this notion because they didn't need these items inside their lairs. Li Qiye went silent for a moment before slowly answering, a new life is about to be born. He was aware of the events that were about to transpire after learning the contents of the previous meetings. A new life? What kind of life? Another generation of tree corpses? Can they actually reproduce? Xiao Xiao was startled. Everyone knew that the withered could give birth. However, this remained a mystery for the tree corpses since they were only failed products. Maybe. Li Qiye pondered a bit, this world has too many unimaginable things, even the villainous heavens can't expect everything. Maybe this is the earth-shattering event that they were alluding to. After all, a new life is about to be born. What kind of life will the next generation of tree corpses be? How does it compare to the withered? She took a deep breath and murmured, didn't you say the dead can't reproduce? The withered are already near dead and can barely produce life. Moreover, their second generations are mostly failures. Even the villainous heavens can miscalculate sometimes. The world is just full of surprises, if the dead can actually reproduce. Li Qiye turned quiet again. This whole event reminded him of a particular race with all sorts of unfounded rumors. Even after this much time passed, these tales went on about how this race was produced by the dead. Therefore, if a completely new life can come from the tree corpses, it would be a monumental change and an unfathomable development. The corpses brought along all kinds of items to the deepest region of the valley where there was nothing other than a cliff. Strangely enough, they didn't stop before the cliff and continued forward. Any spectator would think that they were going to collide with the cliff, but in reality, they all disappeared inside. Xiao Xiao asked, where did they go? A different world. He slowly explained, a world inside the divine tree ridge unknown to others. In principle, only these moving corpses can enter this particular world. A world where only the dead can enter. Xiao Xiao was surprised, then why don't they just stay there if there is such a world? It's not as simple as you think. You can't just stay there on your whim, it is an inner world. He shook his head in response. Chapter 1422, she asked, an inner world. What do you mean? He smiled and answered, that's why the ridge is so magical. You can say that is where the real ridge is located since it contains all of its essences. Can we go there? She turned excited and wanted to enter the cliff as well. He replied, you can definitely go there as long as you follow me. Moreover, I'll even take you to a place where you alone can grasp its mysteries. Is it related to my bloodline? She was very keen this time and understood his implication instantly. Yes, it's because of your bloodline. He nodded and said, the time is about right to trace back to your origin. You will even be able to understand its profundities. After doing so, you may be able to understand your tree father's origin as well. She couldn't wait any longer and blurted, then what are we waiting for, let's go in right now. Not here. He shook his head, we can't go inside this location. There is only one entrance for us, the only place that is temporarily available for outsiders to enter the inner world. She looked at the cliff and asked, how come these tree corpses can enter but not us? Because they are already dead. Like I said before, the divine tree ridge adores them and grants them protection. Because of this, they can enter many locations here, but we can't. The inner world rejects outsiders unless we can find the real entrance. That's fine too, let us go there then. Which direction? She gave up for now. He cheerfully replied, the Undying Gate. The Undying Gate? She was caught off guard, this sect has already declined, do they still have any power? He gazed towards the distance and eventually explained, this is why the Undying Gate is so amazing and unique. If you could understand this sect, then you would understand why immortal Emperor Wuxia chose to build it here at Godhalt. Humph, you sure know how to build up the suspense. She was very dissatisfied with his answer and stomped his foot again while gritting her teeth. He was still all smiles, you don't need to know everything except for the mysteries of your bloodline. Even a little bit would be more than enough for a lifetime of benefits. Well, let's go then. She helplessly glared at him. The two left the divine tree ridge for the Undying Gate. The gate could be said to be one of the two sects situated in Godhalt despite its vast territory. The other one was the Spirit Abyss. It would be inconceivable for this to happen on any other continent. They hadn't yet reached the gate before meeting a certain person. In the blink of an eye, this person fell down from the sky and landed right in front of Wuxia. Who? Xiao Xiao was startled and shouted. It was Sima Yujian who was completely pale. Normally, her expression would be cold and emotionless like ice itself. However, the paleness this time was due to her injuries and a considerable loss of blood, making her unstable condition clear. She must have sacrificed some longevity blood. She was also covered in blood. Who knows if it was her own or her enemy's? Nevertheless, she still looked quite aloof with an emotionless gaze. After seeing Wuxia, her mouth slightly opened as if wanting to say something, but no words came out. She wanted to walk away, but her steady pace nearly made her fall to the ground. He immediately helped her and pressed his palm to her head to pour an endless amount of blood energy into her. This finally made her breathe easy. Where are you hiding? In the next moment, a group arrived from the sky and immediately surrounded the three without leaving an inch for escape. This group wore the same uniform and exuded a mighty blood energy and aura. Moreover, they didn't try to hide their power at all and let their blood energy soar to the sky in an overbearing manner. They looked as if they could do whatever they wanted with wanton regard for others. Their leader was an old man with an even more terrifying blood energy. He also exuded a holy light and had a thunderous voice. Just a glance alone was enough to know that he was a mighty paragon. The gazes from the blockading experts were quite unfriendly. They even looked ready to attack at any moment without caring about who Wuxia was. Just the slightest sign of disobedience would prompt them to kill him. Where are you going to run to now? The leading old man stared at Sima Yujian and sneered. She was still aloof at the moment while being supported by Li Qie and felt no need to respond. The old man turned towards Li Qie and Xiao Xiao and coldly ordered, "The two of you better be smart and not meddle with other people's business. Hand her over right now." Li Qie chuckled to see this arrogant demeanor from him. Not to mention the fact that he wouldn't let anything happen to Yujian, even if he didn't know her, he would meddle anyway just because of the old man's attitude. After recognizing the group based on their clothing, Yi Xiao Xiao told Li Qie, "They're from the Spirit Abyss." "That's right, I am an elder of the Spirit Abyss." The old man arrogantly declared, "This woman is a notorious assassin, so don't meddle in this and leave immediately. We won't make things difficult for you." Sima Yujian had failed and couldn't kill her target while simultaneously exposing her whereabouts, so the experts from the Abyss managed to trap her. It wasn't due to her lack of strength since she could easily assassinate a god monarch without any problems. She had prepared sufficiently this time around. Even though her cultivation had been suppressed, she thought that success was still within reach. Alas, she underestimated the Abyss. Like Li Qie had mentioned before, there was no stealth play in that location. Even the escaping art she was most proud of had lost its power. The encirclement was a harrowing event. Nevertheless, she was still a fierce assassin. With her plethora of techniques and traps, she managed to kill her way out. However, there was no way of running out of Godhalt due to her grievous injuries. In this helpless situation, she thought about Li Qie and used the blood he left behind in order to find him. Li Qie smirked at this imperious elder and leisurely spoke, "I have a particularly bad habit. When others don't want me to meddle in their business, it only makes me want to do so even more." "Is that so?" The elder squinted and smiled before coldly uttering, "Then you can fix this bad habit today. It is no longer up to you at Godhalt. I'll let you think about meddling in other people's business once I break your legs and make you kneel on the ground." "Break my legs?" Li Qie couldn't help but laugh. "The ones who can break my legs haven't been born in your Spirit Abyss just yet, not even in all of the 9 worlds." One of the disciples gravely shouted, "What a naive fool. Those who oppose the Spirit Abyss will be killed without mercy." In Godhalt, their abyss was the supreme existence and their words were laws. There was no sparing dissenters. Quite bold. The elder sneered, "You must be a big shot at Heaven Spirit, right? It's too bad that this isn't any other location in Heaven Spirit. I don't care who you are. At Godhalt, even dragons have to coil before us and tigers must lie down obediently or else we'll break their tendons and take their marrow." This elder was domineering to an outrageous extent. In fact, his sect indeed had the power to act in this manner. Any lineage or genius would be suppressed at Godhalt and would want to ask their sect for help. They had an absolute advantage at Godhalt since they were already strong enough on top of not suffering the suppression. Outsiders were only fish on a chopping block, ready for their taking. Under such favorable circumstances, how could the Spirit Abyss not be aggressive and overbearing while acting as the master of this continent? There was no need for reason. Their words were the truth and guiding principles. Chapter 1423, Xiao Xiao was quite amused by the posturing elder. She glanced over at Li Qie and then back at the elder before revealing a cute smile. "Do you know who he is?" "This is a famous great character, Li Qie." Li Qie. After hearing this, the elder laughed in response, "Your reputation precedes you. The younger generation will surpass us in time." His attitude bore no semblance of admiration, he was clearly mocking him in a dismissive fashion. "However, this place is Godhalt." His smile disappeared, only the arrogance remained. "I don't care if you are Li Qie or Li Bei, tuck your tail between your legs before our Spirit Abyss for your own sake. Even if you are stronger, a dragon crossing the river, opposing us on our turf will only result in us severing your tendons and breaking your spine until you submit." In the present, very few of those who knew Li Qie's deeds would dare to show such an arrogant attitude and utter these overbearing words. However, this elder dared to do so. In his eyes, it didn't matter who the hell came to Godhalt, they better start acting sensibly and obey the rules even if they were the most incredible genius. Even a character like Meng Jintian would have to send tributes and act politely to them while visiting Godhalt. Because of this, he showed no apprehension towards Li Qie. The Abyss was an uncrowned king in Godhalt, the greatest existence. They wouldn't be afraid of anyone unless an immortal emperor personally came. How fearless! Xiao Xiao was astonished at the elder's confidence. Watch it or it will bring about sect destruction. She wasn't trying to flatter Li Qie since she believed that he was strong enough to carry it out. Sect destruction. The elder's expression turned cold as he uttered, "Who cares if he is an amazing genius? Before becoming emperor, he is nothing but a dog before our abyss." This retort was powerful enough. It was the same as pointing straight at Li Qie and criticizing him. With your comment just now, I will consider destroying your spirit abyss. Li Qie couldn't help but smile. In the blink of an eye, a great hand reached for the elder. Come, show me just how much strength you have left. The elder shouted and released his energy without a care before attacking Li Qie with a monstrous pressure. In his mind, Li Qie was being suppressed by Godhalt right now, so he shouldn't be that strong. He believed that he alone could kill Li Qie. Boom! Li Qie's hand only slightly moved, but it could destroy everything with the hell-suppressing fist. The elder's attack was simply not worth mentioning. Bah! He easily clasped the elder's neck. The elder was aghast due to this sudden development. Another disciple shouted, "Junior, don't be presumptuous, release him right now." Despite the call for a ceasefire, they attacked without holding anything back. Mere ants. Li Qie laughed and reached out with one finger. Pluff! 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 All of the disciples' attacks were penetrated. They fell face up with horrifying holes on their foreheads where blood continued to seep out. You're not being suppressed. The elder was shocked since he realized something at this critical moment. Correct, but there is no prize. Li Qie responded with a grin. The elder's expression turned extremely ugly right away. Not even in his wildest dreams would he expect for something like this to happen. It was simply impossible. Without the Abyss help, everyone would be suppressed by Godhalt. Immortal emperors were exceptions, of course. However, Li Qie definitely didn't get any help from the Spirit Abyss, yet he was doing just fine, simply inconceivable. So what if you're not suppressed? The elder regained his composure and coldly uttered, "We are not afraid of anyone at Godhalt. Be smart and hand over the assassin now or you will regret it sooner or later. At that time, it will be too late to beg for forgiveness." His rampant arrogance was still undeterred despite falling into Li Qie's hands. He had absolute confidence in his sect, and if Li Qie dared to oppose them, he would be killed soon enough should he choose to stay on this continent. Li Qie stared at the arrogant elder and revealed a smile. "You know, the spirit abyss you are so proud of is nothing more than a nest of ants in my eyes. Even if the ancestor in the deepest location of your sect comes out, he will kneel and wipe my shoes before licking my feet. Actually, your coven of bastards isn't even qualified to do so. You." The elder nearly vomited blood from anger as his face turned red. He thought he was arrogant enough, but Li Qie viewed them as mere ants or something even inferior to ants. Like Li Qie said, he wouldn't want their ancestor to wipe his shoes since he felt that he was unqualified to do so. Good, Li, I'll see just how long you can be arrogant for. Our spirit abyss will make you regret this. The elder's fury turned into a crazed laughter. Crack. Li Qie crushed his Dao foundation before he could finish. With his foundation crushed, the elder's blood energy dissipated. He withered away with white hair and a face full of wrinkles. The unreachable elder has fallen. Now, he was as feeble as a candle flickering in the wind. The elder screamed, "What have you done?" He was extremely afraid and his wits still hadn't returned. Cultivators weren't afraid of death, but having a destroyed foundation was a life worse than death. This was doubly true for this ancestor. Normally, he would act haughtily towards the great characters that visit Godhalt since they had no choice but to be humble before him. He had grown accustomed to this lifestyle of flattery. But now, with his Tao foundation crushed, he was only a cripple inferior to even ordinary mortals, completely defenseless. Falling down from the pedestal to the ground was a contrast too grim to imagine. He simply couldn't accept this reality. Li Qiye threw him away like trash and flatly said, "I'm sparing your dog life so that you can send a message to the abyss. Tell them to be smart or I'll destroy all of them. You're only a bunch of bastards, do not prance around in front of me." The elder returned from despair and screamed at Li Qiye, "Li, kill me if you dare. If not, you're merely a coward." Li Qiye chuckled at the desperate old man, "I won't kill you. If you are brave enough, go find a place to hang yourself. Li, you cowardly trash, kill me if you dare." The elder continued to scream while grabbing onto Li Qiye's legs with the intention to die. Li Qiye casually kicked him away and replied, "Aren't the people from the abyss always arrogant? Like I said earlier, even your oldest ancestor is nothing before me, he's only worthy of disdain." Having said that, he ignored the elder and supported Sima Yujian then left. Yi Xiaoxiao kept up with them right away. The elder desperately screamed while watching the group depart, "You little bastard, you goddamn animal. You don't dare to kill your grandfather. I'm your grandfather, come kill me if you dare." He wanted nothing more than for Li Qiye to give him the sweet relief of death. Li Qiye simply ignored him. It was too easy for him to trample on the elder's pride. "Should we kill him?" Yi Xiaoxiao looked back. She was too young and couldn't bear to watch. "He's only an ant, don't worry about him." Li Qiye gently stroked her hair, "The world is always cruel like this. Their imperious abyss has no consideration for others, so let them taste despair. They're only a bunch of monsters that crawled up from the ground, yet they actually think they are the progenitors of the charming spirits, the darlings of the heavens." Xiaoxiao didn't say anything back. She naturally understood how vicious this world was. An enemy would never show mercy to their opponent. Qiye equals 7 knights, Bei equals 8 knights. A common retort scheme. This insult probably makes more sense in Chinese, but I'm sure readers are used to it by now. Chapter 1424, The group left together, but they didn't directly go to the Undying Gate. Instead, Li Qiye found a secret place to hide Sima Yujian in order to heal her. Despite her heavy injuries, Li Qiye had the Heaven Restoration Ointment, so this was not a problem at all. After applying the medicine, she was quite shocked since she could feel her wounds recover at a rapid pace. Shortly afterward, both her internal and external injuries were cured without leaving the tiniest scar. She was moved by this from understanding just how precious this incredible medicine was, yet Li Qiye still gave it to her. Next, Li Qiye took out the myriad heavenly cauldron and controlled its flames. This fire actually liquefied and turned into a scintillating amber fluid. Fire changing into water was an inconceivable endeavor. This cauldron fire control has reached the apex of mastery. When this water emitted a wondrous light, Li Qiye ordered, "Take off your clothes and get in." She immediately glared at him. Although her eyes no longer had a murderous intent, they were still as cold as ice. "Hey, since when did you change from ego king to a big pervert?" She glared at him as well after noticing that Yujian was fine and indignantly said, "You are using this opportunity to take advantage of a young lady. Damn pervert, I'll teach you a lesson." Having said that, she stomped on his foot as usual. Li Qiye flicked his finger and pushed her outside while flatly saying, "It would be too easy for me to take advantage of her, there's no need to come up with an excuse." Yujian coldly said, "My wounds are healed." "I know." Li Qiye leisurely replied, "I'm not healing but rather expelling something for you instead." Otherwise, don't think about going to the spirit abyss since you won't be able to hide there. She turned silent from not understanding his intention. Humph, you are too weak. You can't even master the coiling dragon sword yet you still dare to go to the abyss. He flatly said, you still don't know what lies at the bottom of the abyss. What is it? Yujin still asked despite her emotionless demeanor. In fact, she had done her research on the abyss before attempting the assassination. They aren't things you can provoke. He replied, you will light up like a candle once you step inside the abyss. With the way you are now, you simply can't utilize your stealth there. Under its light, they would be able to see you clearly like their reflection in a mirror. She had indeed failed this time. In fact, the whole event was still puzzling her. In terms of strength, even with the suppression at work, her god-slaying Tao and other assassination techniques along with traps and treasures should have been enough to kill the target. Recalling the whole incident, it was indeed quite strange. At the climax of the hunt, the enemy seemed to know where she was coming from and laid out a great trap for her. She didn't understand why they were aware of her location when she was the only one who knew about the assassination. Get in already. Li Qiye didn't want to waste words and ordered again. When Li Qiye turned serious, even Xiao Xiao, who was spoiled by him, didn't dare to say anything. Yujin hesitated for a moment but chose to take off her clothes in a very stiff and unnatural manner. Despite being a ruthless killer, she still felt bashful at times. Keep in mind that she was completely pure. Not to mention taking off her clothes in front of a man, she had never experienced any intimate contact with others before. Thus, stripping before Li Qiye was extremely embarrassing for an innocent girl like her. Nevertheless, she still took them off despite having trouble adapting. The entire place lit up with her splendor. Anyone would marvel this scene and be lost in admiration. The bare beauty ahead was too beautiful. Her fair skin was no different from white jade. Her slender waist, naturally ample breasts, and her round and plump buttocks left no room for criticism. The most captivating things were the two red dots before her breasts. They looked like two blossoming flowers. There was a sense of incomparable tenderness as well as the shyness of a maiden. Such a sexy scene was too difficult to describe since the only thing people could hear would be the sound of their beating heart. A figure as brilliant as the color of ice, this was not an exaggeration to describe Yujin's beauty. Her creamy skin gave a cool feeling as if she was an ice sculpture. All would be stirred by this painting. Her name was very apt and in accordance with her beauty. So pretty, so big, Xiao Xiao praised and smiled coquettishly, let me touch them a little bit. She reached for Sima Yujin but the naked woman dodged right away from embarrassment. Being an assassin didn't completely override certain feminine characteristics. Li Qiye looked at her wonderful figure and insipidly said, go in, don't delay this for too long. For him, her soft body was marvelous indeed. However, he had seen more than enough in the past, some even more beautiful and seductive than Yujin. Thus, she was only average in his eyes. Yujin didn't say anything and quietly sank into the cauldron to be immersed in the fiery liquid. She was puzzled as well. As an assassin, she never paid attention to her own appearance. However, she felt a sense of loss, a sense of defeat after being stared at by Li Qiye. Despite not caring, she was still a supreme beauty after all and could definitely be placed among the top 10 in heaven's spirit. However, he only gave her a nonchalant glance when she was standing naked before him as if she was no different from all the other existences in the world, as if she was another trifling and common spectacle. In any case, she felt a bit frustrated. It was more difficult to calm down from this compared to the failed assassination earlier. At this time, under Li Qiye's control, the fiery liquid began to flow as if it was washing her or helping her expel something. After a while, strands of light rose from the water. To be more exact, these strands seemed to be crumbling. They had been hiding in her body, and the cauldron's fire finally expelled them. He resoundingly commanded, get ready. Protect your Tao heart and steady your vitality, do not be shaken. She took a deep breath and followed his order. Pluff! The fiery water suddenly turned into lines as thin as silk. These little lines shot into her body as if wanting to penetrate her completely. She couldn't help but quiver from the pain. At this time, these meticulous lines dragged out an item from her body. This was a tiny Dao rune that was locked by the fiery lines so it couldn't move at all. What is this? Xiao Xiao was taken by surprise. Yujian was even more astounded. She had been struck by someone's Dao rune without noticing at all. Li Qiye explained, the moment you set foot in the spirit abyss, its holy light enveloped you. Without the abyss permission, this light left an indelible mark on you. Because of this, you can't hide there. It didn't matter what kind of techniques you employed, they could see you clearly. Her mind slightly trembled. She didn't think that the abyss had such a mystery and finally understood why her assassination had failed completely. He said, "Come out now." She stood up like an elegant lotus rising on the surface of the water. The radiance of spring filled the room. The water beads dripping down from her white breasts were too temptatious. She really is pretty. Contrary to Li Qiye's nonchalant attitude, Xiao Xiao relished this sight despite being a girl. Yujian was inevitably shy for her first time leaving water in plain sight of a man. She hurriedly put on her clothes. Poof! The fire suddenly erupted like a volcano and burned the lights and the Dao rune to ashes, leaving nothing behind. Yujian means jade sword. Chapter 1425. She stood there coldly after getting dressed in silence. She wanted to say thanks, but the words wouldn't come out. This was her nature, and the path of an assassin had only amplified it. The words, "thank you," were too difficult to say since self-reliance was her way of life. He gestured for her, "Come." She hesitated for a moment but still walked in front of him. He placed his right hand on her breast, causing her feminine mind to tremble. This sudden move from Li Qiye made her take a step back. After all, an innocent girl like her had never experienced something like this before. "I've seen everything already." Li Qiye looked at her and flatly said, "If I wanted to take advantage of you, would I need to wait until now?" Recently, she had been heartless as if she was transforming into an ice sculpture. Her emotions rarely swayed due to being an assassin. However, after hearing this, she felt an urge to beat Li Qiye up. It could be said that this man was really asking for it by saying such words. In the end, she took a deep breath and took one step forward to stand in front of him again. His right hand met her chest again and the same shudder ran through her mind. She could feel his strong palm full of calluses through the thin clothing. It was rough yet powerful, giving her a sense of security. A feeling of pins and needles spread from her chest to the rest of her body. This was a strange feeling she never had before. Whoosh! His hand lit up like a lamp and her body followed suit. Clank! A metallic noise came about as laws intertwined around his palm. Space seemed to have been dislocated since it lit up around Sima Yujian. She saw these chain-like laws locking her space and suppressing her. At this time, the laws entered her body and lit up the space within. With this, everything became sealed both inside and out. Clank! The sound of a lock unlocking came about. The laws that entered this space seemed to be unlocking one shackle after another. After these mysterious shackles were unlocked, the mysterious laws in this space retreated like spirit snakes and vanished without a trace. In the blink of an eye, her entire body trembled. She felt the lock press down on her body disappearing. A loud blast ensued as her vitality majestically erupted and returned like a soaring dragon. She was quite startled and finally understood that he had removed the suppression from God Halt from her body. Her regular cultivation was back at last. After seeing this, Xiao Xiao asked him, "You can actually undo the oppression of God Halt?" Li Qiye looked at her and flatly said, "Nothing strange about it. At God Halt, there are secrets and rules to follow. Why is it that so many people come to the abyss for help after arriving here? It is because they can undo this suppression. However, unlike me, they rely on treasures to do so. Even the aloof Yujin had to ask, and what about you? Li Qiye chuckled in response, as long as I follow the rules, everything can be undone. God-halt has obscured some mysteries, so as long as you understand them, you can undo the suppression. Of course, it wasn't easy to ponder these mysteries. Just this alone required Li Qiye, as the Dark Crow, to spend a long time and many trips to this place before achieving success. Yujin reverted to her frosty and silent demeanor. It gave a piercing feeling and made others not want to go near her. Li Qiye looked at her and said, even though I won't accept a disciple, from today on, you will follow me so that I can teach you the God-slaying Tao. This prompted her to stare at him intensely. As a woman of few words, she actually wanted to question him to dispel her skepticism. She didn't believe that he could guide her on this path. After all, an outsider couldn't possibly teach her the God-slaying Tao. I can cultivate it myself. She coldly refused him. Li Qiye gave her the side-eye in response, by yourself? Too slow. You think I want to bring an unwanted stepchild everywhere? Your Tao is only at this level, yet you dare to come to the abyss for a mission. Don't smear the reputation of the God-slaying Night Corps. To let someone as weak as you inherit the Corps' ultimate techniques is an affront to its prestige. She was livid after hearing this despite being an emotionless assassin and glared at him. You don't need to angrily stare at me in disagreement. Li Qiye smiled and said, if you have truly grasped the essences of the God-slaying Tao, you wouldn't have failed today. Moreover, the coiling dragon sword would be in your possession. Even though you were selected as the successor, you are not at the level to wield the sword, the weapon that represents the supreme prestige of the God-slaying Tao. She had no response to his claim. Despite feeling some anger, he indeed pointed out her insufficiencies correctly. He commanded again, come, let me have a look at your sea of memories. She immediately retreated after hearing this. For any cultivator, this wasn't something they could show to anyone, not even the closest confidants. He noticed her guard and lightly said, you think there's a point to being cautious of me? If I wanted to see your memories, there is no escaping since you can't resist me. Besides, if I want the merit laws and secrets of the Night Corps, I wouldn't need to use you either since your knowledge is too limited. As long as I give the command, your masters would tell me everything. Yujin didn't lower her vigilance and stood there motionlessly. Come here. Li Qiye glared at her and spread out his mighty aura. When he turned serious, others would be nervous and fearful. He had become a supreme existence that hands out orders. Yujin was shaken and felt a primal fear. This wasn't because she wasn't strong enough. For some unknown reasons, she couldn't refuse him and walked forward as if possessed. His dignified demeanor left no room for resistance. She felt as if he was the king of the night, the ruler of darkness. He possessed a charisma that she had no answer for. In fact, she was strong enough to resist even a god-king. Unfortunately for her, she had met Li Qiye. He could be considered the creator of the God-slaying Tao, the unquestionable lord of the God-slaying Night Corps, its real master. Thus, he left an unerasable mark on this Tao. In the past, he had ruled over the entire Corps, so how could she resist him, the king of the night? Even Xiao Xiao was greatly affected by Li Qiye's temperament. When he became dignified, she was startled and found it difficult to refuse him. Anyone would feel the urge to obey. Regardless of how strong one might be, the moment this supreme tyrant becomes angry, they would quickly prostrate before him. Yujin was now standing inches from Li Qiye. He raised her icy face and profoundly stared into her. She felt no choice but to obediently raise her head to meet his gaze. Whoosh! His eyes illuminated her sea of memories as well as the deepest depths of her soul. However, an even more incredible thing happened. The sealed location in her mind suddenly unlocked completely with a click. Keep in mind that every lineage had their own methods. After each disciple learns a particular merit law, certain parts of their memories would be sealed so that outsiders couldn't forcefully open it lest they risk their minds blowing up. This type of sealing domain was mainly used to prevent their disciples' memories from being forcefully read by the hands of masters. It rendered stealing entirely impossible. Chapter 1426. Her soul fluttered as Li Qie entered her mind, but she had an indiscernible yet wonderful feeling. She felt naked as Li Qie opened her seal. It felt as if he could see through her completely. Not to mention an assassin, even an ordinary cultivator knew just how taboo it was to let someone else read your memories. She wanted to resist, but Li Qie's charisma possessed her like a moth running to a flame. This sense of willingness couldn't be described with words. She did feel slightly embarrassed due to this intrusion because everything about her was lying bare before him. Finally, he let go of her. Her wits returned as well as an incredible sense of astonishment. She took several steps back in fear and stared at him as if he was a ghost. You know some demonic arts. In her mind, this was simply inconceivable. Because of her steady mind and Tao heart along with her powerful cultivation, she wouldn't be awed so easily. However, she was captivated by his charisma and was seemingly possessed to the point where she was unable to resist him. He was actually able to open her sealed domain. This was simply impossible. Her sea of memories should have exploded into nothingness. Alas, he opened it so easily that it made it seem as if her domain didn't resist him. What made her feel even more scared was that deep inside, she might be enjoying this feeling. Him opening the sealed domain was the same to opening her god-slaying Tao's palace entrance. It was as if he could go there and hand her the keys to its secrets. In this instant, she felt as if she was willingly letting go of all resistance towards him so that he could grant her everything. He was the light on her path towards the grand Tao, illuminating her life. While basking in this warm and splendid radiance, she could see her future. Li Qie plainly said, "Welcome back. This is the real god-slaying Tao. Your previous perception of assassins was misguided. They are not just killing machines without emotions or feelings. It looks like the person who taught you the Tao had a slanted understanding of it. Your comprehension of this Tao was stopped at a relatively shallow level." She looked at him in fear. After hearing his statement, she suddenly realized something. A light flashed in her eyes and gave her a warm feeling. Countless feelings raged in her heart as if she had returned to the past. Her sealed heart had its layers unwrapped one by one. Sima Yujian and Bai Jianjun were different. Jianjun started on the ultimate heartless sword Tao at a young age. Because of this, her coldness was a murderous sword Tao formed in a natural manner. As for Sima Yujian, she didn't used to be so emotionless back then. Arrogance and pride were present, but she wasn't this cold and heartless. However, after losing to the swift Tao god in the competition for the sect master's position, her fate changed as she embarked on the path of the god-slaying Tao. This changed her from a pampered daughter to an assassin. During her training, she was as cold as ice like the sword in her hand. She became a weapon destined to kill. However, she felt a return to the olden days. Her heart was jumping as if she was no longer an assassin. Li Qie noticed her expression. He was too familiar with this process and gently shook his head. This is something everyone needs to experience. In the beginning, many will think that the god-slaying Tao is an art of subterfuge, a ruthless weapon for killing. However, even a tool for killing doesn't need to be cold and emotionless. An assassin is primarily himself and then a weapon. If you aren't even a person, how can you achieve a grand Tao? She wanted to speak, but silence was the better answer. I know what you want to say. He read her like an open book. That's right, an assassin has no need for a wavering heart, especially during the hunt. They need to be emotionless. However, this created some erroneous interpretations for many people. Do you know where the problem lies? He continued in a serious tone, it is not about removing emotional fluctuations completely. Think of it as cultivation. Is your Tao heart so easily shaken? With a strong Tao heart, your will be as firm as a rock. However, this doesn't mean that you are an emotionless weapon. She listened attentively to his preaching. Li Qiye noticed this and slowly continued, the God-slaying Tao and the night core. As an assassin, you can consider yourself a monarch drifting through the night. However, just because you lurk in the shadows doesn't mean you are darkness. You are searching for your own light in the darkness, or perhaps even the light of this world. After a while, she asked, what is light? We won't talk about anything grand such as defending the 9 worlds or saving everyone, this type of moralistic beliefs and righteousness. He smiled and replied, we'll focus on ourselves, or you in particular. As the successor of the God-slaying Tao, what is your light? Is it only to kill? Yu Jian couldn't formulate an answer. Li Qiye continued, or perhaps is your light being able to surpass your junior brother, the swift Tao God? This question from him spoke directly to her heart. In the beginning, she chose this path in order to reach the apex and overtake her brother. She wanted to prove that she could be stronger than him. However, the further she went, the more confused she became because the God-slaying Tao seemed to be different from her pursuit. They were 2 completely different paths. I can only say that the whole thing is absurd. Li Qiye shook his head, if it is only to kill or to surpass your brother, picking the God-slaying Tao is a complete mistake. If you don't think this through, you will never be able to surpass this inner demon and will never be able to control the coiling dragon sword. Countless words ran through her mind, yet she didn't know where to start and became even less articulate. It looks like your master has tried his best in teaching you cultivation but failed to enlighten your perspective in life. He shook his head once more, he only taught you merit laws and techniques but didn't help you comprehend the Tao. I can only say that he is a responsible master, not a good one. Yu Jian immediately retorted with a cold tone, I won't let you say so. She had the utmost respect for her master because when her life hit rock bottom, he was the one who pulled her back up. I am simply telling you the truth. Li Qiye flatly said, the God-slaying Tao is not a merit law or an assassination art. It is a grand Tao at heart, and a supreme one at that. Otherwise, why would Tao be part of its name? Might as well name it 3,860 killing techniques then. This was something he rarely did, carefully imparting his knowledge to her. Li Qiye explained, the most important thing to start the path towards a grand Tao is to have a Tao heart, and an inquisitive one at that. A Tao heart is essential before obtaining a grand Tao. If you consider yourself a weapon of murder, an emotionless sword, then you won't even have a heart, let alone being able to seek the Tao. When people say that the grand Tao is heartless, it doesn't mean that the seekers should be heartless as well, that's just the nature of the grand Tao itself. On the God-slaying path, both murdering people and hunting beasts, traps and skills, all of this for the God-slaying Tao is only a means towards sharpening oneself so that the user can go further and further before reaching the apex. In fact, becoming an assassin is no different from cultivation. As you grow stronger, you can kill those even stronger than you, or you can use your assassination arts to achieve your objectives. This is simply a process for you to become a supreme expert and not something as superficial as a weapon. It's like practicing an ice technique. Once successful, you can freeze the 8 directions and imprison myriad realms. Then does that mean the goal of this particular path is to become an ice woman? No, that's not the case. It is so that the user can become an immortal emperor or another expert standing at the pinnacle. This is a true grand Tao. If this isn't your aspiration in your training, then it would just be learning techniques and tricks, and those alone will never allow you to reach the peak. He wholeheartedly preached about the grand Tao. He had no thoughts about taking in a disciple. However, Yu Jian was indeed gifted in this particular aspect while he had always worried about the God-slaying Night Core. Thus, his patience today was to repay the Night Core and to fulfill one of his own wishes. Li Qiye finished with a serious expression. Thus, if you want to surpass yourself and reach the peak of the god-slaying Tao, you first need to stop being an emotionless weapon. Second, you're not on this path only to surpass your junior brother. You need to treat it as a supreme grand Tao, something worth pondering. This is how you will cultivate yourself to the apex. Chapter 1427. After such a long session, Yujian was dazed and couldn't regain her wits for a long time. Before she knew it, Li Qiye had opened a new door for her, an unprecedented one that would reach all the way to the Grand Tao. In fact, Xiao Xiao enjoyed this preaching as well. She stood there with one hand on her chin, completely immersed and fascinated by his words. She calmed down at the same time as Yujian and ran over to tap on Li Qiye's shoulder. Ego King, were you an assassin in the past? Li Qiye laughed at this inquiry. Who says I'm an assassin? Are you saying that one can't understand something without experiencing it firsthand? Please, I don't believe your nonsense at all. She glared at him. It looks like you are lying. Humph, you must have been a big assassin before, maybe even a perverted one. She laughed after making this claim. It was not unreasonable for her to think this way. Even Yujian was suspecting that Li Qiye might be from the Night Corps or a supreme assassin that they secretly groomed. Your imagination is too rich. Li Qiye saw her expression and understood what she was thinking, then shook his head. I am not an assassin secretly groomed by the god-slaying Night Corps, and definitely not an assassin. I am me, Li Qiye, that's all. Her face turned slightly red after being read by him, but she assumed her stoic manner again right after. After being an assassin for so long, she had a hard time adapting to these feminine expressions. He stood up and told Yi Xiao Xiao, all right, we'll go to the Undying Gate. Let's go. Xiao Xiao was ecstatic. She had been wanting to enter the Divine Tree Ridge's inner world. Sima Yujian, on the other hand, was hesitant. For her, there was no need to follow Li Qiye. Not to mention that he used to be her target. More importantly, the two of them didn't know each other and he wasn't part of the Night Corps. Following him would mean exposing everything about her. After noticing the girl's hesitation, Li Qiye turned around and flatly asked, what now, you still think that I'm plotting against you? She couldn't answer right away. Keep up. Li Qiye didn't waste time and lowered his tone. With his serious demeanor, she felt a jolt and couldn't help but follow him as if starstruck. Her legs wouldn't listen to her any longer due to Li Qiye's infinite charisma, she could only follow him. The three ran to the Undying Gate. However, it looked like only Li Qiye and Xiao Xiao were present. In fact, Yujian was right behind them with her amazing stealth techniques from being the successor of the Night Corps. The weaker people simply couldn't detect her. They arrived at the gate very quickly. The moment it came in sight, Xiao Xiao excitedly said, we're here. Li Qiye only smiled after seeing it. The Undying Gate was created by immortal Emperor Busi, once famous and deterring for a generation, especially during his era. Despite its vast size, there were only two lineages at Godhalt, the Spirit Abyss and the Undying Gate. Today, the gate had fallen and was inferior to the Abyss. However, during the Emperor's era, the gate was very prestigious while the Abyss was the underdog. It was a time when experts coming to Godhalt would also visit the Undying Gate to show their respect instead of just the Abyss. Alas, this was no longer the case. Anyone would be suppressed at Godhalt. This in addition to old rumors about a slow cultivation speed. No one wanted to stay at this vast continent outside of the Undying Gate and the Spirit Abyss. Strangely enough, both of their disciples weren't affected by Godhalt, and their cultivation speed remained the same without slowing down because of the land. There were certain credible sources for why the Abyss was unaffected. Some Supremes believed that the Abyss had some incredible treasures on top of their bloodline. Because they claimed to have the oldest bloodline of the charming spirits, they were unhindered by Godhalt. However, it was a different story for the Undying Gate. No one knew why this particular sect was fine. The two powers were different from each other. The abyss had been built on Godhalt during an ancient era. The gate came later from immortal Emperor Wuxia. This lineage was a miracle of this land. Even the guests who came to stay in this sect were freed from the suppression. Because of this, the same belief of an amazing treasure being at work applied for the Undying Gate as well. As for why their disciples were untouched in the other locations of Godhalt, this remains a mystery. The abyss had an ancient bloodline, but it wasn't the same for the Undying Gate, an all-embracing sect. At its greatest height, they had countless disciples from all the races including humans, sea demons, and charming spirits. Thus, the answer didn't lie in their bloodlines. Eventually, there was an even bolder hypothesis. It stated that the reason for their freedom was because of the merit law created by immortal Emperor Wuxia, the secret for his immortality. There had been many legends about this particular secret, and the miracle of the Undying Gate only fueled its validity. Because of this, countless experts and great characters came to the sect in search of this art of immortality after its decline. This resulted in a catastrophe for the Undying Gate, a disaster that nearly drove it to the point of destruction. However, it managed to weather the storm. Nevertheless, it failed later on and became an insignificant sect with few disciples. While standing at the entrance to look at the entire sect, both Xiao Xiao and Yujian marveled at its spectacular appearance. Its location was extremely dangerous and shrouded in fog and clouds, so it looked quite surreal. Its mountain ranges were fairly magical as well. Each of the ranges produced unbelievably steep cliffs as if they were hanging in the air. Some were intertwined in a very intricate and complex manner. Many would be in awe of this magnificent geography. There were rivers and waterfalls 3,000 feet in the air pouring down among the aerial mountain ranges. So magnificent, such strange physical features. Xiao Xiao commented with admiration. Li Qiye smiled and said, "There's a reason for this. The Undying Gate is not only located in Godhalt, it is also closest to the Divine Tree Ridge. In fact, the ridge begins here with its source. This is the source of the ridge." Xiao Xiao was skeptical after hearing this, but people don't go here first when they visit the ridge. Not everyone can see it. Li Qiye smiled and shook his head, this is indeed the root of the ridge. The emperor back then realized this, that is why he built the Undying Gate here. At Godhalt, there are two supreme places to establish sects, both taken by the abyss and the gate. These locations are supreme treasure lands. This is why the emperor was so great. He struggled for a long time in order to find many secrets of the ridge and established his sect here. Of course, there was something Li Qiye didn't mention. A big reason why the emperor was able to figure out some of these secrets was due to his origin. While the three were standing outside the entrance, an old man with 3 disciples came to greet them. The old man cupped his fist and introduced himself. This humble old man is the Undying Gate Master. My last name is Huang, given name Ningxuan. The raw saying for this is a modified version of a common phrase, you can't say that just because you haven't eaten pigs means that you have never seen one run. The meaning is that you don't have to actually do something to understand or comment on it. For example, spectators can comment on sports without being a professional athlete. A more modern yet childish and fitting line would be, just because I'm a virgin doesn't mean I haven't seen a girl before. A more formal version would be, I'm not a complete neophyte. Chapter 1428, Li Qiye chuckled at the old man's introduction and replied, I am Li Qiye, an idler. After hearing the name, Li Qiye, Huang Ningxuan's expression changed. He subconsciously took one step back as if he had just stepped on a snake. It looks like my reputation isn't very good. Li Qiye noticed all the changes to the gate master's demeanor and smiled. The gate master immediately smiled back, no, of course not. Young noble Li, it is just a misunderstanding. Your reputation precedes you and I am lost in admiration. I can't believe you are actually gracing us with your presence today, what an honor for our sect and this lowly one. Despite his smile, he was lamenting inside. Although their sect was far removed from the dragon demon sea, some cultivators from there had visited Godhalt, so he had heard of Li Qia's notoriety. The Gate Master was very afraid of this monster who had a penchant for race annihilation. Even if the guy didn't come to the Undying Gate to cause trouble, he had enemies everywhere in the world. Therefore, Li Qia's presence might turn their sect into a battlefield. Their fallen clan could no longer be compared to the past and wouldn't be able to handle the pressure. Turning into a battlefield might result in them turning into smoke. Is that so? Li Qia showed a mirthless smile in response. The Gate Master was alarmed and immediately answered, "Of course, of course. Young noble Li is the pride and glory of our human race. All humans in heaven's spirit are proud of you, who is vying for the imperial throne and prestige. All humans will celebrate when that day comes." Even though his flattery slightly betrayed his true thoughts, the last sentence came from his heart. The Gate Master was afraid of being implicated by Li Qia's presence, but he was still a member of the human race and desired for Li Qia to be the next emperor. If the humans could have won this generation, its people could finally walk with their heads held high and no longer have to rely on others like they are now. Li Qia laughed after hearing this and asked, "If that's the case, are you not going to invite me in?" The Gate Master calmed down and coughed, "Young noble Li and young miss, please come in." He bowed and welcomed them in. In fact, Yujin was also next to Li Qia, but since she was in stealth, the Gate Master couldn't see her. They found the entire Undying Gate to be quite vast with magnificent mountains and rivers, a showing of the uncanny workmanship of its creators. Countless mountain ranges ran above the steep cliffs in the sky. This magical scene was enveloped in mist and fog just like a realm of immortals. If one could stand on a sufficiently high elevation overlooking Godhalt, they would find that the divine tree ridge occupied a vast amount of land on this continent in spite of its gargantuan size. It could be said to be the center of everything. There were many mountain ranges outside of the ridge, but they all originated from this place. With the same vantage point, one could also see that the divine tree ridge looked like an immeasurable and towering tree that fell on top of Godhalt. With this imagery in mind, the Undying Gate would be situated right at its root. These mountain ranges hanging in the sky were formed from its unbelievably thick and long branches. Alas, after being led inside by the Gate Master, the group was met with a melancholic atmosphere. Despite its majestic appearance, the gate itself was in a state of disrepair. Many mountains were broken as if people had excavated this land to pieces. Many temples and pavilions had collapsed as well. Even the mountain ranges and buildings left intact were declining from many years of neglect while showing signs of collapse, evident by the weeds everywhere. One could only imagine how prosperous this place used to be despite its current feeble appearance. Back at its peak, this sect might have had 10,000 temples with hundreds of thousands of disciples. The land was still majestic, but the sect was unfortunately far from it. The prosperity of old never came back. Among the valleys and mountains were the places where disciples searched for the Tao. Bridges used to connect these great mountain ranges. Back then, male and female disciples would meet each other above these heavenly bridges and partake in romance beneath the moonlight. Today, there were only several hundred disciples all living in a single corner. The majority of them traveled to the four oceans as well, so this vast sect looked even more desolate. The Gate Master led them into the main hall and served some tea. This was the central area of the Undying Gate, only ancestors could stay here in the past. Alas, the lower population made it so that even disciples could stay at this ancestral ground now. After exchanging some cordial formalities, the Gate Master respectfully said, "May I ask why you are visiting our sect, young noble? If we can be of use, you only need to say the word." The Gate Master had already prepared for the worst with Li Qia's arrival. Compliance was his creed in dealing with fierce. After all, going head-on against this man was suicidal. He didn't want the gate to end by his hands. "You're too nervous." Li Qia smiled after seeing his expression. "I might be fierce, but not to the level where I would swallow your undying gate. Ah, the gate master forced a smile, young noble Li is unparalleled and matchless. Our undying gate is only a shrimp in the vast ocean, of course we wouldn't get into the sight of a true dragon such as yourself. Li Qiye chuckled from knowing what the gate master was thinking about. He smirked and revealed, don't worry, I'm only here to take a look for a few days. Only a few days? The gate master was surprised. In fact, he was ready to give Li Qiye whatever he wanted as the worst-case scenario. What, am I not welcome here? Li Qiye looked at the master in disbelief and chuckled. The gate master regained his wits and quickly said, no, no, we definitely welcome you. This is our honor, this lowly one's honor. Rest assured, I know the rules of the Undying Gate. I won't stay for nothing since I'll be renting your crane beak peak for a few days. Li Qiye casually threw a small black pouch with refined jades inside onto the table. The master was caught off guard once again and didn't dare to check to see how many jades were in the pouch. He quickly gave it back to Li Qiye and said, young noble Li, you and the princess visiting us is our honor. How could we take payment from our guests? After its decline, many people had ideas about the Undying Gate. Many powerful lineages had attacked them in the past. The sect fought back, but they only managed to repel the enemies. The decline never faltered. The gate eventually became helpless as outsiders still tried to enter since everyone believed a supreme treasure was hidden here. Later on, the Undying Gate sent out a message and opened the majority of its territory. Those who were interested in the gate could rent a peak or mountain inside. The sect wouldn't care what they were going to do, even if it meant excavating every inch of the land. Of course, the so-called rent was only an attempt at saving face. If some powerful cultivators and sects didn't wish to pay, the Undying Gate couldn't do anything about it. However, the truly powerful wouldn't mind paying such a little amount of money. After all, they were all people with great statuses and could afford the meager sum of some refined jades. Li Qiye smiled and had no intention of taking back the black pouch. The gate master saw Li Qiye's demeanor and understood. He busily cupped his fists in response, deference is no substitute for obedience. This lowly one will take the payment then. He put away the black pouch afterward. He told Li Qiye, to be honest, young noble, the crane beak peak has been abandoned for a long time. I will tell some disciples to go clean it up, I hope you don't mind staying here for now. He didn't know why Li Qiye wanted to go to that place, but he didn't dare to ask too much lest he incites a sect-destroying disaster. Chapter 1429, Li Qiye smiled and suggested, then let's take a walk to enjoy the views of the Undying Gate. The gate master didn't dare to show any slight and quickly volunteered as the guide. In fact, this was not Li Qiye's first time here. He was familiar with every mountain and river of this sect, so he didn't need a tour guide, it was a casual stroll for him. On the contrary, Xiao Xiao was curious about everything, especially the mountain ranges hanging in the sky with bridges connecting them. Many of these peaks towered to the clouds as well as very deep valleys and ravines. Both of these places had many buildings and temples. Despite being deserted at the moment, one could still see just how grand they used to be. It looks like your sect has many heavenly grottos. Xiao Xiao spoke during her sightseeing escapade. The master replied, according to our records, we had over 1 million disciples at our peak. They traveled around the 9 worlds to see all the races. As for the sect itself, we had 80,000 temples and more than 100,000 disciples present at that time. He became a bit excited after recalling the past glory of the Undying Gate. After all, they were once extremely prestigious in heaven's spirit. This was especially true during immortal Emperor Buxi's era. The 9 worlds and the other races all paid their tributes. Just how prosperous and glorious was this? Unfortunately, the past was gone and everything has turned into smoke. He eventually sighed at the current state of the sect. The group saw many broken mountains and buildings. It must have been done by others who came in the past to search for the legendary treasures. Rumor has it that your sect was completely excavated back then. It is really a miracle for it to survive until now. Xiao Xiao was a talkative girl with no qualms about her words. It is thanks to the ancestors' protection. The gate master coughed awkwardly in response. Li Qiye smiled and added, "That's an imperial lineage for you. If the Undying Gate doesn't provoke a truly powerful enemy, it won't be that easy for it to be destroyed completely. After all, it still has some secret powers left, so experts will find it difficult to obliterate it in full. Even a monstrous god king wouldn't be so idle as to do something like destroying the Undying Gate." Xiao Xiao found some truth in this response. After all, this place was still protected and once blessed by an immortal emperor. Ordinary experts wouldn't be able to flatten it completely. As for the god kings who had the abilities to do so, they wouldn't destroy an imperial lineage unless there was an unforgivable feud. Ultimately, they could destroy an imperial lineage right now, but if there was a single cinder that could reignite, the revitalized sect could destroy them in retaliation. Thus, without a substantial vengeance, no one would try to destroy the fallen Undying Gate. Plus, it was located in the distant Godhalt continent. The only thing valuable here was the art of immortality. That's true, an ordinary god king wouldn't be able to shake an immortal emperor's foundation. Xiao Xiao nodded. She curiously stared at the gate master and cutely smiled. "Everyone comes here to search for the artifact of immortality or the technique for eternal life, is this true?" "Of course not, there is absolutely no such thing." The gate master's expression greatly shifted as he hurriedly replied, "These are only baseless assertions. How could we have an artifact or technique like that?" These words scared him quite a bit. This was an earth-shattering matter, so if more rumors about them were to be spread, it would bring about great trouble to their sect again. "Really?" Xiao Xiao looked at the gate master with skepticism. "Absolutely true." The master instantly swore, "For millions of years, countless tree fathers and sea gods have visited the Undying Gate, and even immortal emperors have come before. If we had an artifact that relates to immortality, it would have been taken away long ago." Xiao Xiao agreed with these words as well. After all, how could this sect hide anything from those powerful existences, especially the emperors? She inquisitively asked, "What about techniques and merit laws?" The gate master smiled wryly and replied, "Another fake rumor, these don't exist for sure. Back then, Immortal Emperor Wu Go had checked all of our secrets and guaranteed that we do not have an art of immortality. I did hear something about Immortal Emperor Wu Go's guarantee." She pondered for a bit before smiling. Back then, the news about the Undying Gate's immortality art spread across all of Heaven Spirit. Many desired this mythical art, and some wouldn't mind destroying the gate for it. However, that was the era when Immortal Emperor Wu Go ruled the 9 worlds. During this perilous time, the Undying Gate invited the Emperor to preside over the situation. In the end, he publicly presented a message to the world. They gave every single merit law and ancient scroll to the Emperor in order to prove the lack of a technique for immortality. After the Emperor went through every single one, he truly didn't find anything of the sort. In fact, the sect didn't try to hide it at all, not to mention that it would be useless trying to trick an emperor in the first place. Because of his guarantee, these rumors quieted down for a good while. Despite some still believing that this sect had an immortality technique, no one could prove otherwise. The gate master hurriedly added, "Not just Immortal Emperor Wu Go, later on, several other emperors took a look too. We really don't have an art of immortality." Alas, it was a very sad thing for an imperial lineage to show other people their merit laws. Fortunately, invincible existences like emperors wouldn't steal their techniques, for they would look down on such despicable actions. Xiao Xiao spoke with a smile, "That's not necessarily true. People keep saying that your sect does have such an art, so either Immortal Emperor Bu Si didn't pass it down or you have lost the inheritance." No one would doubt Immortal Emperor Wu Go's words. Even though some secretly believed that the sect had such a method or was once in possession of it, one thing was certain at the very least: the world indeed had a supreme technique for immortality. It was not unreasonable to maintain this train of thought. Immortal Emperor Wuxia had died time and time again, but he was still able to revive. This was the best evidence. However, after the emperor, no one else from the Undying Gate had been able to replicate this deed. Because of this, some people speculated that the emperor never passed down this art, or the gate might have lost it. From then on, this technique was no more. Well, I don't know about that. The gate master cheerfully laughed. Descendants like us have no way of knowing whether our ancestors had this art of immortality or not. The truth was that he didn't want his sect to have anything to do with this art at all. Such a thing was tempting, but it could bring about a total catastrophe. Regardless of the gate master's responses, Xiao Xiao was still full of interest about the Undying Gate. She looked at the mountain ranges crossing the sky and said, "Even if your sect doesn't have this art, it isn't being suppressed by God halt." This was the second thing from the gate that was so desirable by others. Only the abyss and the gate were spared from this fate. The abyss case was a bit more clear-cut, while the gate's reason remained a secret. A few believed that it was due to their art of immortality, but the most common speculation was that they had a treasure just like the abyss. However, no one has been able to find it. The master smiled awkwardly before having no choice but to say something. "Well, Princess Yi, you might not be aware, but it isn't the same as before. In the distant past, we were indeed freed from the suppression, but there are limitations now. Inside the Undying Gate, we are completely fine, but our disciples will be suppressed in the other parts of Godhalt." "Really?" She was skeptical. The gate master sincerely answered, "It's completely true. A lot of people have tested this, and we don't need to lie about it. In addition to this, although we might not be suppressed in our sect, our cultivation speed is much slower compared to the past. We really don't have any treasures since it would have been taken by the emperors already." He didn't want anyone to misunderstand. It was one thing for the little sects to think this way, but a behemoth might destroy the sect completely if they thought there were treasures here. Then why was your sect not suppressed at all in the past? Why is it slowly starting to be suppressed now? Xiao Xiao was unrelenting with her questions. Chapter 1430. The gate master wryly smiled and shook his head at this question. "I'm not sure about this. A long time ago, our disciples were indeed fine in all of Godhalt. Later on, the suppression gradually affected us. Nowadays, we are fine in our ancestral ground but not anywhere else. Moreover, our cultivation speed has slowed down. Who knows the specific cause? You're not being very honest right now." Li Qiye, who had been gazing into the distance, turned back and chuckled. "I can understand that you don't know why your ancestral ground is untouched. However, if you say you don't know why the suppression has begun for the rest of the continent, it would be too much of a lie." "Young noble Li, I really don't know." The gate master quickly defended himself. "As the gate master, I also want for my disciples to not be suppressed by Godhalt and for them to cultivate faster. Unfortunately, I am powerless." Not knowing and being powerless are two different things. Li Qiye chuckled. "You are powerless, but that doesn't mean you don't know." "Ah," the gate master awkwardly replied, "I am also eager to know, but this matter completely eludes me. Since there are no outsiders here, I'll comment on it for a bit." Li Qiye glanced at the mountain ranges in the sky and smiled. The gate master respectfully said, "Please enlighten us, young noble. This lowly one is ready to learn. There is a very simple reason why your ancestral ground is untouched: the topography. This place is extraordinary because it is the beginning of the divine tree ridge." He withdrew his gaze and continued, "How is it special? Your progenitor has understood some mysteries of the ridge and made some transactions before establishing a grand plan with a supreme imperial foundation. This is why this ancestral ground is unaffected and why the Undying Gate has yet to be destroyed. Even if the other sects took over this area, their cultivation would slow down because they're not the descendants of the Undying Gate. He glanced at the gate master at this point and laughed, as for why the disciples are now suppressed in the other locations of Godhalt. There is only one reason for this. Moreover, you know this reason very well. There is a special worldly energy in this place, or at least there was in the past. Your emperor had gone inside and changed the earth vein in the inner world. He used a heaven-defying method to imprint his own lineage into this earth vein. This allowed for the disciples to gain access to a different worldly energy than everyone else. This is why the members of your sect aren't suppressed in Godhalt. The gate master was aghast after listening until this point. Unfortunately, a few things happened to your sect, so this extraordinary energy became increasingly thin, hence the slower cultivation speed as well as being suppressed in the other locations. It's a pity that your descendants don't have the same heaven-defying means as your emperor and can't change it again. The gate master turned pale and immediately took several steps backward upon this revelation. Gate master, am I right? Li Qiye grinned while staring at him. The old man was scared speechless and remained shocked for a long time. He could feel chills and sweat running down his back. This secret has never been recorded in your sect and is something only passed down by word of mouth. Li Qiye smiled leisurely. In each successive generation, at least one person from your sect would know this secret. The gate master was completely shaken. Li Qiye was right, this secret was passed down for generations, and he was the only one who knew it in the present. However, an outsider like Li Qiye actually knew this heaven-shattering secret. He swore that this secret couldn't be leaked, at least not by the previous generation, so how could Li Qiye be privy to this information? Li Qiye continued in a contemplative manner, who could predict the rise and fall of a lineage? Although immortal Emperor Busi had created a supreme imperial foundation, later on, your sect still tried to send disciples to build up more bases on the edges of the world. Alas, your sect is on the verge of death today. This conversation had satiated Xiao Xiao's inquisitive mind. In fact, Yu Jian also listened with relish. Xiao Xiao found this quite intriguing and asked, if one won't be suppressed after establishing a lineage here, how come the previous emperors, sea gods, and tree fathers don't do so? Li Qiye replied with a smile, there are many things in life that happen because of the word fate. This is the interesting part about immortal Emperor Busi. Any other emperor wouldn't have this fate with the area. As for sea gods and tree fathers, there is even less of a chance. Not to mention that they can't build a lineage in this place, very few sea gods and tree fathers, without factoring in the trident and ancestral weapons, could actually stand as equals with emperors. Without heaven-defying abilities, trying to change the divine tree ridge is virtually impossible. Li Qiye shook his head at this point. Not necessarily. Tree fathers and sea gods have stood shoulder to shoulder with emperors throughout the generations. Moreover, tree fathers return to the earth after death. Even emperors can't do anything to them, so how can you say that they are inferior? Xiao Xiao was very unhappy with Li Qiye's statement. She was a Tyrant and her golden isle had produced 2 tree fathers, so she naturally found his words irritating. Li Qiye couldn't help but chuckle after seeing her dissatisfied look. Little girl, there's no need to be angry, I am simply stating the truth. Emperors have the heaven's will, this isn't something sea gods and tree fathers can compare to. Even with the trident and ancestral weapons, they can only keep the same pace as an emperor and do not have the ability to defeat them. She defiantly claimed, our tree fathers aren't weaker even without ancestral weapons. Each tree father had their own ancestral weapon. However, after their death, these ancestral weapons would crumble and return to the earth. Rumor has it that these weapons could borrow the supreme strength of the forefathers, allowing their master to become extremely powerful and capable of suppressing myriad realms. Li Qiye shook his head, you can't argue against the truth. Without the trident, there aren't many sea gods that are at an emperor's level. The prime sea god can be considered one of them. He was truly unfathomable. During his era, his fame even exceeded immortal Emperor Wuxia's. Prime was the progenitor of the seven martial pavilion. By the virtue of the seven styles, he fought all over the world without equals. After becoming a sea god, he deterred all the 9 worlds. For the sea demons, Prime was the strongest sea god of their race and was praised as a supreme overlord. As for immortal Emperor Wuxia, future generations knew very little about him. Despite being an emperor, his tales were too mysterious and difficult to research. Some even said that the emperor had never performed any earth-shattering deeds his whole life. The reason why he was often mentioned was because of immortal Emperor Yan Shi, since the latter was the descendant of immortal Emperor Wuxia. The empress had immortal Emperor Wuxia's bloodline coursing through her veins. Yi Xiaoxiao found it difficult to refute because Li Qiye had been stating facts. Without a doubt, Tree Fathers and Sea Gods wouldn't be able to contend without their respective weapons. However, there was no way of passing on these artifacts to future generations, hence a common belief that these artifacts didn't belong to them. Okay, we'll go to the Crane Beak Peak now. Li Qiye chuckled while looking at the dazed Gate Master. The shaken Gate Master calmed down and quickly said, "This lowly one will lead the way for young noble Li and Princess Yi." The Crane Beak Peak was a strange peak, but there were too many of them in the Undying Gate, so it didn't seem out of place. True to its name, it was long like a crane's beak and arched into the clouds. There was a pavilion built near a cliff with a bottomless abyss. While inside, one could see the beautiful sceneries of this place. It had been abandoned long ago by the Undying Gate. Even though the building was still here, there were weeds and grasses overgrowing everywhere. However, the Gate Master didn't dare to be careless when Li Qiye was staying here, so he had ordered for disciples to clean it up. When the group finally arrived, the peak was changed beyond recognition. The pavilion was cleaned completely and had proper arrangements. After settling the 2 guests in, the Gate Master respectfully told Li Qiye, "Young noble Li, we have disciples stationed at the base of the peak. If you have any needs, just let them know." "No need, let them leave." Li Qiye gently waved his hand. The Gate Master obeyed without daring to say anything. In fact, he was all too curious about why Li Qiye picked this particular peak. He didn't believe that Li Qiye was only here to look at the sceneries. Chapter 1431. After deciding to stay at the Crane Beak Peak, Li Qiye told Sima Yujian to stay here for cultivation. Xiao asked Li Qiye, "Why are we staying here?" Li Qiye responded with a faint smile, "Because we want to find the entrance that is located right here." "Really?" Xiao became spirited right away. "Where?" "Let's go right now." She looked around, wanting to find the entrance. She had been wanting to enter the other world of the Divine Tree Ridge since she wasn't aware of it before. If one could find it using the naked eye, then it wouldn't be your turn right now. Many people would have entered long ago. Li Qiye smiled and shook his head, "It isn't that easy to enter. If it was before, I would need to spend a lot of effort and use many methods to do so. But now, it's not the same. Just 1 or 2 days will be enough." He had visited that place in the past despite the difficulty. Even though he was the ruler of the 9 worlds with a vast amount of resources, it still took everything he had. But now, it was much easier for him despite still needing some time for preparation. "Okay, we'll wait a bit then." Xiao felt a bit dejected. "You're already being fed with a golden spoon, what more do you want?" Li Qiye pinched her cheek and smiled. On the second day, he began by digging one large pit after another as if he wanted to plant some things. Xiao woke up early and curiously asked after seeing the busy Li Qiye, "Ego King, what are you planting?" Li Qiye laughed in response, "I'm planting some beauties. This is a good season for them. Plant one today and tomorrow I can harvest a nice beauty tree." "Bah, pervert." She voiced her disdain. He continued to dig the pits. Of course, he wasn't planting seeds of beauties but rather some matchless runes. Each pit was also refined by him. Xiao Xiao watched for a long time by his side but still couldn't see anything. Coming from the Golden Isle, she was well educated throughout her youth. However, judging by these pits, she could only tell that this was part of a grand formation. Its purpose eluded her. In the end, she got bored and yawned. "Okay, you keep digging then, I'll go look at other places in the Undying Gate." She ran off after saying this. In the next few days, he continued digging and filling in these pits. Moreover, he did it by himself in a very serious manner. Even if someone wanted to help him, they wouldn't be able to. This looked like a simple excavation, but there was a great mystery that relates to the grand momentum of the Divine Tree Ridge. He was fastidious about the location of each pit, not allowing for the slightest mistake. Even the three great beings in Heaven's spirit wouldn't necessarily be able to enter the inner world. There were too many things involved. Meanwhile, Xiao Xiao ran around the Undying Gate to play. She also wanted to see if she could find heaven-defying treasures here. On the other hand, Sima Yujian was working hard after obtaining Li Qiye's guidance. Not only was she meticulous, she also extremely strict with herself to an overly severe level. Her talents were clear even if a bit inferior to her junior brother. However, they were countless times greater than the other geniuses. Nevertheless, she never showed the slightest sign of carelessness and worked harder than anyone else. This resulted in her present achievements. While Li Qiye was busy digging, Yujin focused on training. Godhalt became lively again. Although people, especially cultivators and alchemists, have always visited this continent due to its abundance of alchemy ingredients, it was a bit different in recent times. Many cultivators and even powerful lineages appeared continuously. The most deterring of them all was Meng Jintian. Meng Jintian has arrived at Godhalt and is visiting the Spirit Abyss. This news quickly spread to the other locations in Heaven Spirit. People found this visit quite surprising. They didn't know why he wanted to visit the Abyss. For example, if he wanted to expand his own power, he could try to persuade one of Gu Chun's 4 branches. Strong as it might be, the Abyss could only act unhindered at Godhalt. The Spirit Abyss Ancient Prince of Darkness personally came out to greet him. The two are discussing the Tao right now. Another piece of news came out while everyone was still confused. This particular news was intentionally transmitted all over Heaven Spirit. The Prince of Darkness came into being. Many big characters took deep breaths and sighed. The times are always changing. The prince has been slumbering for so many years, yet he suddenly came out in this generation. A big shot knew the intricacies of this story and startlingly blurted, "Meng Jintian's reputation is quite something, he actually managed to move the prince." Someone who knew Meng Jintian's background said, "Their family, it's not at all surprising that the Prince of Darkness came out." The Abyss claimed to have the oldest bloodline among the charming spirits while many lineages denied this. The reason was very simple, the majority of these lineages didn't come from the Abyss. However, the Dream Empyrean was an exception. Legend states that its progenitor, Shen Mengtian, came from the Abyss. After reaching the top, he left the Abyss and created his own sect and named it the Dream Empyrean. The Prince of Darkness is a very ancient existence. Rumor has it that he has a very pure bloodline coursing through his veins. An ancestor who knew of the prince's background spoke with some horror. It wasn't surprising to many big characters that the prince would come out. After all, the Empyrean and the Abyss were on the same side. Meng Jintian wished to become emperor, so the prince might have come out to assist him. These experts understood that Jintian didn't ask the Abyss for help in the past, but now, he personally came to visit and the Dark Prince came out. This was very interesting since he now considers Li Qiye to be his most powerful enemy. An ancestor murmured, "Li Qiye is too heaven-defying. Even an existence like Jintian, who can call an emperor a brother, has to look for help." Jintian's arrival made Godhalt quite lively. Another piece of news came about right after, the Roaring Conch has also come to Godhalt. The Sea Shield Prince personally brought many ancestors along to the Spirit Abyss. After hearing this news, people wondered, does the conch want to team up with Shintian too? Not necessarily. Someone else thought differently. Anyone would visit the abyss and ask for help to eliminate the suppression of the continent. There were even rumors about Li Qiye being present at Godhalt. This news alone stirred the entire continent as if a storm was approaching. For the last several days, Li Qiye had been digging holes during the day and teaching Yujian cultivation at night. She didn't disappoint him either. Not only was she fast, she was also extremely perceptive. Just a little pointer from him was enough for her to comprehend the rest. He was very satisfied with her situation since it proved that he read people correctly. She was indeed a good seed and suitable for the god-slaying Tao. Yujian was horrified during the training sessions because Li Qiye's understanding of the god-slaying Tao far exceeded that of her master. He actually knew a few secret arts that her master didn't. It was simply inconceivable. If she wasn't certain that her sect didn't have someone as famous as him, she would wonder if he was actually an invincible ancestor. Of course, she didn't know that he was the creator of her Tao as well as the Night Core. Who could be more well-versed in this Tao than him? After reading her Sea of Memories, Li Qiye had regained his own memory of the god-slaying Tao. Thus, it was no problem for him to teach her. On this day, Li Qiye finally finished his digging. The Undying Gate Master came to visit again with good wine and fine dishes. Please excuse this lowly one for not showing my full hospitality, young noble Li. The Gate Master personally poured a full cup for Li Qiye and apologized, I brought some simple dishes and wine here to show our goodwill. Li Qiye only smiled and finished the cup without saying anything after seeing the Gate Master's enthusiasm. Chapter 1432, During their meal, the Gate Master repeatedly toasted for Li Qiye in a very respectful and polite manner. Courtesy costs nothing. Today, in terms of status and position, the Gate Master was not qualified to sit together with Li Qiye. However, he had lowered himself completely so others couldn't criticize him for this. Li Qiye took a small sip of wine and flatly said, Gate Master, speak what's on your mind. The Gate Master wryly smiled and rubbed his palms together while looking quite awkward. Eventually, he let it out, please don't laugh, young noble. If I pretend that there is no business, it would be too much of a farce. The truth is that I do have something to ask of you. Go ahead. Li Qiye didn't mind and chuckled since the Gate Master's intentions didn't elude his eyes. The master mused for a bit before respectfully saying with caution, this lowly one wishes to ask you about what we have to do to change our current situation. He felt relieved after saying this because he had been thinking about it for the last several days and couldn't sleep. Nevertheless, he still had to try no matter what for the sake of the Undying Gate. Li Qiye amusingly shook his head in response, Gate Master, you are asking the wrong person. I am only an outsider, you should be talking to the elders about this matter instead. Of course I know that this is very abrupt and rude. He sincerely said, I don't wish for this to sound like flattery, but it seems that there is nothing you don't know. With the bearing of a celestial, young noble is an incredible person, so I wish to ask you about a strategy for revitalization. A strategy for revitalization? Li Qiye smiled while shaking his head, there are countless strategists and heroes in this world. I might look down on the 9 worlds, but the truth is that I rarely think about matters such as sect building. If you wish to revive your sect, you should try to find someone else. I'm afraid wisdom alone can't solve this issue. The Gate Master forced a smile, the overarching policy of the sect could be consulted with a strategist, but our lost items aren't things they can deal with. Even the most insightful strategist can't reverse the tide. In my opinion, you are capable of showing us the right path. There are no outsiders here, so I'll be frank. No one else knows our sect's secrets except you. This means that you were sent by the heavens to be our benefactor. Please point us in the right direction and we shall forever support you. Having said that, the Gate Master prostrated on the ground with great reverence. There was no doubt that he came with the utmost sincerity in asking Li Qie. He had always wanted to revive the sect. However, this was easier said than done. In fact, many gate masters have tried across the generations, but they couldn't reverse the impossible situation. For them, it wasn't only a problem of resources. More importantly, they had lost their root. It was just like Li Qie had said, without the special worldly essence, revitalization was only wishful thinking. However, this was someone who revealed their sect's biggest secret that had been hidden for many, many years. This made the gate master see a chance. Perhaps Li Qie would have the answer for them to rise again. After thinking it through several times, the gate master finally decided to go and ask Li Qie. Li Qie took another sip of wine while staring at the prostrating master before insipidly saying, "Rise, perhaps your undying gate still has a chance. Please enlighten us, young noble." The gate master was ecstatic and solemnly bowed his head 9 times without the slightest pretense. Afterward, he sat down respectfully and readied himself to listen to Li Qie's golden advice. Li Qie began, "There is indeed a strategy for revitalization. Below this land is a supreme imperial foundation laid out by immortal Emperor Wuxia. Even if your sect has fallen, just by using the old source and this foundation will allow it to survive. In the past, immortal Emperor Wuxia had performed an incredible technique in this place and refined an imperial foundation at the earth vein below the Undying Gate, fusing the two into one. This required painstaking efforts for him since he wanted a long-term strategy. Perhaps the Undying Gate would usher his reborn self. This was precisely the reason why future enemies found it prohibitively difficult to completely annihilate the Undying Gate. The master replied, "The problem is that we don't have that worldly energy anymore. There is a solution to this." Li Qie shook his head, "Your emperor has branded the entire lineage in this place. Even though the descendants have messed it up, it is possible to start over to regain the special worldly energy. What must we do?" The gate master didn't mind learning. Li Qie explained, "It is a step-by-step process to build such a basic foundation. In order to have the same worldly energy, you must reconnect to the entire earth vein with the foundation in order to create a new pathway for gestation. That isn't something we can do." The master revealed a wry smile. It wasn't so easy to reconnect the entire earth vein. This was done by their progenitor. Not to mention their lack of power, even if they were strong enough, the mysteries left behind by their progenitor weren't something juniors like them could understand. "This is something I can actually guide you towards." Li Qie chuckled, "Go find a skeletal horse, one that gallops as fast as flight. It will be able to change the direction of your sect. Perhaps it will not only revitalize but even allow your sect to soar to the 9 heavens and be as prosperous as the past." "Really?" The master was ecstatic. "A skeletal horse really has such a magical effect?" "Sort of." Li Qie smiled, "However, success is still to be determined. This all depends on the fortune of your sect. We will have to see if your progenitor's remnant blessing can still help all of you." This was the same as pouring cold water over the master's head. His earlier excitement has died down a little. Nevertheless, he now had a sliver of hope. Li Qie has shown them the way. Thank you for your advice. The Undying Gate will never forget your kindness. Ultimately, hope was still rekindled, so the gate master prostrated again and paid his respects once more. Li Qie faintly smiled at the master's sincere demeanor and said, "The whole skeletal horse thing is a long shot, there is still one more path." The master hurriedly asked, "May I ask what it is?" Li Qie was in a good mood as he replied, "There is a place worth venturing to. Outside of the Bone Sea is Bones Island. Go there and look for their lord." The Undying Gate Master murmured, "Bones Island? The Lord of Bones Island?" He had heard of the island, but this lord was completely new to him. He smiled and pointed out the other path. "Yes, go find someone called Old Man Zhu and tell him that you want to see their lord. As for whether an audience will be granted and if the lord is willing to help you or not, that will depend on your own fortune. The master couldn't help but ask, this Bones Lord can actually solve our problem? Li Qiye flatly replied, it's possible. If we're talking about who is the most suitable in this world to revitalize your sect, one would be your progenitor and the other, Lord Bones. Lord Bones and immortal Emperor Bu Si shared the same origin. They once overcame trials and tribulations together, and certainly, Bones was the one who understood immortal Emperor Bu Si the most. However, you need to be mentally prepared. Li Qiye grinned, either you will be able to earn his favor and bring about revitalization to your sect so that it can return to its past glory, or it will be a fatal disaster. If Bones doesn't like you, he will crush you to death with one hand. At that time, don't blame me for not reminding you right now. You need to go while being mentally prepared to die. Don't die indignantly and then blame it all on me. Li Qiye drank some more wine and smiled. My personal well-being is no reason for regret as long as it can bring about hope to the undying gate. In order to revive the sect, I can jump into boiling water and scorching fire without hesitation. The gate master kowed out again respectfully, thank you again, young noble. I am moved to tears from gratitude. Li Qiye nodded and accepted his grand gesture before lightly speaking, go now. The gate master bowed again and quietly left, not daring to disturb him any longer. Li Qiye commented with a tinge of emotion, Heaven Spirit. There are so many problems, yet so many people still love this land and aren't willing to leave and give up despite the peril. Chapter 1433, Li Qiye finally finished digging up all of his pits and smiled towards Yi Xiaoxiao, playing around for the last several days should be enough, it's time to go. Really, is it ready? Xiaoxiao was instantly filled with energy. She had grown impatient, so how could she not be excited after hearing this news? Okay, let's go. Li Qiye couldn't help but smile while looking at her face glowing red from excitement. He told Sima Yujian, stay here for now and wait for us. It is not that I don't want to bring you along, but a place like this isn't suitable for you. Yujian quietly nodded in agreement. In fact, she wouldn't bother Li Qiye just because he didn't want to bring her along. Finally, Li Qiye stood by the edge of the cliff of Crane Beak and told Xiaoxiao, let's begin. The excited girl stood next to him and could barely contain herself. At this time, Li Qiye released the myriad age tree and a newfound vitality oozed out like the source of life. Anyone standing next to the tree would feel as if they were dozens or even hundreds of years younger. In the past, this tree was on the verge of death, but it was now full of life as if it could stay lush for an eternity. Those unaware would still know that this tree was incredible after sensing this boundless vitality. Only this type of divine tree would be able to possess this life force. The tree lowered its green branches. Each branch looked just like swimming spirit snakes. They drilled into the ground as if they wished to reach the deepest part of the earth. Peeling noises came about. The pits with Dao runes made by Li Qiye had little shoots coming out. These were new lives that grew at an unbelievable speed. They turned into long vines that looked quite happy like baby elves full of curiosity towards this world. Lights emerged from these pits with floating runes. They intertwined to form little maelstrom. This scene was extremely magnificent. These little maelstrom came together to form a supreme formation, majestic and full of mysteries. It seemed that this formation connected to another world. However, it wasn't the entrance. It was granting the vines endless power and boundless life. It was as if under its empowerment, these vines could grow and blot out the sky in an instant. However, they chose not to do so and instead simply swam to the cliff by Crane Beak and continued to weave in the sky. In this manner, they weaved into a vast Tao chapter that suddenly ignited upon completion. They burned until they turned into ashes and only left behind scars of extreme temperature in the sky. Clank! Something seemed to be alerting the mysterious Grand Tao. The scars in the sky suddenly lit up and turned into flashing golden laws as if they were made from gold. A hymn to the 9 heavens. A grand and incomparable Tao chapter appeared before Li Qiye. It was esoteric and impossible to grasp. In this split second, the chapter began to rotate at an increasing pace. In the end, it turned into a maelstrom and sucked in a tiny maelstrom from the formation. Whoosh! In the end, this maelstrom disappeared and all the golden lights dissipated. Only a great Tao portal was left behind in the sky, seemingly capable of connecting to any location in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Li Qiye faintly smiled after seeing the portal and slowly said, "Finally, success. Not bad at all." It was no easy feat to enter the inner world of the divine tree ridge, not even emperors could do so as they please. In the past, Li Qiye required a vast amount of resources and preparation in order to support this endeavor even though he had grasped the ridge's mysteries. However, it was now different. With the myriad age tree, everything became simpler for him. He told Xiao Xiao, "Okay, let's go in." "Sounds good." The girl jumped in exultation since she had been waiting for this moment for too long. The two of them entered the portal and disappeared right away. This portal also disappeared with the wind as if nothing had happened. Yujian was staying back at Crane Beak. She silently guarded the premises in full stealth. Even if someone climbed to the peak, they would find it empty, they would be unable to see her standing there. The duo had finally stepped into the other world of the divine tree ridge. A silvery light poured down from the sky and engulfed everything. Xiao Xiao quickly looked up and saw that there were many silver rings hanging in the sky that looked like galaxies. These silver rings were spread out and arranged themselves into a mighty and stirring array. The lights came from them and touched every single corner of the world. Everyone was being basked in this light. What are those things? She was full of curiosity while looking at this scene. In her world, the sky either had a sun or a moon, but now, this world had these silver rings. She had never seen or heard of something like this before. Li Qiye flatly replied after looking up, "Those are the wheels of time." Wheels of time? She had never heard of this name before. What are they? Treasures? Is it that hard to pluck them? Having said that, her eyes flashed with a glimmer. That depends on how strong you are. It would be quite amazing if you can pluck them. Li Qiye couldn't help but laugh. In other words, the wheels of time are a measure of age. 1 ring is 1 era. 1 ring is 1 era. She was startled and started counting. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, okay, stop. There are 351 rings. Li Qiye gently knocked on her forehead. How do you know? She was surprised. I calculated with my fingers, that's all. Such a simple number, do you actually need to count? Li Qiye chuckled. Of course he didn't calculate with his fingers just now since he had been here before. How could he not know how many rings there were? Please, I don't believe you at all. Let me count, you are probably making it up. Xiao Xiao was unconvinced and hoped that this number wasn't right in order to embarrass him. After finishing, she found that he was right, 351 rings. She couldn't believe it and did a recount only to find the same result. Looks like you were lucky. She unwillingly admitted before pondering, 351 rings, what is the meaning behind this number? In a certain sense, there is no meaning. It lives that long and then dies. However, after reaching the number 365, it will be meaningful. 365. What is the significance behind this? Xiao Xiao was curious. He paused for a bit before answering, the number of an epoch. This was something few people talked about. Only apex existences in the 9 heavens would be able to talk about it. What? This was the first time for her to hear about this epic number. It wasn't surprising at all since even god kings weren't qualified to talk about this issue. One had to be at the level of an immortal emperor to have such a discussion. Chapter 1434, Well, you don't need to know. Li Qiye laughed at the inquisitive girl. Humph, whatever then, I don't want to listen anyway even if you want to tell me. She glared at him with dissatisfaction. Li Qiye was amused at her duplicitous response. Suddenly, his gaze shifted. The very next second, he pressed his palm on the ground and seemed to be one with the world. He was standing right there, but it looked like he had disappeared from sight. He stood up again the next moment and pulled Xiao Xiao's arm. Let's go. In the blink of an eye, his speed erupted in an incomparable manner. Even time couldn't compare to this swiftness. Where? She was alarmed by this sudden movement and his rare dignified demeanor. Even though Li Qiye didn't answer, she knew that something big has happened. Unfortunately, she didn't know the exact details. He crossed this world so fast that Xiao Xiao couldn't see the surrounding scenes at all. The sight before her rapidly changed and became a shifting image, so she had no idea what kind of world she was in. Li Qiye seemed to be very familiar with each mountain and river in this area, allowing him to maneuver without the slightest mistake. He eventually stopped, allowing Xiao Xiao to get a better look of her surrounding at last. She found herself to be in the middle of a large heavenly grotto. She had no clue as to where this was. The ceiling was quite high with rocks as hard as metal everywhere. They were standing at the entrance of this cave. In front of them was a giant valley below a steep precipice. When she got a good look at the valley, she was quite startled due to the sheer amount of tree corpses below. Not only that, she had seen all of them before. These were the ones that wished to relocate back at the Divine Tree Ridge. She didn't expect to see them again today. Moreover, the little planks and wooden huts were moved to a corner of the valley here as well. They seemed to be building a fence for a courtyard inside. They stood in a group of several layers around a dried-up tree. It had fallen to the ground and looked just like a large bed. There was actually the body of a tree corpse lying on this old tree. They were called corpses, but they belonged to the living corpses category. Life was present, only the soul was missing. However, the body on the tree was a real corpse. It was completely dead without a sliver of life. Judging from its characteristics, this was a female corpse. There was a protrusion on its belly that was big and round. Moreover, it was undulating as if something was inside. This is, Xiao Xiao almost screamed, but she quickly covered her mouth. She took a deep breath and eventually calmed down. Is it about to give birth? Yes. Li Qiye nodded with a serious demeanor. This is really a miracle. I thought tree corpses could only live for one generation, but this doesn't seem to be the case anymore. They also have a chance to give birth to a completely new life. What happened here? Many tree corpses had fallen around the dead female. Without a doubt, they had died tragically here. Keep watching and you'll see. Li Qiye continued to stare at the big belly. He didn't dare to think about the birth of this particular race. Was this heralding something ominous? What would be the effect of this on the world? Will the tree corpses surpass the withered in terms of reproduction? Even an expert like him wasn't certain. The only thing he knew was that the future would be full of the unexpected. At this time, several powerful tree corpses gestured at each other with signs only they understood. Eventually, 4 tree corpses walked out and slowly went towards the female corpse on the tree. What are they going to do? Xiao Xiao was worried that these 4 beings might do something to the new life. Just watch. Li Qiye pressed her down to prevent her from acting rashly. Crackle. A burst of thunder resounded right when the 4 tree corpses got close. The huge belly shot out thick rays of lightning that instantly struck these 4. They shuddered after this hit. Despite being powerful, they couldn't withstand such a horrifying attack. Nevertheless, they persevered while shouting something. Meanwhile, 3 more tree corpses from the crowd instantly rushed out. They clearly made a plan beforehand as these 3 leaped for the bell. They were using these other 4 to divert that lightning. Boom! However, the belly shot out a terrifying flame this time and ignited the three. They miserably screamed and were burnt to ashes. At the same time, the other four finally fell straight to the ground with green smoke billowing from their bodies. 7 powerful tree corpses had been killed in an instant. The crowd turned chaotic after seeing this. Even though they wanted to come closer to the new life, there was nothing they could do. Xiao Xiao murmured, "Just what are they trying to do? They want to forcefully take that new life from the womb." "No, they're trying to save it." Li Qiye gently shook his head while watching without blinking. "Save it?" She didn't expect this answer. "How?" Li Qiye slowly explained, "By helping it come into being. This is a unique life form, a miracle. Its life began from the heaven and earth. If it could actually come out, this might be the start of an entirely new race." He took a deep breath and continued, "Since it is a gift from this world, it must accept the heaven and earth. When its mother was alive, she acted as the medium, allowing it to connect with the world. Alas, she is now dead, so it is trapped inside its mother's body and severed from the world. If this continues, it will die for sure. But if all the tree corpses here are trying to save it, why is it attacking them?" She was quite puzzled. Because it is just a baby with zero knowledge of the world, it's completely ignorant. Li Qiye said, "In its mind, outside of its mother's body, all other existences that come close are potential threats. Without its mother's protection, it is a frightened little beast that will attack anyone who comes close. What should we do then? These corpses can't get close and can't help it come out." She felt worried. Li Qiye didn't say anything while watching this situation. "Hey, Ego King, you are omnipotent and omniscient." Xiao Xiao immediately swung his arm back and forth, "Nothing is difficult for you, so maybe you should save this little life." Li Qiye glanced at her and chuckled, "You need to know that the coming of this new life is full of the unknown. Its birth might be the will of the heaven and earth, but so is its death. What is this about the heaven and earth?" She wasn't satisfied with this answer and pouted, "Are you going to watch this little baby die without doing anything?" Li Qiye smiled in response, "You don't understand. Letting it come out is not hard, but you don't know what it will bring to the world, especially for treants like you. It can result in an unimaginable consequence. If you understand the implications within, from a selfish standpoint, I wouldn't want this life form to be born in this world if I were you." "Well, leave that for later." She unhappily said, "Save it first. It is only a baby, who knows if it will be good or bad. Maybe it will even become the savior of the world." Chapter 1435, he simply chuckled at her words and remained unmoving with his gaze fixated on the large belly. It was as if he could see through to the new creature inside. At the same time, the tree corpses in the valley had made several more attempts that all resulted in failure. They simply couldn't get close to the dead corpse. "Hey, Ego King, what are you waiting for? Hurry and save it." She became quite anxious for these tree corpses, unlike Li Qiye who was completely indifferent. He didn't pay attention to her as his eyes became incomparably deep in order to gaze at the new life. After a long time, he gently sighed and said, "Maybe this thing is connected to me by fate since the new momentum will start because of me." Having said that, he pulled Xiao Xiao and jumped into the valley. Their sudden intrusion alerted all the tree corpses in this place. They turned around and glared at the two with their eyes full of deathly energy. Anyone else would be creeped out by these pupils. Those who were timider would lose their mind from horror. As the duo approached, the nearby corpses roared at them with a ferocious demeanor like vicious monsters. What are they trying to do? She was frightened and had to take a step back. Protect the new life. He flatly said, "In their eyes, we are outsiders, a threat to the new life, so they won't let us pass. Hey, we are good people wanting to save the small life in the belly." She immediately raised her voice and told them, "This Ego King will save it. Despite her words, the tree corpses blocking the way continued to viciously scream and didn't let the two of them take half a step further. They don't understand what you're saying. Li Qiye smiled and shook his head. The withered can understand, but not tree corpses. What do we do then? She anxiously asked, since she would feel very remorseful if they were late in saving the baby. He slowly replied, get ready. Don't refuse me, just let me in. What? She was startled due to confusion. Li Qiye explained, just follow your heart and don't refuse me. I will help you see just how precious your bloodline is. Okay. She didn't think twice and agreed right away due to her considerable trust in him. He placed his palm on her forehead. In this split second, his majestic vitality crazily poured into her body like a flood. In a brief moment, small blasts erupted inside her body. She didn't reject him and went with the flow. Wherever Li Qiye's vitality reached, her own followed. Whoosh! Her entire body lit up and bright halos emerged around her. These halos began to spin. Moreover, inside these halos were blinding and magnificent solar flares. With their rotation, each halo seemed like its own great world that could accommodate trillions of existences. As they began to pulse and spread out like a peacock's tail behind her, 3,000 great worlds behind her were opening. Her brilliance engulfed this entire world. The whole process made her appear quite lofty. Whoosh! A peerless world opened behind her with the shadow of a great tree. This tree was unimaginably large. Each leaf carried a star of their own with galaxies floating around the branches while worlds were hanging above. It looked just like a world tree, the start of all life. When this epic world opened, it also had Yi Xiaoxiao's dignified and holy aura, making her seem as if she was the ruler of all creations. With the emergence of the tree, all the tree corpses stared at Yi Xiaoxiao with reverence. They quickly backed off and didn't dare to stay close to her. It wasn't only because of their respect for her aura. More importantly, they seemed to be afraid of staining her with their foul aura. In their eyes, even a small strand of their foul energy touching her was blasphemy. Why is it like this? Yi Xiaoxiao was very confused at the tree corpse's actions. Li Qiye revealed, because your bloodline is sacred and they are afraid of staining you. This is an instinctive feeling, so they don't dare to come close. He withdrew his palm, but the light around her body raged on. He ordered, stay here, do not come forward no matter what happens. She quickly nodded, I understand, you go save the baby. Li Qiye slowly inched forward while looking at the big belly. He opened his fate palace and the pillar, tree, cauldron, and spring of life all appeared at the same time once he got closer to the corpse lying on top of the tree. He let the pillar and cauldron protect his left and right. After all four images of the fate palace appeared, he was even closer to the dead corpse. Crackle! A terrifying bolt of lightning shot for him without any mercy. However, the pillar of life immediately protected him and absorbed this type of energy. Crackle! Crackle! A burst of thunder sounded. The new life crazily unleashed a relentless torrent of lightning. Such fierce lightning could render anyone to ashes. However, runes appeared on the pillar of life. Under their protection, it didn't matter how terrorizing and powerful these bolts of lightning were. They couldn't amount to anything nor were they capable of hurting Li Qiye due to the ancient void rune being capable of devouring all lightning and curses. While the pillar of life withstood the torrent of lightning, Li Qiye slowly walked towards the lying corpse. Poof! The new life in the belly unleashed an endless flame. This was the peerless fire of life that was capable of burning everything in this world. However, the cauldron quickly sucked in this powerful flame without leaving the tiniest spark. Nevertheless, the new life continued to crazily send out more flames as if wanting to destroy anything that comes close. Clank! It was all useless after the sound of a lock clicking came about. The raging fire couldn't hurt Li Qiye's cauldron at all since the Heavenly Tao's primal chapter had fortified the cauldron. The branches of his tree of life swooped down towards the protruding belly. They gently patted it with their aura of life like the return of spring. Each gentle touch could melt snow. It was gentle and delicate with great vitality, calming down the restless life form inside. It was gradually becoming effective. The restless life calmed down and both the lightning and flames slowly dissipated. At this time, Li Qiye was standing next to the corpse. Xiao Xiao, with her heart hanging on a thread, finally heaved a sigh of relief after seeing this scene. Even the tree corpses became relieved. They didn't attack Li Qiye since they knew what he was trying to do. Chapter 1436. After stabilizing the baby inside the belly, Li Qiye took out the myriad heavenly cauldron. With a buzz, it opened and its flames jumped out. Li Qiye casually flipped his hand, allowing the fire to land on his palm. It suddenly turned into an icy knife as he prepared to perform surgery on this corpse in order to take out the new form of life. Xiao Xiao nervously held her breath after seeing this. Of course, she wasn't the only one since the rest of the tree corpses grew tense as well. They watched each of his actions and didn't dare to breathe loudly lest they disturb his concentration. Fortunately, his actions were masterful. Each cut showed his mastery with their perfection like a skilled butcher. This granted solace to the spectators. The smooth surgery finally finished as he cut open the large belly. A golden light emerged from inside. Next, he took out something from inside, the source of this blinding brilliance. It looked just like the sun hanging in the sky. Success. Xiao Xiao quickly got close after seeing the smooth process. She was startled after seeing the object he was hugging. It wasn't a baby like she imagined. At first, she thought that this new life would be a baby regardless of how strange it might look. However, he was hugging a lotus made out of flesh. The buds have yet to open completely as they were tightly stuck together. Who knows what was actually wrapped inside? Each petal looked like the fat white skin that belongs to a baby. Moreover, it was pulsing as if it was breathing. One could also hear a thumping heartbeat. Even though it wasn't very loud, people could hear it clearly. While looking at this fleshy lotus bud, she asked with uncertainty, "Hey, is this the new life? Can this still be called a baby?" It was too different from what she imagined. Yes, this is the new life. Li Qiye raised this lotus bud high with both hands and carefully looked at every single detail. After a meticulous observation, Li Qiye emotionally commented, "This is a miracle of the world, the accumulation of all wonders. It is not only the next generation of tree corpses but a true masterpiece of the heaven and earth." At this time, all the tree corpses slowly prostrated on the ground and worshipped the new life form in his hands. She curiously asked, "What are they doing now?" Li Qiye glanced at them and insipidly replied, "They are greeting their king's arrival to the world. This is their race's crownless king, its supreme sovereign. This newborn represents the origin of their race and will herald new hope for them, allowing them to actually have a functioning lineage. Perhaps it will be able to turn them into a new race." She stared at it and countered, "But this is only a meat lotus, it doesn't look like it can become a new race at all." "No, this is only the external form." Li Qiye gently shook his head, "It hasn't formally been born yet. An existence like this would need to gestate for another 10 years or more. It only came into being now because there was no other choice. This is a premature birth. When it actually grows up, it won't look like this." While taking a better look, she asked, "What will it look like then?" She couldn't imagine what this lotus would look like in the future. Li Qiye opened his mouth to speak, but in this instant, he slightly raised his brows. A rustling sound came about. Little roots as thin as silk crept up from the ground like snakes. After they appeared, many of the tree corpses here were very wary of them and quickly retreated. "What are these things?" Xiao Xiao was startled and creeped out after seeing so many roots coming out and wiggling about. While she was still caught off guard, these strips of roots wove together to form a gigantic palm. People would tremble at its sight since it looked like it could grasp the entire world. What does it want? Xiao Xiao had a bad feeling about this as her expression dimmed. Li Qiye flatly responded, it wants to take away the new life. No. No matter what it is, it can't take away the baby. Xiao Xiao was completely alarmed now. Despite her young age, her maternal instinct still erupted. She waved her hand and a sword array made out of trees appeared. Clank! The trees in the form of swords slashed forward with their branches. In the blink of an eye, this great formation mercilessly aimed for the gigantic palm. Boom! This palm was undeterred. It pressed down and instantly shattered the sword formation and the main trees. Xiao Xiao was certainly not weak, but this palm was too mighty. Ordinary paragons had no chance to resist. Go! She was driven by her maternal instinct at this moment and was not afraid of any foe, regardless of how powerful they were. She casually summoned 5 more divine trees and trapped the palm inside. Rumble! Explosions ensued shortly afterward. However, these trees were severed by the palm, they simply couldn't slow it down at all. Her face changed after witnessing this power, so she told Li Qiye, we have to take the baby and run, it's too strong. He pulled her back behind him and insipidly stated, you are not its match, leave it to me. After dispatching Xiao Xiao's divine tree, the gigantic palm unleashed an attack that shattered the void before reaching for the meat lotus. Clank! In a split second, Li Qiye had a sword in his hand. He didn't bother taking another glance before a sword shadow erupted. At this moment, Dao laws poured down like heavenly waterfalls. Each of them could crush the heavens. Its hymn echoed across the sky as he swung towards the palm. It was a slash without any technique or variation. He actually didn't use that much strength either, it was just a simple swing. However, this casual slash made everything scream. The power of the Grand Tao, the might of the heaven and earth, the force of myriad beings, everything was suppressed and disintegrated before this destruction. Poof! The gigantic hand was instantly cut without suspense. It was slaughtered like a rooster that stretched out its neck in its final moment. Any existence would need to present their neck after witnessing this sword technique. All of the roots immediately broke apart and drilled back into the ground. The weapon in his hand was the Tao sword that allowed him to be invincible in this world. This was the reason why this weapon was so terrifying. Once utilized to its full potential, it could suppress and annihilate all other forces. Rustle. More rustling sounds came from the ground. Even more roots came out compared to before with an even more aggressive momentum. Li Qiye didn't care at all. He didn't even bat an eye. Clank! The sword in his hand erupted again with its hymn. He inserted the sword into the ground. Buzz! The black sword suddenly came back to life with boundless Tao runes flowing through it. In the blink of an eye, these runes came together with the Tao sword as the center to form a Tao chapter that was continuously spreading. It quickly encompassed every single inch of this valley. This expansion wouldn't stop as if it wanted to engulf the whole world and imprison it inside the chapter. Chapter 1437, the chapter from the Tao sword continued to expand as if wishing to suppress the entire world. It was an absolute suppression, even stronger forces would find it impossible to resist. XSH, under its power, the roots from the ground withered at a speed visible to the naked eye. They had lost their support and scattered all over the ground like grains of sand. Rumble. The entire world began to shake at this moment. The land became increasingly violent as if it was being turned upside down. It seemed that a cataclysm was swiftly approaching. An invincible power was drilling out of the earth in order to tear apart the Tao chapter and its suppression. Humph! Li Qiye snorted. His vitality rushed out as he opened his mind and sea of memories. Boom! Untouchable Tao laws instantly drilled into the ground as if wanting to penetrate it completely. Boom! A boundless world surged in an instant. The silver rings in the sky turned bright and illuminated the entire world. At this time, the strongest of auras engulfed the entire area. It was extremely ancient, as if it had existed since the dawn of time. Boom! Li Qie took out a bronze box and placed it on the chapter, instantly empowering it. Next, he placed the green lantern housing the dark flame right below it. This dark flame that could incinerate all in this world at his command jumped up. I don't care where you are hiding, and I don't care whether there will be reincarnation or not. Li Qie coldly uttered, if you have given up on this world, then get the hell out of here. This new life was brought to this world by me, so I am responsible for it and will be its supervisor from now on. No one will be allowed to interfere. From now on, I am responsible for its life and its future. Interfere and I won't just let the Tao chapter suppress this place. I will even turn over this land and kill everything. Trust me when I say I shall stay true to my word. His overbearing words echoed across the world. This was the gravest of warnings, the most tyrannical of threats. He had made up his mind to keep this new life behind. No one would be able to take it lest they risk forming an irreconcilable feud with him. At that time, he would use all of his means and power to annihilate his enemies. As long as he was determined, it didn't matter who he faced. Even the gods above the 9 heavens and overlords of myriad realms better think twice. Keep in mind that for an existence like the Dark Crow, other beings on the same level understood that he would stay true to his word. If gods tried to stop him, slay gods; if devils tried to stop him, slay devils. The Dark Hand behind the curtains, the Butcher of Eons, the Guardian of the 9 worlds, these prestigious titles didn't come from nothing. They were built on countless piles of bones and rivers of blood. Everything finally calmed down after his warning. As long as it was someone who knew about the Dark Crow, they wouldn't easily declare war. Li Qie emphatically declared, very well, from today on, I am the highest supervisor for this new life. Xiao Xiao stood there in a daze, for she was overwhelmed by his current domineering nature. This was her first time witnessing his authority. In the 9 heavens and 10 earths, he alone was invincible. Overbearing, invincible, all-encompassing, suppressive, she could only use these adjectives to describe him at this moment. Poof! The dark flame from the lamp oozed out and started to incinerate everything along the lines of the Tao chapter. Zzz, eventually, the flame burned the chapter into this world. It then returned to the lamp so Li Qie could put it away. The invincible laws nailed to the ground also withdrew to his sea of memories. Keep in mind that these laws had been empowered by immortal emperors such as Min Ren, Hong Tian, Qianli, and the Black Dragon King. This empowerment made this power eternal and have an unbelievable might. He also put away the bronze box. With a hymn, the Tao sword and its chapter suppressing this world disappeared as well. Although the chapter had stopped its task, it had left behind an eternal seal in this world after being imprinted by the dark flame. It would continue to suppress this location with considerable and everlasting power, albeit weaker than the original. Both the Tao sword and the green lamp were unstoppable artifacts. One could imagine their combined effort in creating this imprint. Xiao Xiao eventually calmed down and looked at Li Qie, let's go. He flatly rejected, no, we need to prepare for the new life. This will be a safe home for it. It will stay here. She found it surprising and stared at the meat lotus in his hand. We're not taking it with us. Li Qie explained, no, it was born here so it needs to gestate in this place. If we take it out, it will suffer from a congenital deficiency. It must stay here until it matures. He looked around before stating, this place is its origin as well as its root, it will grow strong in this world. While staring at the little pulp, she asked with anxiety, but it is only a baby, what if something happens to it after we leave? Don't worry, no other place is safer than here. He explained, this will be its home. Having said that, he started by pointing at the ground, summoning a spring. A golden liquid oozed out and spread around the valley. He transformed the land with earth-shattering changes by refining the entire valley. Not only was he making it suitable for the new life, he also aimed to turn it into an impregnable fortress. Afterward, he left behind multiple items in preparation for the arrival of the new life. Finally, he summoned the group of immortal medicines. They breathed in deeply after coming out. After looking around, the ginseng ancestor murmured, "I see, this is a primal ground, no wonder we can't absorb the majestic life force at Godhalt." Li Qiye stared at the group and said, "Two of you will stay behind to take care of this new life. We'll do this on a voluntary basis. Of course, I won't make you stay here for nothing." The immortal medicines exchanged glances. The first to come out was the soldier tree. The soldier tree solemnly declared, "I was born to protect and exist to protect. Therefore, I shall stay and protect." The reincarnation heavenly soul vine also stood out, "I have reached my limit. Further breakthroughs would be difficult, so this place shall be my resting place. Who knows, maybe I can still break through here." "Very well, then the two of you shall stay. You will still be able to shine one day and see the ultimate era." Li Qiye nodded. Eventually, he left behind many treasures for the two. After destroying many lineages, he had too many treasures to count. After taking care of everything, he created a lotus from a supreme law and placed the meat lotus inside. The lotus flower slowly closed and sank into the golden spring, disappearing from sight. Eventually, he looked away and told Xiao Xiao, "We'll leave now." The ginseng ancestor and immortal injury peony were very sad. They bid farewell to the soldier tree and soul vine one after another. After all, they had always been together since the days at the Garden of the Immortals. Who knows when they would meet again after today's separation? This could perhaps be their final farewell, they may never meet again. Goodbye, brothers. The soldier tree and soul vine didn't want this either, but they still waved to the group. Even immortal beings like them couldn't help but be a bit sentimental with wet eyes upon parting. "Take care, we may meet again one day. When that day comes, I'm sure the two of you shall shine magnificently." Li Qiye also said goodbye. Of course, there were some attachments since the two medicines have followed him for so long. If it wasn't to protect the new life, he would be very reluctant to leave them behind. In the end, the rest of the group unwillingly jumped into his fate palace, and the duo set off once more on their journey. Chapter 1438, The inner world was quite magical. There were magnificent sceneries and some unimaginable spectacles. Here, one could see huge craters that were very spectacular. However, they also had a terrifying suction force that annihilated their surroundings. In a different location, flames chaotically soared up and down. The most terrifying scene was a volcano unleashing a rain of fire in the sky. The lava rained down and continued to burn everything on the ground. This was a devastating scene, a completely scorched earth. In another location was a silver waterfall pouring down from the sky. When it coursed through the earth, it looked just like a silver galaxy with tiny glimmering lights like little elves flying around. However, there was an even scarier place. Xiao Xiao and Li Qiye passed through a certain location and heard a rustling sound. She saw huge pits of quicksand with grain flowing to its center and enjoyed the spectacle very much. In the beginning, she didn't care too much, but upon taking a second, closer look, she felt creeped out. They were not grains of sand but rather a bunch of tiny seeds around the size of sesame seeds. These were the seeds that drilled into corpses to turn them into withered back at the divine tree ridge. The sheer amount made them look like an endless coursing river. One would never be able to count all of them as they happily rolled in waves. Just how terrifying was this scene? After thinking about how all of these seeds could get to the divine tree ridge, Xiao Xiao could only shudder in horror. Isn't this a little too much? Goosebumps were everywhere as she said, "If all of these seeds come out, even if everything in the 9 worlds die, it still wouldn't be their turn. She felt nauseous at the thought that the creatures in the 9 worlds could turn into half-dead withered. How could it be so easy in this world? Li Qiye smiled and said, seeds that can survive are very rare. You can even say that seeds that can turn into withered are 1 in several billion. There is a natural order in this world, anything that breaks it will attract the attention of the villainous heavens. He smiled and pointed at the sky, it will not permit anything that becomes extremely heaven-defying to survive. She curiously asked right away, is there such a thing in this world? The high heavens is actually watching. I don't know whether the high heavens has eyes or not. Li Qiye chuckled, I don't believe it either. I only trust that the world itself is the judge. Is there a difference? Xiao Xiao wondered, aren't the world and the high heavens the same? They are both existences made out of laws. No, they are different. Li Qiye smiled and shook his head, the phrase, the heavens have eyes is too funny since its villainous self never cares about the well-being of any existence. Only the world's judgment would be passed down. No matter how much the world changes, its judgment will remain the same. What is this judgment you are talking about? In many people's minds, the term world's judgment was only a general idea. Li Qiye didn't answer her question, he only gazed at the far horizon. Who knows what he was thinking? They continued traveling to a very magical location. This seemed to be the highest point in the world, a height even above the 9 heavens. Standing here, one could reach out and grasp the stars in the sky. The luminescent sky was full of stars, resulting in a beautiful and spectacular scene. Others would be mesmerized by its wonders. There were 12 great palaces in this lofty place. They were of an unimaginable size, calling them cities was more accurate. One of them could contain several 100,000 people or even an entire realm. It was quite shocking to see these gigantic palaces by this starry sky. This was something in myths, the dwelling of immortals. They had a golden shimmer as if crafted from gold. This scene would incite greed and cause hearts to palpitate. All 12 palaces were connected seamlessly with their gates closed. It appeared that there was no way to enter. It had a type of formation with grand potential. However, Xiao Xiao couldn't grasp it at all. Is this where immortals live? She was shaken to see these majestic palaces in the sky. Li Qiye smiled and replied, who knows if there are immortals in this world or not. However, I'm certain they aren't here. Having said that, he brought her through the palaces and the indiscernible formation. There was a small open space inside. It didn't look special at all, especially when the 12 palaces surrounding it were taken into account. People would completely ignore its existence. There existed a shallow pond that was about to dry up, the water could barely reach one's instep. Perhaps calling it a puddle was more appropriate. Next to this little puddle was a very small tree. Its withered self could only reach Li Qiye's knee while only being a finger thick. It had died long ago. Even though some of the branches still had leaves, it was definitely dead. After seeing the puddle and the tiny tree, Li Qiye murmured, a peerless location, worthy of all my efforts. After seeing his expression, she knew that he purposely came to this place. However, she took a look around and found nothing noteworthy. This puddle and dried tree looked very common. This place was definitely not a treasure ground. Are there treasures here? It wasn't that she didn't believe him, but this place was too ordinary. No one would look twice after coming here. He leisurely replied with a grin, more than just treasures. He looked as if he was certain of victory and that everything was under his control. Where? She carefully looked around but found nothing valuable. He answered, some things cannot be discerned with the naked eye. The mysteries here would require generations of pondering, even for the greatest genius. In fact, this applied to him as well. Throughout the long years, he couldn't see through it until he obtained the ancient void rune in Heavenly Tao's primal chapter. Of course, he knew full well that this place had an incredible secret as well as the most extraordinary items in this world. Alas, there was no way of obtaining them before understanding the mysteries. Before that, he only knew of its value. Later on, he finally understood its true significance. This was one of the reasons why he came to Heaven Spirit. Of course, it wasn't Xiao Xiao's fault that she couldn't see through the mysteries. Her intelligence surely wasn't the issue because even immortal emperors couldn't understand them after a few glances. He told her, "Stand aside and watch." She quickly moved far away from this puddle. Li Qiye took a deep breath and stood in the pond's water that could only reach his instep. Buzz! He opened his fate palace. All 4 images came out and immediately arranged themselves at the 4 corners of the puddle. The tree of life seemed to be wanting to take root here, the spring of life wanted to turn this place into a spring, the cauldron of life wanted to embed itself deeper and turn into a volcano, the pillar of life directly nailed itself into the ground as if it wanted to connect to the heaven and earth. It's time to begin. His gaze slightly shifted. With a loud blast, his vitality soared and separated into 4 strands that flew into each of the 4 images. Splash! With his vitality fueling the images, water began to gush from the spring, filling the pond in just a short period of time. If one looked carefully, they would find that the drop of water in the spring of life had melted completely and became an indispensable part of the spring. The life origination in the pond was gently undulating in the pond in a very quiet manner. It seemed to be fusing with this little pond. After the merger, the pond water unexpectedly seeped into the ground. The little tree nearby seemed to be absorbing the pond water as if it was parched. Chapter 1439, Buzz. At this time, branches from the tree of life swooped down. The unbelievable happened, these branches drilled into the trunk of the tiny, withered tree. Keep in mind that these branches were already around the size of the small tree. However, the withered tree was like an unfathomable bottomless pit. It could accommodate even more branches entering its body. Buzz! The cauldron of life poured out an endless fire that engulfed the entire tree. People would be suspicious that just one spark alone would be enough to turn this dried-up tree into ashes. However, it didn't catch on fire and remained completely unharmed. Zzz, with the fire of life engulfing the tree, the heavenly Tao's primal chapter turned into laws that descended onto its body. Metallic bursts came about as they imprinted themselves on the tree in the form of mysterious runes. Boom! Boom! Electric arcs flashed around the pillar of life. Each of them entangled around a thick rune made from profound laws. These arcs from the ancient void rune jumped into the pond. One could hear the sputtering of currents as the arcs and their runes drilled into the ground before disappearing from sight. Buzz, a series of sounds came about as if something was devouring the pond water. This indeed seemed to be the case as the water in the pond began to disappear. It was all gone in just a short period of time. Xiao Xiao watched this magical scene and had no idea as to what Li Qiye intended to do. Crackle. After sucking up all the water in the pond, the tree began to absorb the lightning from the pillar itself, evident by the current flashing through its trunk. Come out now! Li Qiye shouted and unleashed all of his blood energy. At this moment, he looked just like a mighty god fiend. Whoosh! The tree seemed to be completely revitalized at this moment. It was clearly still a tiny tree, yet it emitted a strange and indescribable feeling. One would think that it was covered with green leaves and long branches overflowing with life. The ancient void rune, Heavenly Tao's primal chapter, and life origination appeared at the same time on this tiny tree. A sound of something peeling appeared as a new leaf grew. This green leaf didn't look extraordinary at all, but its emergence flooded the world with life. Buds seemed to be shooting out of the earth and grew at an astonishing pace to bear fruits and flowers. Everything was verdant and alive at this particular juncture. It was quite unimaginable for a little leaf to have this much life. Xiao Xiao was immersed in this newfound vigor as if bathing in an ocean of life. She took a deep breath and understood that this little leaf was a peerless treasure despite not knowing what it was. The branches from the tree of life that had drilled into the withered tree finally came out. They gently held this single leaf in a very natural and gentle manner. It was transplanted into the tree of life as if this was its mother in the first place. Splash! The water of life returned to the spring of life, as did the lightning to the pillar and the fire to the cauldron. The ancient void rune, Heavenly Tao's primal chapter, and life origination also returned to their respective containers. Li Qiye revealed a satisfying smile after seeing this green leaf hanging on the tree of life. After so many years of research, his efforts didn't go to waste despite taking this long for it to appear. He had finally obtained what he needed. Epic's leaf, it is finally mine now. Li Qiye grinned. Hard work has finally paid off. One must sow before reaping in the harvest. The void rune, primal chapter, life origination, and Epic's leaf had always been mysterious with few records. Trying to find any mention of them in writings was akin to finding a needle in a haystack. In fact, across the generations, he had only found some jade paintings that related to these items. Moreover, the few phrases on them were incomplete. Even their names had never appeared in the same place before. Li Qiye was probably the first time that someone had been in possession of all four at the same time. In a distant era, the progenitor of the blood race had obtained the primal chapter, but even he didn't realize the existence of the other three. While looking at the leaf hanging on his tree of life, Li Qiye murmured, "The four images of the Fate Palace, once I understand their mysteries and combine them with these four secret items, who in this world will be able to grasp the ultimate profundities better than me?" He looked towards the horizon through the 9 firmaments with a thick smile. "I will return to the end of the world one day and slay whatever ultimate force is there. No one will be able to stop me in this generation." Xiao Xiao stared at him in a daze. Before she knew it, he had changed into a completely different person. Even though there was no aggression or divinity, he stood there unchanging through time as if he was the eternal master of fate. Eventually, he withdrew his gaze while feeling quite good and told Xiao Xiao, "Let's go, I'll take you to somewhere else." She calmed down and quickly went next to him. Before leaving this space, she couldn't help but look at the 12 golden palaces here several more times. From start to finish, he didn't bother looking at the palaces, it was as if they were meaningless to him. She couldn't help but ask, "What exactly are these palaces? You tell me." He noticed her inquisitive mind and stopped while smiling. "Let me see." She didn't give up and rushed forward in front of the palace, then carefully observed it. She even knocked on the walls. After a long time, she came back to his side and said, "These 12 golden palaces here, I feel as if they are the 12 fate palaces judging by their appearances and auras." She found this quite surprising. If these were actually fate palaces, what was the meaning behind all of this? "You are very gifted." He maintained his smile and didn't answer her. "Stop praising me, I already know that I'm gifted." She didn't like his answer and unhappily gave him the dirty eye. "Off we go to the place you have been wanting to visit." Li Qiye acted as if he didn't notice her dissatisfaction. She thought about something and blurted, "Where?" "The place you mentioned before." "Is it really here?" Back at the Divine Tree Ridge, Terminus had talked about a location but was interrupted by Li Qiye right away. She thought that there would still be some time before he took her there, so she was a bit unprepared for this. "Just what is my blood?" She felt a bit nervous. All along, she wanted to find out more about her bloodline, but this was a bit too sudden. He noticed her flustered appearance and smiled while gently patting her soft hair. "Don't worry, it will be fine with me around. You just need to go with the flow." His words were a medicine that set her mind at ease. Her slightly panicking mind quickly went away. Chapter 1440, He brought her through the starry sky. There were so many celestials in this vast world that he couldn't cross them all in a short period of time despite his great speed. Eventually, they arrived at a particular location. It was a frigid world of ice that contained an aura of death. Outside of stars, this space was empty and solitary. There might be a galaxy here, but it was without movement, giving the sense that this was a forgotten world. This space was completely desolate without any signs of life. It was made up of countless stars in the formation of a maelstrom. However, it was completely void of starry lights, only a scene of gray could be seen. One could tell at first glance that this galaxy was dead. Because of its current state, this maelstrom slowly rotated as if it would take millions of years for a full revolution. This was not a corrosive aura of death but an eternal silence that will remain unchanging for years to come. Just staying for a moment in this place would drive people crazy. Its macabre nature took away breaths. "This is the place?" Xiao Xiao asked, to her own astonishment. She thought that he would take her to a magnificent or mysterious location and not this space of deathly stillness. "Yes, this is it," Li Qie flatly said. "Here is where you can find your source, your bloodline's magical properties and origin." "How do I go about it?" She couldn't help but state, "This is a dead zone, everything here is dead. Life, the grand Tao, universal laws, other forces, all are dead already." She truly had trouble breathing in this place and was about to go crazy from the oppressive aura. How can there be rebirth without death? Li Qie smiled, death and rebirth dualities. For a life, there is only reincarnation after death. Only this place will allow you to find your root. You are saying my bloodline will be reborn through death. The intelligent girl immediately understood what he was implying. That's one way to put it. He replied, "Go, you don't have to be afraid or reject it. Just follow your heart and feelings. Regardless of what you see or dream, don't be afraid since I am here. I shall guarantee your safety." She felt relieved since nothing offered more solace than Li Qie's assurance. He had enough strength to be her backing. Even if the sky were to fall down, as long as he was around, she could stay safe and sound. Finally, she took a deep breath and entered the maelstrom at the center of this galaxy. When standing in the middle of this place, she looked around and couldn't see what it could offer her. She shouted at Li Qie, "What do I do now?" He answered with a grin, "It's very simple, just release your blood energy in a natural manner. You don't have to let it erupt or anything. This isn't a battle, you are only trying to find your root. Let it pour down like the quiet rain in spring." After hearing this, Xiao Xiao sat in a meditative pose at the center. Her true fate appeared and her blood energy flowed out. Her energy was quite powerful. Even though she was releasing it naturally, it still gushed out like a large river. However, it was very gentle without any waves. It slowly flowed patiently and peacefully. This energy flowed into the galaxy. However, this galaxy was simply too big, it would require many years before it could reach all the corners. Of course, since Li Qie had told her so, she wasn't in a hurry. It looked as if she was sleeping and in a mental trance. She felt that she was traveling through time to an extremely ancient era. Li Qie smiled while watching from a distance, paying attention to her focus and the tiny changes. He had great confidence in her. Despite her tender age, lack of experience, and inferior Dao heart compared to Ruyan and Jianshi, Li Qie still had high hopes for her. She was a coarse jade that required polishing. However, just a minor change would allow for her to shine. Before one knew it, her blood energy fused with half of the galaxy. In the beginning, the gradual flow made this seem like it would take a long time for a full integration. However, it unexpectedly reached the halfway point quite quickly. It was just as he had said, her blood energy was the gentle rain in spring that was slowly filling up the galaxy. During this process, the initially gray galaxy began to turn red with her blood energy. However, it wasn't actually the color of red, it was more of a ruby. Its hue was bright and beautiful in a breathtaking manner. At this moment, the galaxy seemed to be waking up. This seemed to be a king of rebirth since everything was being filled with life and power. After an immense wait, life finally appeared in the dead galaxy. Boom! The dead galaxy suddenly erupted. A tidal wave of endless height shot straight into the sky and swept through this void. It seemed as if an ancient existence was awakening at this moment. Xiao Xiao suddenly opened her eyes that had no semblance of a young girl anymore. It looked like she had experienced 1,000,000,000 years of vicissitudes. Rumble. The world trembled for a short period of time. Even the stars hanging in the sky were rustling as if they were about to fall down at any time. There was an unprecedented storm raging across this red galaxy. The heaven and earth quaked under this raging storm along with all existences. The outside world at the Divine Tree Ridge was also shaking from these explosions. It was as if an earthquake was coming. Not only were the withered pale from fear, so were the visiting cultivators. A majestic aura soared straight into the sky of the ridge. It contained an unimaginable life force that pierced the clouds as if wanting to take down all the stars up above. What's going on? This sudden development left everyone in fear. Even god monarchs were shaken after sensing it. Back at the Divine Ridge Citadel, Terminus opened his eyes and murmured, "What an ancient bloodline, the origin of the Tyrants." Back in the unknown world of boundless space, Li Qie was still sitting while calmly watching the development. At this time, the galaxy and the raging storm were nowhere to be found. Everything had calmed down and even Yi Xiaoxiao had disappeared. An ancient tree of a size too monstrous to describe appeared in her place. It must be the #1 tree in the world. Galaxies were floating around it along with myriad worlds. Trillions of existences were living under this almighty tree. Its leaves could support stars and its branches could break through temporal constraints. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.